uh, hello. Uh, it looks like they started deliberating a few minutes early. But then I did see some reports saying 8 a.m. and some saying 8:30 a.m. So it looks like it started a few minutes ago. Let's take a quick look at what we've got here. Yeah, it started. It stopped. The clock stopped at 2:04. So they've been going about 13 minutes. So let's see. We could go back and take a look. When did they start here? They started 13 minutes ago. Let's make sure we've got the volume up. So let's look. Okay, everyone, are you ready to portal to Idaho? Our tour will begin in just a few minutes. Please keep your arms and hands inside your portal until we come to a complete stop. Thank you for choosing Daybell Airline, where our portal sucks less air than prior during closing arguments. Very witty, Karen. So we've got a couple of different options we can choose. Oops, let's see. Okay. I went to look at the data on the stream from yesterday, and it says that it's partially blocked in most of the world. And so I'm not sure. We have some choices. We could look at the section where my sister was on and replay that. Or we could go to Profiling Evil did a stream last night where they had just isolated I think it was whoever was speaking, and then Chad Daybell, so that they could watch his expression. So we could take a look at that so that we can watch his expression, or we can speed it up. So anybody have any inclinations on which we'd like to do, or do we want to just watch some stuff showing psychology or the history of the case? Any preferences? Because it's let's see, what are they showing on Law and Crime today? Law and Crime's child custody murder trial. I don't know anything about that case. Karen Swift murder trial. Don't know anything about that. And Young Thug, which has been going on for like 75 days. And somehow that one really hasn't gripped me. So let's see. Okay. Let me pull up stream from yesterday and let me just get the portion from my sister yesterday, because I think that's something that would be good to have available. Let's see. Okay, let's skip ahead. Okay. Let's go over here and let's see. And she said okay, so she's never done this before, so might take her a minute. Let me take
I gotta tell you, I hate listening to hear myself speak.
Getting a few more likes on Chad Daybell bingo. So I'm going to speed this up a bit, at least until my sister comes on. Okay. Skip ahead. Just texted her to see if she's having a problem. Here we go. We can go ahead through the magics of technology here. Yeah. Yeah. Your student film project at the University of Utah. And do you want to tell us before we play it how you got into the fundamentalism and polygamy, because that's not something that most people get into, and I think it's one thing that people really wonder how on earth somebody gets into that, because it seems like such a big thing for an ordinary person to get into. So I thought that would be a good place to start.
Right, sure, and that's also in the movie. But basically, I was a very religious woman. I was very into the church, but I also had read some of the early writings of prophets and apostles.
Getting a few more likes on Chad Daybell bingo. So we seem to be having a glitch there. It started. Just texted her to see if she's having a problem with the link. That's weird.
No, not necessarily, though. I was, kind of maybe open-minded to, I don't know, I'd been studying a lot of different things, not necessarily that. So
you were sort of predisposed to not rule it out, but not necessarily considering it.
Right. I mean, plus the Mormon Church never said it didn't believe in polygamy. I mean, I knew that Joseph Smith and all of them had lived polygamy, so I believed in it, just like everybody else, that's a Mormon probably does. So, so it didn't. I didn't rule it out as wrong, you know. And then when he came up with, you know, books and quotes and stuff that seemed to support the idea of polygamy, even though, you know, it had been ruled out at this time, you know, in our day and age as a thing you should do. The church doesn't support it, but his stance on that was that the church was astray, you know. So, because if I look at the early writings, the early leaders taught it, and etc. So,
okay, and so so where did you meet Bruce?
I think it was at a political meeting. It was like the American Party.
Okay.
Yeah. So sort of getting into politics, but they were kind of a fringe sort of group, you know. Very super conservative types.
Yeah, when we first were contacted when you were going to go off to Colonia LeBaron, Mom got a call from some people. He said, "You don't know me, but your daughter's going to do something really foolish." And I went, "Oh no, she's going to Washington D.C. to assassinate Bill Clinton."
Not quite.
So that was my first thought.
Okay, interesting.
So thankfully it wasn't that, because you'd probably be in federal prisons.
Yeah, that probably would go very well.
No. Okay. So you met him at some political things and gave you literature and so forth. And how long was it between when he first started giving you pacts and so or literature and when you were married to him in a little ceremony?
I don't think it was very long. I mean, I think that was a few weeks that we started seeing, you know, him and his wife and me would get together, and I would come over to their house, and we would talk about doctrines and stuff. And then I think it was maybe a month or two.
Okay.
He asked me to come with him on a trip to southern Utah, and he was doing a filming for something. He was a videographer, and
oh yes, so that was another thing that a shared interest that.
Well, a shared interest. Plus, he hired me to come down with him as his assistant. You know? Yeah. So that's another good strategy. You know, hire them and make it look legit. You know. So yeah, I went down with him, and then it was down. I think it was down there that in the desert that we did a little ceremony, which is kind of depicted in the movie.
Yeah. So let's see. Maybe the thing to do is to roll the film here, and that's what 13 minutes long, and then we can discuss things a bit more. So
okay.
Let me roll film, as they like to say. Oops, that's not the right tab.
Yes, maestro. Roll film.
Yeah. We were playing Chad Daybell bingo for the closing arguments to see how many ways of bingo, and hoping we could get a blackout bingo, but not. They did not cooperate and mention a few terms like cozy cone and let's see. Oh, I can't remember. There were a few of them that didn't get mentioned. And there were some that we should have put in, like 144,000.
Yes.
And so forth. Yes. But okay, here we go. Let me just get this. All right, here we go. And if you want me to stop and if you want to add anything, just let me know. If you want to wait and comment afterwards, if anybody has questions for Lorena, just
now, will I see the chat too, or is
yes,
that...
yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
It should be at the right.
Hi, my name is Lorena Smith, and this is my movie.
I was born a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which is the Mormon church, and I was raised in Utah. All my life, I dreamed of being a science fiction writer and someday making blockbuster feature films. But I also believed that to be happy, I had to follow God's will. So I gave up my writing and set out on a quest to find God. I spent 18 months on a mission in Taipei, Taiwan. After I came home, I converted to Mormon fundamentalism, which looks forward to Zion, a utopia without pain, sorrow, or sickness. I think everyone wants to be involved in some greater cause or change the world somehow. I was looking for meaning. Polygamy was just a side effect.
And anyway, I had to get married, right?
But it seemed like the good ones were already taken. Then I met Bruce. He seemed like the perfect man. Spiritual, intelligent, and dedicated to his wife and 6 kids. Bruce introduced me to fundamentalism. He believed that to be saved in the highest heaven, he had to live polygamy. He asked me to marry him and become his second wife.
Have you read this book too? I have, actually. It makes a lot of sense.
I became convinced that this is what God wanted me to do. The 3 of us talked about the marriage. She told me that she wanted it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done it. I was 27 at the time. We wanted to stay in the LDS church, so we agreed to keep the marriage a secret.
Did your older brother beat you up for that?
Not really. I think I've been about more.
Yeah.
You're the one with 2 wives.
You knew what you were getting into. I told you. I explained everything about this to
It's
you.
not working, Bruce. Can't you see that? It's just not going to happen.
Listen.
They expected instant spirituality. Instead, their lives were disrupted. Three weeks into the marriage, Bruce stopped sleeping with me. Seven months later, he gave me a note saying that it wasn't working out and to pack my stuff and go. Don't pout, he said. Three and a half years later, he came back, and we tried again for 5 months. But Bruce had his own problems, and again our marriage didn't work out. Maybe it was all for the best. In spite of this small setback, I hung on to my beliefs, and my next polygamous marriage was more normal. I joined the True and Living Church in Manti, Utah. People I meet ask me, how does a man manage more than one wife? One strategy is to alternate sleeping with each wife every other night. I knew a man with 5 wives, and he spent 2 nights with each one in a set cycle. At the end of it, he spent 2 nights alone for a bit of a rest. My second husband was single when I married him, and the first 6 months were bliss. Then he married a second wife, a beautiful 17-year-old girl.
I was 35 years old, so she got a lot of attention. When they got a revelation that they had been my parents in a previous life, I decided it was time to move on. My third husband did better. He believed in equality, and I appreciated that. He split the nights fairly, but he was more stern and critical.
Okay, just a thing to insert about the third husband. She actually they came and they stayed overnight, camping on the floor of my condo, and Keith said he married her because his young wife had a uh, baby, and so he married her so that she could be the babysitter and he could have sex with the babysitter. And I just went, how profoundly disrespectful to even joke about that. So I wasn't impressed with him. And he actually is, I think his name now is Brenda instead of Keith. And let me take a quick look and see if I can find a photo of Brenda. Let's see. Because how many people are married to an ex polygamous married to a guy who is purporting now to be a gal? So I am not seeing Brenda. I'm going to be very disappointed if no, Brenda seems not to be Brenda anymore. Let me see. Has he gone back to Keith? Nope, he's not Keith. So looks like he has disappeared from her friends list. Oh, yeah. There. It says that there was like some music that was played for about a minute that got the entire stream blocked in most parts of the world, and so we're playing the video over because it's not accessible for most people. So let's finish up the video, and but my sister's ex polygamous husband is now gives a whole new definition to sister wife. So here we go.
I think men who live polygamy and want to succeed should spend equal time as much as possible.
And so, sisters, we know that obedience is essential.
Some polygamists believe that they can do whatever they want and the woman should just put up with it. because marriage is not about romance, it's a duty. It's hard for most women to imagine living with their husband's other wives, but sister wives often live together in the same house. For men, the advantages of this are that he can save on rent and his whole family is together. For women, they can share the cooking, cleaning, and babysitting. The disadvantage is obvious: jealousy. A lot of women don't like sharing space with another wife. One of my sister wives delighted in spying on me during the day and then tattling on me at night to our husband. That kind of stuff drove me nuts. One man had 8 wives who each had their own home. He claimed it was worth every penny.
You know what, guys? You don't work on the weekends. You don't work at all.
In old-time polygamy, each wife was supposed to have her own
Can you come help me with
house.
the babies? They're both being really fussy. I can't hold them both at the same time.
People ask me how I felt about sharing my husband. To tell the truth, jealous. But if a husband treated me fairly, then I was okay with it and worked to get along with the other wife.
Hey guys. Hey, how are you? Got paid today. Great, awesome. All right.
Polygamy is a religious doctrine, and jealousy is not a spiritual type of feeling.
Have a good day.
I wanted my husband to live polygamy because I liked the idea of an extended family with other wives and kids.
Oh, that's so sweet.
And I thought polygamy would give me more freedom since my husband would have other wives to take care of him, but often the idea was better than the reality. At the time, I was proud of living polygamy and having sister wives because I felt I was living my religion and that God was pleased with me.
Some cereal, honey. Thank you. Could I get some juice too? Sure. Really hot, so be careful. Thanks. Could you get one lunch too, please?
People see polygamous wives as subservient, and they are. But inside polygamy or outside, it still seems the same. Women end up waiting on men.
Here you go. Thank you.
During those 10 years, I gave up everything: myself, my dreams, and my worldly possessions. And in the end, I hadn't found true happiness. The deeper meaning I'd been searching for eluded me.
And hast made us unto our God kings and priests, and we shall.
The doctrines began to be a bit much for me, like when evil spirits were declared to be the cause of every ill, or when everyone was declared to have been a biblical prophet in a previous life, or when our leader said that Jesus would return at a certain time, and he didn't. I began to regret not following my dreams. I wanted to write again. Then someone told me to follow my intuition. I realized that if I did, I would be miles away from there. I felt jealous of those whose lives weren't complicated by the demands of salvation. I couldn't believe God was as stern and unforgiving as I'd been taught. It was June 1999, 6 months before the end of the world. I was afraid that if I left, God would condemn me. But sometimes it's worth taking a chance. I'm not sorry I lived forced me to re-examine my own views. Now I look to myself for direction, and I feel freer than ever before.
You can think for yourself, cross the desert alone. You can run like a rose, find your path on your own. Blaze a trail through the dark, go and follow your sun. You can live
Slate it.
your own volumes not far. Girls, sing the song we would tell. Live your dream. Go on up the downstairs. Draw outside of the line. Break up rules, speak your mind. Make us see.
All more emotions. Okay, and action. Cut. Cut. Okay, that was great. That was great. Okay, cut.
Okay, and as a former film major, I have to play the credits.
Yes.
We all wanted to be big filmmakers and make big blockbusters and so forth, and didn't quite work out that way. But
no, I remember we made those little 8mm movies. I was just thinking about Witch Hunt.
I don't think that one got transferred to video yet.
It did get transferred, but I can't find it.
I think I've got it on CD. It must have been my student films at BYU that didn't get transferred.
Well, perhaps, but yeah, I think I had it transferred somewhere, but it was like an 8mm film that we made when we were in junior high or something. So it's exciting to.
Let's see.
I did make a film. It's a very circular and kind of silly film, but
well, hey, it was for my history class, and it beat some other projects that were options. Okay, so tell them about your experience of why you went down to Mexico to because that's an interesting tale.
Yes, I can tell that. I just wanted to mention one thing about that's interesting bit of trivia about the film was that one of the girls that played the sister wife, her name is Janaea Gaudette. She was in my film class along at the same time, and she has recently, she went on to become a bit of a filmmaker, and she's directed one of the recent seasons of Sister Wives. She directed an episode of a Sister Wife.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Janaea Gaudette. So that was kind of fun. I'd point that out. And I'd almost forgotten about this, but I just watched this film again last week sometime, and I'm like, oh yeah, Janaea, that's another reason she might have gotten interested in polygamy, to get on Sister Wives. But
well, I found out that Small World, Mary, who was on Sister Wives, bought a Victorian house in Parowan, Utah, where my friend Gordon grew up, and it's just a block west of his family home, which he bought. So
that's funny.
Small world.
Yes,
okay, so now
going
Bruce,
to Mexico. Well, let's see. Bruce and I had been apart for a year. He sent me away at that one point when he gave me that note, and I spent a year and a half or maybe longer away from him. And then he came back and said that we wanted to try again. So we were getting back together, kind of, and
there's a little detail about his first wife and the children.
Yeah, they had at the moment he came to get back together with me, she had taken all 9 of the children and run off to California to stay with, I think, her brother or something, and he was really forlorn. So I think that's why he came back, is because she was gone, and he thought maybe we'd try again and see if it worked. But meanwhile, he was fasting and praying about what he should do, and he got this, and I didn't really put this in the film, but he got a revelation that if he went to California, to her home at a certain time on a certain day, he would be able to get the children back. And coincidentally, he did go on that at that time on that day, and the kids were home alone, and because she'd gone off to get her haircut or something. And so he took them all in the van, and then he went off to Mexico. And then he called me and said, "Hey, you got to get down to Mexico because we're leaving the United States because I got my kids back, and the United States is going to be destroyed anyway." So
yeah, and there's a little detail that she was the custodial parent at that point.
I don't think that was necessarily true. They were both in equal custody, as I understood it. However, it still counts as kidnapping if the other parent has full custody as well, and you take them away from. So she kind of kidnapped them from him, but then he definitely kidnapped them back from her.
Well, yeah, and so we've got 2 bads. So he kind of had need of you both to support him and to help manage all those kids. And meanwhile,
he did have another wife at the time. Since he had sent me away, he'd married a 17-year-old girl named Tracy, and she had at least one child. Maybe I don't know if she just had the one at that time.
I thought it was twins. Twins was the next one of the other marriages. Okay.
Yeah, it was a different marriage. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah. No, she was there as well, but basically, yeah, in Mexico, I ended up taking care of all the kids, and he spent all his time with Tracy. So since before that, he'd spent all his time with Julie, his first wife, and ignored Tracy. So it's sort of a
you kind of got the short end of the stick both times.
Yeah, I did. So
yeah, that seems to not be unusual.
Right.
If you're not the favorite wife, the shiny new thing,
yes.
That frequently seems to be the case.
Right.
Somebody was telling me about Sister Wives and what happened in that.
Go check it out, especially to see Janea's episode. But
yeah, so then meanwhile you're off in Mexico. Make trips into like Deming to go shopping, and it would show up on the credit cards or something, and so we were getting word about that, and I was funneling that onto the FBI behind your back.
Okay, I see.
And so that because we understood that Bruce had kidnapped the kids, and so I
Yes,
understood there was an FBI warrant. And
Well,
the night that we found out that you were going off to Mexico, I actually went out and sat in the police car and talked to them, but they said since you didn't have, you had been authorized to use mom and dad's credit card, they couldn't do anything about you taking the money out of, the teller machine.
Right.
And so, I'm being the little amateur cop here in the back. Yeah, did I ever tell you about the citizen's arrest? Gordon and I did.
Maybe. I don't remember exactly, but I would believe it.
Somebody was stealing my bike when we came over to my house during the fire renovation period, and I saw my bicycle moving along the property line and went, what are you doing with my bike? And so we did a citizen's arrest on the guy.
I think I do remember you guys tackled him and stuff.
Yeah, and I sat on his pelvis so he wouldn't be able to get up. Well, Gordon had him in a wrestling hold. Okay, so then you're down there in Mexico. He's spending all the time with Tracy, the shiny new wife, and you're not having a very good time of it. So tell us more about that.
Well, so it was about 5 months I was there, and I think we spent just a teeny bit of time together, but not like romantically. Like I think there was a dance at the church, and we both danced together. And he introduced me as his wife, so he claimed me basically, which I thought was odd since he sort of told me to go away last time. He sort of ditched me before. So, but anyway, and so I was encouraged, but not very encouraged, just a teeny little bit encouraged.
Well, it seemed like it was very self-serving from my perspective, that he was using you purely for practicality and not.
Yes, definitely, because I had money, and I brought down another trailer and his other trailer or something with a bunch of his stuff, and I helped him a lot. But and then apparently we moved a few times, just to hide from authorities, because I think they were trying to find him and stuff. So we went to the country in Mexico, and I stayed with the little children for several weeks while they hid somewhere else. And eventually I just wasn't doing very well psychologically, and I was getting really depressed. So finally he just decided to send me back. Maybe that was the merciful thing, because otherwise I might still be down there, So he bought me a plane ticket and sent me back home. And then not long after that, he got snatched. The kids got snatched by the FBI. So his wife,
tell us about that.
Yeah, his first wife, Julie, who had the 9 kids with him, she had been working with the FBI, and they had figured out where he was. And so she was calling him and saying, "Oh, look, I'm sorry, maybe we should try again," trying to lure him over the border. And he brought their youngest baby, who was like 5 or 6 or 7 months by then. I'm not sure how old that one was. Brought the baby across to meet her, but then of course it was a sting. So the FBI grabbed him and the baby, and then they called Tracy and threatened to arrest her if she didn't bring all the other kids back up. And so they did. They brought all the kids and gave them back to the FBI, and they got them to Julie. So, but since then I was just looking around on the internet, and I see that since then Tracy, his third wife, I was the second wife technically, and she was the third wife, she left him as well.
She thought she was the second wife.
She
didn't know about you.
She might not have known about me. I hid every time she came to that. So so she's now away from him as well. And I thought she was living with Julie for a while, but I don't know the true story. I was just reading stuff on the internet.
Bruce, you helped bail Bruce out. Tell us about that.
Yeah, well, like I'm a sucker and I never learned, so right. So after he sent me back to home from Mexico. Then he got arrested. Then he calls me and says, "Oh, I don't know who else could help me. Please help me." So I think I got some more money together and I helped bail him out for several $1,000s. And then I was helping him for a while, mostly with money and comforting him because I guess he couldn't talk to Tracy. She was in Mexico with her other kids, and he was in El Paso, Texas, in prison, and so I tried to help him fight extradition. They were sending him to California, and he didn't want to go. And then that's when I got interested in that other cult church, the True and Living Church of Saints of the Last Days, which was the the Jim Harmston group.
Yeah, I thought it was the True and Living Church.
Yeah, well, True and Living Church. True and Living Church of Jesus Christ of Saints of the Last Days is their actual
such long
name. But they just call it the True and Living Church for short,
or TLC.
TLC for even more shorter.
Yeah. So
I joined that church, and once I did, I said, "Hey, Bruce, you should come join this church because it's so true," But he wouldn't.
They love bombed you, right? Tell us about how that was. You just kind of went there to kind of check it out, and tell us about the love bombing process when you went to visit.
Oh, love bombing.
Well, that's when people tell you how wonderful you are and everything, trying to recruit you to make you feel like you one of them.
I'm sure he did try that. I'm not sure. I quite remember exactly how it went, but I wasn't going to leave that church because I already converted to it, at the time. And he sort of acted interested for a little bit, but then he got out of jail and he just vanished with Tracy again. So at that time,
back to Mexico.
Yeah, back to Mexico. And
and so all the bail money was forfeit.
Yeah, but he also took all the money from his friends in LeBaron as well. They had tried. They had given him money to help him too. He had. They'd been saving all this money for a new basketball court by doing movie nights, and then they took all that money and gave it to him and tried to help him. And I'm not sure that made any friends when he never paid it back and ran off to the middle of nowhere. But
okay, lovely. Do you know if he's still down there in Mexico? Have you heard anything of him?
I haven't heard much of him, but yeah, I believe he's still down there. I know that Tracy left him a couple years ago, maybe. I'm not sure how long ago, but he's still down there, I believe. I haven't seen him or he hasn't talked to me, but I check on the internet where I know he posts and stuff, so occasionally.
Okay, so this was about 1996 when Mom was sick with cancer.
Yeah,
and we thought about we were talking about possibly, since you were going to be what was the next husband's name?
It was Andy Erickson.
Andy. Okay.
He was actually single at the time when
he
had been married, and his wife had left him when he joined the church.
We were talking about a possible legal ceremony.
We could have a legal ceremony, but then he I don't think, in fact, I didn't have a legal ceremony with the polygamous. So
with the second one down there, because he already had a wife.
No, the second one, his wife had already left him when he joined the church there. So Keith. Okay, Keith. Yeah, Keith already had a wife. That was my third husband. So yeah. So I think she was legally married to him. So yeah, I couldn't have married him anyway legally. But and I was.
So tell us about some of the interesting beliefs that they had, like the reincarnation. Were they calling it multiple probations, like Chad and
no, but
would call it?
I did read up a little bit about Chad and some of the things that they believed, and we did believe in we didn't call it multiple probations. We just called it reincarnation. But people did believe they'd had multiple lives. Like, for instance, interestingly enough, I think Chad thought he had been Joseph Smith and also Moroni. Well, he's a little outdone by Jim Harmston, because he was also Joseph Smith. And
well, Lori Vallow was married to Moroni.
Who was?
Lori Vallow Daybell, and then Moroni also sealed Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow in the temple while they're both married to other people. And I found it rather odd that Moroni, who's married to Lori, married her to somebody else. That seems kind of contradictory to me.
Well, yes, but if you are Moroni, then and also the same guy, then I guess that's something. But yeah, there were in the True and Living Church that I joined, there was a lot of that. There was a lot of revelations as to who you were in a previous life. I wasn't anybody interesting, but a lot of them were really super important prophets and stuff, or Jim Harmston. We used to be, Adam, and I don't even know who all he used to be. Lots of things, but
at one point he was being sued by somebody who joined. He said that he guaranteed a personal introduction to Jesus Christ. And so he then said he was Jesus Christ, so that he could get around that.
So there you go.
I did introduce you. I am he.
Because I am Jesus Christ. The list just goes on, it just gets
so
better.
Who would reveal that who people were in a former life? Was that something that Jim Harmston did, or something that the people came to realize on their own? Or
no, it was usually like they had it's like a patriarchal blessing or something like that, where there were several people in the church that were supposed to be able to do this, and they were that Jim Harmston had told they could do this, and they would get revelations and while they were giving blessings to that person, and then tell them who they had been in a previous life. So, but it turned out, at some point it turned out that my second husband, Andy, he married another younger wife who's much prettier than me and more his age, and turned out that she had been married to him in a previous life, and they decided that they'd gotten a revelation I had been their child in a previous life. And that's when I decided to maybe I should leave and find somebody else. So I did. That's when I went.
Okay, so it wasn't them saying you can't be part of this marriage because you're our child.
Well, they kind of did say that.
Okay,
so they kind of said that we just don't feel very comfortable with this, Yeah. So so I'm like, well, okay, that's when I married Keith.
Whose idea was it to get married at that point? Was it your idea or his idea, or?
Well, I think it was kind of mutual. I think that maybe Andy, because they were close friends, maybe Andy had encouraged him, to marry me. But in fact, I had a little more in common with Keith. He was a little more my age, and we both like sci-fi and movies and stuff. So we had that a little more in common. But he was still a jerk, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I seem to remember you were into dumpster diving.
Yes.
That was kind of a way that it seems that a lot of cults get money or get food on the cheap so that they can support things. I know the Manson family was notorious for dumpster diving for food.
Well, they throw out a lot of food that's still
they do
too bad,
Yeah,
but,
and they actually, that doesn't happen as much these days. There are
guard their trash more carefully.
Charities who it gets donated to, and then they have a building that's open like once a week or maybe twice a week, and people who are needy can come there and get food. I know there was one place like that in Riverton, Wyoming, where I've spent a lot of time, and there's one up in Layton, I think, that does that, And so, a lot of food that would otherwise get thrown out, gets distributed to the needy that way.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah. So, and then what happened to your wages?
Oh yeah, I would just bring give them all to my husband, and then that just goes into the pot to buy food with or whatever, And I think when it was Andy, he would let me keep like $20 or something, and I would buy like Kleenexes or whatever I needed.
My apologies. The StreamYard crashed while I was looking at what was going on other tabs. So let me get back to this. Oh, let's see. I think this is the right tab. Yes. They were exalted beings, and
Exactly.
so and that happened in a previous life. So anything they did now didn't count because they're exalted beings. So since they're exalted, it doesn't matter if they murder or cheat or steal or anything like that, because they're already exalted. So
isn't that nice?
They have that kind of philosophy in
yeah, they had that a little bit. I mean, they believed that they were above the law. I don't think that, not that I'm aware of any like grand misdoings that they did, but
nothing that extreme.
No, nothing that extreme. I mean, there were these murders, the Daybell murders, and then also in the LeBaron cult, they also believed they were the Church of the Firstborn, and so there was that similar
and that the prophet is the one mighty and strong.
Yeah, the one mighty and strong. Now Bruce thought he was the one mighty and strong, but they all do. They all
yes,
do.
well, that was the problem.
Sure that Chad Daybell thought it too. You know.
Yeah, well, he thought that when the last church prophet died, that he wrote to church headquarters and told them as much.
Oh dear.
Yeah,
and they didn't listen. Those bastards.
And so, you know, that never seems to go over very well. And so it seems to be a common thread that fundamentalist sects don't seem to adhere much to the laws of the land.
No, I'm sure that they believed that they were above it, and I think if it ever did come down to it, you know, there was talk in the True and Living Church, and I would have to go back and read my diaries, but there was talk of Jim Harmston saying that he could stop time, and he would stop time, and they could go and do things and then come back.
Yes, tell him about when he predicted that Jesus was going to show up at the anti-temple.
And that was another thing that they had in common. Like the Daybells were saying, okay, the world will end in 2020 because it's always right around the corner, and that was 2020 at the time, or 2019. But yeah, there was this moment when I was in the church where it was like 1998 or 1999. I'm not sure when it was, but he said that Jesus would come back and on a certain day at a certain time, and we waited. I mean, I basically quit my job and I spent all my credit card money and everything. I was ready, and then he didn't come. We sat around all day in the church.
You made a big feast.
Yes, we had a feast ready, and he never showed up. And then, of course, Jim Harmston said, "Well, it's because we're not righteous enough. We're not ready, so he couldn't come." You know, and I'm like, "Yeah, sure." But it was a while after that I sort of lost, you know, my belief in the True and Living Church, and then I decided to leave. And excuse me, Keith and Andy, they had also started to disbelieve in the church, them and their sister wives, a little bit, especially when they got this new thing about it, people being possessed if they.
So they were into people being possessed too.
Yes,
like Chad. Okay.
Like Chad, they believed people were possessed, and they decided, and so and they laughed at it at first, but then later they decided they better get in line with the prophets, so they all like confessed their sins, and they got in line and had their evil spirits cast out, and they told me I should get my evil spirits cast out too, and I'm like, yeah, I don't think so. Like, forget it, you know. And that's about when I packed up and left.
How would they do their casting out?
Well, I don't know. I'm sure they laid the hands on their head and told the evil spirits to be gone.
It's interesting in Chad's circle, they would do it remotely, so sometimes over Zoom.
Well, that's nice. I didn't know you could do it
remotely. they wouldn't be having any contact with the person that they were supposed to be casting out, and then they of course thought that the person was a zombie and would die.
Yeah.
The soul was already gone, and it was just like inhabiting the body at that point. And went to test it out.
About the zombie thing,
then they'd be dead.
Yeah. Well, it sure makes it easier to kill people if you just think they're zombies and their souls not there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice little excuse there for whatever you want to do.
Unfortunately, Idaho doesn't recognize the
as hatters, you know.
I kind of think that Chad was more of a manipulator, and Lori was drinking the Kool-Aid deeply.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure.
Did you know viewers how to unfortunately schizophrenia and has spent time in the hospital, and so she spent like 2 weeks at the emergency room waiting for a bed to open up, and suddenly a bed opens up, and guess what happens that day? Lori Vallow is found competent to stand trial. So she got Lori's bed.
Oh, did she? Wow.
Yes, because there's no openings at the state mental hospital for 2 weeks, and suddenly there's one open the same day Lori's competent. She got Lori's
well,
bed.
That's very possible.
So okay, so they got into the time travel, and you
yeah.
Oh yeah,
time travel.
Go back to meet Jesus in the past, because yes, Jesus did in our time stream, so we've got to go back in time.
I'm not sure if they went back in time or if more of a time stop. They thought they could stop time and go do things and come back and then start time again.
Okay.
You know? So I'm not sure what kind of things they thought they were doing or what they did, because
somebody's
I wasn't
been
really
watching
in on
too
it,
much
but
science fiction.
yeah, so they could like they would stop time and go do stuff and come back and then start it again, and I'm not sure what they did. It was a secret, but they didn't tell me. So it got pretty wacky there, and just that was just one of the things they did that and then all the people have the past lives, and then the Church of the Firstborn, and everybody in the church basically was told they got their calling and election major. So we're all in the Church of the Firstborn, and if you left, then you were really bad, because then, like, when I left the church, they said, well, you can't leave because you're
you're a
saved.
Son of
perdition, and you go to outer darkness,
Yeah.
and they told me that I would, and I'm like, oh dear, but I left anyway. So
you're as bad as Satan at that point.
Yes.
So okay, so you left, and we decided the best thing for you is to send you up to stay with Dad in Alaska on an island where there aren't any nuts.
And age and interest, and then look for people that you wanted to chat with that you didn't know. But oddly enough, at that time, when I was with Dad in the summer, trying to get away from all the polygamy and stuff, my ex-husband Keith Kellogg was chatting with me on ICQ. He would like, wait a minute, this is not healthy. I want to be away from this. I shouldn't be chatting with him. So that's when I started looking for somebody else to chat with, and then I met Donovan Kevin Gertz, working at. So we chatted all summer and sort of fell in love with him, and then we sort of dated on and off for 5 years. I mean, I'd met him in Anchorage for 3 days, and then we went down to Arizona for a balloon festival, and then I went up to Kotzebue twice, once in the summer, once in the winter, and then later, 5 years later, I went up when I lost my job, and so we, years later, we got engaged, and a year after that, we got married. In fact, we just had our 18th anniversary on the 27th.
Yes, and I was, when I was messaging you the link there, you had a legal ceremony in Alaska, and then you came down to Utah.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And had a ceremony in my backyard.
Yes, in your backyard. Yes.
So here is.
In fact, I filmed a lot of that Polygamy and Me was filmed in your house.
Yes, that was kind of wild for me to see.
Yes. Yes. It is wild.
Because I'm going, oh, that's my house with different decor.
That's
the house where the fire.
Yes, it was.
Just a second. We need to refresh the screen. Just a sec. It says it's lost connection to screen share audio. So let me refresh, or let me try a couple things here to get it back on track. So
and I can see the picture. The first picture there was our ceremony in Salt Lake, which we were already married. So it was my friend Connie that performed. It was just a recreation of the ceremony. So she was really,
now I'm trying to find the tab with.
Group that our friends
here,
were
just
in,
a sec. We need to refresh screen.
Okay. Sure.
Okay. Do you have the link still? Because I'll need to put you back in.
I think I do.
Okay. Here, just a sec. Okay. Sorry for the technical glitch. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Sorry about that. Let's get my sister back. So, need to find the tab here. Okay. Let's. The tab isn't responding for a second here. So, okay, here we go. I think that's the right tab. Okay, so you filmed largely at my house, and and I'm looking at the backyard when you're doing the gardening in the backyard scene, and I go, oh man, it's completely overrun with wild roses out there where you were doing the gardening. So I need to do some massive work back there to get rid of those wild roses.
I also filmed the Lord of the Rings Hobbit bit in your backyard as well.
Oh, did we?
Yes.
It's been a while since I've seen that. I thought that was all up in Paris.
No, the gardening scenes were in your backyard.
Oh, were they? Okay. Oh, I'll have to take a look at those again. Yeah. Okay, so so you got married and you just had your 18th anniversary. Was it yesterday?
Or the day before? I think it was the 27th, so 2 days ago.
Okay, so I got another shot which I pulled up here, which let me just get here's a shot of me and Lorena back
Yes.
when we went. It's you got it labeled as Portage Glacier, but I remember that being a camping trip that we made,
Yeah.
which was near Fairbanks, and Mom said there would be monks in the forest.
Monks.
And I think later on I realized she must have mentioned chips in conjunction with that as well, because I
I'm
never
not
saw
sure.
a single monk in the forest.
I do remember like having a little. That's actually a butterfly net, and I was going to catch fish with it. I don't think you can actually do that, but I couldn't say for sure. But yeah, you look so cold, and I'm just like crawling
Well,
out
I
of the
forgot how
rocks.
tiny I look. I
Yes.
don't know. I must have been like 4 years old, I think,
Yeah.
from looking at it.
Probably. If not younger, I know I started kindergarten in Anchorage, Alaska, so
Yeah, so did I.
I had to be
1 week
5.
when we moved.
Yeah.
Okay, so then you decided you were going to get married to him and move up there, and we did the Alaska Highway trip and
Yes.
drove your stuff up, and you've been up there ever since.
Yes, I have. It's cold up here, but yes.
Yeah, but you do have a lot of adventures, like
Yes.
when you went and did the lower 48 and
Yes, we
on your
traveled.
motorcycle, and
Yes, we like to travel. We spent 8 months traveling the United States in 2012 to 2013, and then we spent 8 months traveling in Europe in 2017 to 2018 to 19, I think. So
yeah, so lots of adventures,
yes.
and he's a single guy, never been married to anybody else.
No, but he had a girlfriend for a little
Well,
while.
that's okay. Girlfriends are okay.
Yeah.
That's normal.
Yes, yes.
So, anything else you want to tell us about your experience of getting into fundamentals? Because people just find it so bizarre to think, and you've lived it. So,
well, yeah, I think like they probably prey on your insecurities, and then they tell you that you're special, and then they tell you that they're your family, because your family,
that's
because
love
they
bombing.
don't believe, your family's not believing the truth that they're gonna be destroyed, and they're not your real family. The church people are your real family.
Yeah, isolating you.
Yeah,
and love bombing.
isolating. Yeah, and kind of brainwashing you. So you got kind of all in, because you think, well, this is the only group that I have is this group, because everybody else is going to die, because the world will be destroyed. And, yeah, it's definitely a tactic, I think, that the cult churches use to get people, and I think they believe the same thing. They believe Jesus was coming. The Daybells, they believed that they believed they were the church of the firstborn, and they were going to lead the 144,000 righteous people, and whatever,
So was the TLC into the 144,000, or?
Yeah, basically, the church of the firstborn usually means something like that, because it was mentioned in, I think, Hebrews as 144,000. Though sometimes they say it's just a hypothetical number. I think at some point the church said that, the Mormon church, but because I think they at some point they were hoping to have more than that.
Well, I think what it means is it's a lot. It refers to the 12 tribes of Israel. You've got 12 tribes, and if you've got 12 times 12, it's 144. So it's basically a lot of people from each tribe. So
right, and I don't know, some groups might think it's literally that many people that will get saved.
Well, not
and go
even
to heaven.
Jehovah's Witnesses, which is notorious for talking about join us, be one of the 144,000, still goes along with that, because they figure that the slots have all been filled, so there's not much incentive for people to join.
Yeah, if they think there's no room, then yeah, they won't be enticed. So you have to have more than 144 nowadays, because probably you had that many saved already, at the highest levels.
So your husbands were they anybody impressive in their former incarnations?
Yeah, I think that Andy was told that he was one of the apostles of Joseph Smith. I think it was now I can't remember, but one of the early apostles in the church, Orson Pratt or somebody maybe like that. That might have been it. But Keith didn't get quite as good and he was not as high up as Andy, so he didn't get quite as good a role as that. I think I can't remember who he was supposed to be, but yeah.
Now, what about Bruce? Was he into the reincarnation thing too?
Well, he didn't really get specific about it, but I think he sort of talked about it a little bit as something that had been kind of going around the fringe circles of the church, as in the fringe groups, and the polygamists sort of believed that. I think he mentioned it, but he didn't really say that he necessarily believed it. But if so, I'm sure he probably thought he was Joseph Smith, or Jesus, or both,
Yeah. Well, very few of them ever go, hey, I was John the dung hauler.
Well, yeah, you want to be somebody interesting. You don't want to be just some nobody, right?
Yeah. So anyway, what about down in Colonia LeBaron, which, for those who don't know, I can't remember who the LeBaron patriarch was, but he moved down to Colonia LeBaron because he was getting excommunicated by the church for getting into Dare LeBaron. Dare LeBaron moved down there after he took a second wife, and then when he died, his eldest son Joel became the head of the church, but each one of the LeBaron brothers thought they were the head of the one mighty and strong. And
yeah.
So what were the beliefs down there in Colonia LeBaron? Were they into the polygamy? I mean, not the polygamy, but the reincarnation scene.
It was interesting. The people in LeBaron seemed to be. I think they were split into two little groups, and the side that I was on was the side that wasn't so radical, but I think there was another side that was a little more radical. But because of all the Joel LeBaron had committed murders and it got so crazy back then. I think that the people that we were staying with, they had believed that.
Yeah.
They believed that the priesthood had been taken from the earth because we weren't worthy of it, or something at the time. So I think when their leader was killed, they took it really hard. And they were the ones
for those who don't know, Ervil decided that he wanted to be head of the church, and so he decided he was going to murder Joel to get the position. Yeah, they were having trouble getting to Joel because he had security around him. So he decided to murder another polygamous leader in Murray.
Yeah, he did.
Named Rulin Allred. And Joel was married to one of the Allred daughters. And so he sent his youngest wife off, Rena Shanoff, and some of his other followers to the DI in 45th South to buy clothes to wear for the murder, so that wouldn't be anything associated with them, and then they could just get rid of it afterwards. And they went down to his office and killed him. And then they figured that Joel would be going to the funeral, and then they could pick him off going to the funeral. So
I can't remember. Did they or didn't they?
Somebody from Murray is calling. I don't know who that was, but oh, I know what it is. I ordered a new swimsuit, and it's in at the store because I saw an email notification. So that's what it is.
Right.
So,
but in LeBaron, Mexico, when I was there, they really weren't talking about religion much at all. They would go to church and just discuss, what they believed, and they would talk, but they weren't. They were not proselytizing. They were not like going crazy about it. They were actually really sedate at the time that I was there, because they didn't really believe that they had the authority anymore to do anything.
Yeah, well, that was the benign faction, and
yeah, I
and
think there was
Herbal
another faction, but
the malign faction. Yeah,
right.
And so Herbal was convicted of conspiracy to commit murder of Rulin Allred, and so he was sent to the prison at Point of the Mountain, and ended up dying. He wrote his manifesto first, which had a hit list, and so his followers, which included his kids, proceeded to work their way through the hit list.
Yes,
and
they killed quite a few people. But
yeah, they in fact they had one very well organized murder down in, I can't remember if it's Texas or Arizona, and it was called the 4 o'clock murder because they had 4 murders that they all they dressed alike, and they went and killed 4 people with identical means in 4 different locations, all simultaneously at 4 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And and they killed a bunch of people on both sides of the border. There were a bunch of murders in Mexico. And then it just kind of devolved from there into, they were into drug smuggling to help fund these huge families, and to stealing cars in America and smuggling them down into Mexico, chopping them up and selling them for parts. And so it just kind of became a crime family, and not so much into the murder scene, but they were trying to keep within their little sect, and so they were marrying their half siblings and so forth because their pool of potential mates was rather limited. So you can imagine how wacky they got. So not much into doctrine down there in Colonia LeBaron. So I take it when Joel died, they went, well, the authority died with him, I guess.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and I remember we went down there to collect stuff that he had left behind, and there was one guy who wanted to take you off to some ranch horseback to see some stuff, and I kind of got the impression he was trying to recruit you as another wife.
Yeah, well, they always are.
And we went over and met with Joel LeBaron's head wife. And so, well, anything else that you want to add?
Well, I can't really think of anything that I was thinking of. I think we covered a lot of that stuff.
Okay.
So,
well, I don't know if anybody's got any questions. It seems like we get a lot of lurkers, people who are passively listening while they're doing other things. So,
and I don't see the chat box like you were saying. So.
Well, yeah, and since I'm in the control mode, it's a little different, and I can't remember exactly how it is.
Well, all I see is the screen, and then on the right hand side I see me, and it says you're in the show, and I don't see a chat. But when I tried to click on the chat thing, I got thrown out of the program before, so I don't dare do that
Oh,
again.
okay. So you don't want to play with that again.
No.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll let you go.
Okay.
That had to be the longest closing arguments I've ever seen, because they
It did go on
started
a bit.
around 10:30 after they finished jury instructions, and they took a break for an hour for lunch, and they took what was supposed to be a 15-minute break, which is probably more like a half an hour before doing the defense, and then they had the prosecution wrap things up, and they sent the jury off, and I think the jury's going to be motivated to because they were talking about sequestering the jury.
And how
So
hard can
if
it?
they
How hard can
if they go over,
I mean, it seems like
not really.
Yeah, it seemed a pretty cut and dried case to me, but whatever.
Chad's attorney is trying to say, oh, it was all Lori and Alex, her brother, and Chad didn't know anything about it. Meanwhile, we got him turning off, searching how to turn off location data on his phone and wiping the data history, and all these
and
other
marrying
things,
her
and,
right away. And after his wife died, her husband died.
Her husband died, and then it's and there's so much evidence that it's ridiculous, and then
just seems
say,
pretty
it
dirty.
can be taken more than one way, and no, watching this one, it's so much clearer than it was with Lori. So I expecting a verdict. I predicted around the 3-hour mark. Some numerologist on Twitter predicted 5 hours and 55 minutes.
Well, that's pretty silly.
I think 3 hours, that's 1 hour per victim.
So now, is that the verdict watch number that we're looking at is 1:55,
Yes,
53? How long they've been deliberating?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought so, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, well, it's nice to be able to know how long it's been, because sometimes it's like, oh gee, I didn't look at my clock to see when they went, and they treat the jury really nice during this, and they've been ordering lunch in every day for the jury and for the court personnel, so that nobody has to go off, and they don't have to worry about people not being able to get back to the court because of traffic or something. Reason whenever I go trying to queue up another video, StreamYard always seems to crash. Weezer. Working and lurking in the background. I'll try to keep up with the Trump jury also. I've been looking at Twitter to try to find out if there are any questions in that. As you might expect with the Trump trial, it pretty much people divide along political lines. Either this is the biggest travesty of justice, or he's as guilty as sin, and you don't have people seeming to take a look at it objectively on the merits of the case, and you can't do that. So I haven't been following the Trump trial online because politics can be so divisive, especially when Trump is involved. And so it just feels better to me to just kind of look at it from a distance and, oh yeah, we had jury deliberations. We have, closing arguments, and just note things from a strict procedural basis rather than the merits of the case, because it's just a bit yeah, it's going to offend somebody, large, significant, if you go into it. So, I find it's just better not to go into that one because of how divisive it is. But okay, I was looking at pulling up Profiling Evil when StreamYard crashed. I think there was only a little bit of small chat with my sister at that point left, and I was replaying it because somehow yesterday I think some music must have got played that was under copyright, and they blocked it in most of the English-speaking world. And so since the interview with my sister is unique because of her perspective as a three-time polygamous wife and getting out of it, that that ought to be available for people to view. She did get excommunicated from the church, and she wasn't involved in killing anyone either. So, Lori hasn't been excommunicated yet. It's only a matter of time. And it used to be like 40 years ago, if somebody got excommunicated or disfellowshipped, they would tell the congregation. But these days it seems to be kind of hush hush. We did have a neighbor, a small dead end street, about 10 houses, and on that little dead end street we had two different polygamous families who weren't related to each other. So and I remember it being mentioned at church when the one family who had been in the church was excommunicated. As near as I know, most of the kids came back to the church later as an adult. But so okay, well, let's take a look at Mike King has got video where he's isolated the person who is doing closing arguments in chat, so we can get a good look at his body language, facial expressions, and stuff like that. And when you've got all those squares like they do with the cameras locked down, it's really hard to see anything on chat. So let's take a look at that now. I need to share the tab first. Okay. Let's see. Is this the tab? Yes, here we go.
Okay, this is a slam dunk, and we think this guy's guilty. So we're going to watch and see. So first up, the prosecution. Let's dig in to that closing statement.
This is a call from and paid for by
Lori.
an inmate at Madison County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. If you don't wish to talk, hang up now. Thank you for using Telmate.
Hi, babe.
Hello.
Are you okay?
So they're searching the property.
The house right now?
Yeah. Yeah. M&M's. So Mark means we'll be talking to you.
Okay. What, are they in the house?
No, they're out on the property.
Three dead bodies on the defendant, Chad Daybell's property and or in the residence. Two of them children. His mistress's kids. Joshua Jackson Vallow and Tylee Ryan were found buried in the defendant's backyard. Tammy Daybell was found dead. And for what? Money, power, and sex. That's what the defendant cared about.
Ms. Blake, I really apologize. Could you just hold the mic right up? We're barely getting your signal strong enough. Thank you.
On October 26th of 2018, Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell met for the first time at a Preparing a People conference in St. George, Utah. You heard from Zulema Pastenis and Melanie Gibb how the first time they met, Lori was flirty. She came on to Chad. But Chad was receptive. You heard from Investigator Edwards that a few days after the conference, Google searches were conducted by Chad, Lori Vallow, images of Lori Vallow, Charles Vallow. At the time Lori met, their spouses were alive and well. Charles Vallow and Tammy Daybell were alive. Lori and Chad were both married, but Chad was Googling about Lori. You heard how sometime after the conference, Lori ended up sharing with Melanie Gibb and Zulema Pastenis how Chad at the conference had told her that they had been married in previous, and you heard through the trial, previous lives, multiple probations, multiple creations. It's all the same idea. Why does that matter? It was a way to justify the affair to the people around them, maybe even to justify the affair to themselves. They were married to other people. But because they'd been married in prior lives, prior probations, prior creations, everything they were doing was okay. You heard about 3 weeks later, after that first conference, that first meeting, Chad was down in Arizona. Around November 15th to 17th, Chad was down there for a conference. But he stayed at, and one of them that was at the conference, Melanie Gibb, or at the conference and then at the gathering at Lori's house, Melanie Gibb and Zulema Pastenis. And remember, Zulema talked to you all about how Chad sat the women down. So Zulema, Melanie, some other women, and Lori. And he taught them. Chad was the one teaching. Chad was the one sharing these ideas and these concepts. He was sharing them with Lori too. You also heard how shortly after meeting Lori, the defendant began drafting his version of their story, the James and Elena story. And throughout the trial, you heard how Chad and Lori would go by different names sometimes, or they had code names, or persons that they claimed to be in prior lives. James and Elena were two of those names, all really Chad and Lori. The James and Elena story was written by Chad, Chad's own words. And what do we know from James and Elena? In James and Elena, and you heard about this from Agent Hart, and you heard about it from analyst Heidemann. James and Elena, Chad writes, at this time, their spirits could not be restrained any longer, and a long-awaited makeout session took place in that lobby. This was manifest in the mortal world to James and Elena through the scientific phenomenon known as loin fire. He also, another excerpt, he resisted an impulse to kiss her, but his entire body was on fire. He instinctively knew she was everything he had ever dreamed of. Additionally, her dimensions were exactly what he had always fantasized about, but that revelation would have to wait a month. These are written about his first meeting with Lori. She is everything he's fantasized about. What is this about for Chad? Sex. He wants to have sex with Lori Vallow. He wants to be in a relationship with her, and he decides that the first time he meets her. We also see in there he has to wait about a month for the full revelation of her dimensions. What does that mean? He has to wait a month before he actually gets to see her body. They're absolutely engaged in an affair. They had two favorite positions that particularly bonded them together. Nothing meant more to James than holding Elena in his arms and unifying their bodies in perfect synchronization. Nothing meant more. This was about sex. The James and Elena story is essentially an autobiography outlining the defendant's sexual affair with Lori Vallow under the facade of having a spiritual undertone or being spiritually sanctioned. But let's call it what it was. Chad's graphic description of his boundless lust for Lori Vallow, who he deemed to have perfect proportions and to be a goddess. Again, Chad is still married as he's writing this story for Lori. And you heard excerpts from the James and Elena story from Agent Hart. James had served in an important position in the Lord's church, and Elena had been his beloved spouse and best friend. That relationship was now meant to continue in this lifetime. Again, married in a prior life, prior probation, it justifies having an affair in this life. He tried to delicately describe their connection to each other, and he was delighted that she believed him. Another theme throughout the trial. Chad is the one with the information. Chad is the one with knowledge, and he shares it with others. Chad shared with Lori their connection to each other, and he was happy she believed him. He knew they were meant to be married again and complete important missions together before the second coming. Again, they're both married to other people. And part of this trial, there was testimony about what we never saw. Through all the communications, through all the discovery, through all the evidence, no indication ever that Chad Daybell intended to divorce Tammy. No indication ever that Chad Daybell intended to separate from Tammy, but he wants to be married to Lori. This mission included being with him, and they would progress together as translated beings. The full plan wasn't yet completely clear to him. Again, Chad is the one that is a self-proclaimed visionary. He claims he gets revelation. He claims he has visions. The full plan wasn't clear to him. What full plan? How he's going to end up being with Lori Vallow. They are both married. You heard how in early 2019, Chad told Zulema Pastenis he wanted to share some teachings with her. They ended up having a phone call, and Chad started to talk to her about this concept of multi-creations or multiple probations. And when Zulema testified, she had some journal entries. Zulema was open to this concept. She trusted Chad, she trusted Lori, and she was open to their teachings. So much so that she would make journal entries of these because she wanted to keep track of them. She wanted to understand. And the one with the page number 1, that's her outline of this concept of multi-creations. And Chad explained that you could have come in multiple creations, you could come multiple times in the same creation. But one theme was if you'd been exalted in one and you came again, you were exalted in this lifetime. He shared with Zulema some of her past lives. He told Zulema that he had a book of life. And through that book of life, he could see people's past lives and he could see into the future. He also told her he didn't actually need the book. He could do it without it. You heard Miss Pulowski, Melanie Pulowski, that is, Melanie Gibb, and Zulema all reference a pendulum or a pendant that the defendant had at some times that he would tell them he could get answers. But again, he didn't have to have that to give them the answers. Common theme, Chad has the answers, Chad has the knowledge, Chad has that special ability. Shortly after this meeting in early 2019, Charles Vallow is deemed dark. Chad Daybell deemed Charles Vallow dark. He actually said he was possessed by an entity named Ned Schneider. In January of 2019, Chad Daybell was doing Google searches for Ned Schneider. Then the idea of castings comes into play. And page 5 from Zulema's journal talks about her understanding of castings and what would happen. And you heard Miss Pulowski, Miss Gibb, and Miss Pastenis all talk about how they were involved in castings at different times. There was testimony that sometimes Chad was there, testimony that sometimes he wasn't. But they would do a casting, a prayer circle, there were some other descriptions, but at the end of the day, the person wasn't there. They weren't physically touching the person. How would they know if a casting was successful? Lori would call Chad. Chad had the information, Chad had the knowledge. When it came to Charles, castings on Ned were said to be successful. Ned was gone. But the problem was that eventually, Chad and Lori taught that if a person was possessed, it meant the body had to die. The individual, the actual spirit of that body, was gone. An evil entity was in that body, and in order to set the person free, the body had to die. So when a casting was successful and the body didn't die, well, now there's a new entity. That's what Chad would tell them. So Charles became Garrett. Castings are done on Garrett. They called Chad. It was successful. Well, Charles was still alive. The body didn't die. So now Charles is Iplos. And Iplos is an even more demonic entity. Iplos is so dark that we get a new term introduced of zombie. The other thing that was going on around this same time, as Charles became Iplos, is that Charles actually confronted Lori about her affair with Chad. Around June 29th of 2019, Charles Vallow confronts Lori. And he tells her, I am going to email Tammy Daybell. She deserves to know what's going on. Charles, in fact, sends an email to Tammy Daybell on June 29th of 2019, informing her of the affair. Charles also sends an email to Chad Daybell on June 29th of 2019, confronting him about the affair, telling him it's improper, it needs to stop. Then on July 1st of 2019, Charles tells Lori, I'm going to go meet with Tammy in person. I'm going to tell her what's going on. Lori tells him, she won't talk to you. She's my friend. Lori and Chad are in constant communication. You heard that throughout the trial. They're having an affair. They're talking. They're getting burner phones. And you heard testimony about the burner phones. They all had multiple different phones that they would use. And when I say they all, Chad and Lori and Alex. Only 10 days later, 10 days after Charles threatens to go and tell Chad's wife about the affair, Charles is shot and killed. He's shot and killed by Alex Cox in Arizona. We heard from the Arizona detectives that on that fateful day, Charles had shown up to take his 7-year-old son, little JJ, to school. Instead of getting to take his son to school, he wound up dead. Why? Charles was dark. Charles was a zombie. And if someone's a zombie, if someone's dark, the body has to die. We know that Melanie Gibbs said, she asked Alex, do you believe in these zombie teachings? Do you believe in zombies? Alex's response, 100%. Zulema asked Alex, or when we asked Zulema, did Alex believe Chad? Zulema's response, 100%. Shortly after Charles' death, Melanie Gibb talks to Lori. And you heard from her what was missing. No signs of grief, no signs of remorse. Her husband had just been shot and killed in her home by her brother. No signs of grief, no signs of remorse. On July 11th of 2019, the other thing we know, Chad and Lori were in contact throughout that day. You heard that through Detective Werther's testimony. You heard from Detective Duncan and Detective Werther that there were several text messages exchanged in the morning hours of July 11th of 2019, with the last one being right around the time Charles Vallow would have arrived at Lori's house. Zulema said she saw Alex shortly after the shooting, and she asked him, are you okay? What's going on? Because also, no signs of remorse, no signs of grief. Alex's response to her, he was a zombie. Alex 100% believed in zombies. Alex 100% believed Chad. Chad said Charles was dark. Charles was a zombie. Chad said if someone's a zombie, the body has to die. Alex shot and killed Charles Vallow. Alex 100% believed Chad. You also heard how at some point Chad had deemed Alex to be Lori's protector. He talked to Alex about how Alex had been her protector in multiple lives, multiple creations, multiple probations. Alex was here to protect Lori. And you heard that Alex relished that role. He relished having a purpose. He relished being part of this. One thing, though, Lori was upset about. Zulema had asked Lori at one point, if Charles is a zombie, why are you back with him? Lori's response, I need to get my finances in order. After Charles' death, Lori reaches out to Chad to tell him, I'm not getting the $1 million life insurance policy. He must have switched the beneficiary. As they proceed through this conversation, Chad's response, interesting if it was him after he had 2 bullets in his chest. No remorse, no grief. Lori did message Chad, though, to let him know that it was probably Ned that changed the insurance before we got rid of him. She's messaging Chad that. She also lets Chad know Don't worry, I'll still get $4,000 a month in Social Security. Tylee Ryan's father had died, and Tylee Ryan had been receiving Social Security benefits. So Lori knew JJ would get Social Security benefits since Charles was dead. Lori was also going to get benefits since she was JJ's custodian. Seven days after Charles' death, Chad is texting Lori. I was told extreme changes are coming for me. I welcome them both. What were the extreme changes? Charles has been dead for 7 days. What extreme changes do we know happen in Chad's life? Well, his mistress's 2 kids end up dead on his property, and his wife Tammy ends up dead in their marital bed. Extreme changes are coming, and I welcome them. Chad and Lori engage in further text conversation throughout that month of July. Chad, at this point, they've started to talk about labeling people as dark. And again, Chad is the one that can do that. They start talking about death percentages. Chad, again, is the only one that can determine someone's death percentage. How close someone is to dying is determined by Chad Daybell. He tells Lori in this message, and keep in mind, he is talking about toddler children, young children. He decreased the pain tolerance to 1% and greatly increased his pain. He then asked Lori, do you want me to cause pain to those 2 3s? Who are the 3s? Again, remember, when someone's light or dark, there's also generally a numeric value or a numeric number assigned to that. In this case, 3 3s. So they were 3 dark. He ends up saying, yes, if they are going to act up, we'll at least give them a reason to scream. These are young children. And specifically, these are the children of Melanie Pulowski that are being referenced. Right after saying he's going to give these children a reason to scream,
just a news update on Twitter. There it says that the jury has a question, and they're not going to be airing the portion with the jury asking a question. So just to update you on that. And let's get back to watching Chad try to imitate a statue.
Love, cherish, treasure, and adore you. He wants to be with Lori Vallow. Chad messages her later in July. Every few weeks, I get to escape and have amazing adventures with my goddess lover. But then I have to return to my place under the stairs, feeling trapped. But I sense permanent freedom is coming. What did Chad need permanent freedom from? He just returned from seeing Lori Vallow. His wife is still alive. Chad wants freedom from Tammy. And he senses it's coming. We talked in this trial about how Chad and Lori would manipulate each other. In this text thread, Lori Vallow is upset with Chad. And Chad tells her, referring to Grandpa Keith, who's someone that's deceased, that he is supposed to warn her that she's unprotected. The angels are angry that Lori's ignoring him. And if she wants that protection back, she better talk to him.
It's actually saying that the count clock for jury deliberation stopped here at 4 hours, 17 minutes, and 16 seconds. The reports are saying that the jury has a question
So I'll keep an eye on it, and if anything, if it looks like a verdict, I'll let you know as soon as possible. Okay, back to Lindsay Blake.
Lori's response, I love you. Chad, thank you, my love. I will get things restored. Chad manipulated Lori with power. Chad held himself out to be Lori with that. Lori, on the other hand, she was frustrated. Her husband's gone. Chad's wife is still alive. Chad and Tammy have 5 children. They have a grandchild. Chad's life is undisturbed. And it causes contention between Lori and Chad because Lori wants Chad to be freed up now. So Lori's frustrated. I really do want you to. I just can't be in the way anymore. If things change, then we can talk. But we have nothing until things change. What needs to change? Tammy's in the way. Charles is gone. Lori can't be with Chad because Tammy. Chad's response? I want you. Nothing else matters. Lori manipulates Chad with sex. From the minute he met her, he wanted to be with her, and she knew it. About a month after Charles' passing, Lori's asking Chad, do you think there is a perfectly orchestrated plan to take the children? Chad's response, there is a plan being orchestrated for the children. I was shown last night how it fit together. Again, Lori asked Chad. Chad has the answers. Is there a plan to take the children? And what children are they referencing? JJ and Tylee.
I don't know why it had to go down this road to where we are now in the project.
Mm-hmm. You know, I don't fully understand. I think he'd text you back or write you back.
Ultimately, what I need from you is that the project is going to be finished and everything is going to be fine and it's going to work out.
That's what he said.
Well, I need you to tell me that every day, several times.
Okay. My sweet, lovely Lola. Things are going to work out. Not just because he says so, but because I know so. Yeah. Slight
How do you know so?
hiccup. How do I know? It's been shown to me, honey. I've seen those beautiful eyes filled with tears as she sings to amazing groups of people. And I've seen that wonderful body dance to heavenly songs. Your purpose is only beginning. It's hardly begun. And it will be the pair. It won't be solo. And it's going to be incredible.
Be cholo and not
I have
solo.
absolutely no doubt. That's right.
Are you a Rocky Mountain Power customer? How would you like to get paid to put a backup battery in your home? So most people don't know this, but almost...
Yep. It will be the Eurythmics. No solo careers. I'm just absolutely sure. I was saying it will be the Eurythmics. It won't be 2 solo careers.
I know, but I'm saying you said you have absolute what? Confidence?
Absolute assurity, confidence, confirmation. It's going to be as seen. There's some things that aren't going to be altered.
Again, Lori reaches out to Chad. She needs affirmation from him. She needs to talk to him about what he knows with the plan. Lori asked Chad if she should be doing anything in relation to the plan. Chad's response? He tells Lori the Lord told him they just need to keep resolving the telestial issues so they are unencumbered and fully free. What are telestial issues? Remember, telestial means earth. They need to resolve the earthly issues, earthly obstacles, so they can be unencumbered and fully free. Chad tells Lori on August 10th, we're so close to the finish line. On September 3rd, Lori is letting Alex know, that Chad and she are trying to get to the bottom of what they need to do to completely eliminate zombies. And she lets Alex know, I'm sure you will be told also. Alex couldn't rate people. Alex didn't discern if people were light and dark. Alex got the information from Lori and Chad. Lori got the information from Chad. Chad tells Lori, we are surrounded by telestial relatives that are simply obstacles. Earthly relatives that are simply obstacles are surrounding Chad and Lori. And again, he tells Lori, I want to be with you, hope and dream. To be together, they've got to get rid of the earthly relatives that are simply obstacles. Because remember, they need to remove the obstacles so they can be fully free and unencumbered. Shortly after Charles' death in early August of 2019, shortly after Charles' death, Chad Daybell travels down to Arizona, and he stays in the residence where Charles Vallow has recently been shot and killed. Zulema talks about seeing them there. She talks about the fact that she thought they were maybe acting inappropriate given the fact that Tammy was still alive. Chad assured Zulema that Tammy was going to die and that Tammy would be okay with he and Lori being together because Tammy was going to move on to her mission. His mission, again, it's with Lori. He says that time and time again. We have a mission together. It's he and Lori. He decides Tammy has her own mission. Why? To justify the affair. Zulema talks about how in August she notices a change in Alex and Chad's relationship. Again, Alex has just shot and killed Charles Vallow, and now he and Chad seem to be closer. She talks about Chad giving Alex a blessing, and in the blessing, he tells Alex that Alex needs to move to Rexburg. Alex had no known ties to Rexburg outside of Chad Daybell. Alex trusted Chad so much that he flew back with Chad to check out Rexburg. Eventually, Alex was told that he was exalted. And remember, we talked a little bit about that and you heard about it in the trial. If someone was exalted in a prior life or a prior creation, they were exalted in this one. And you heard Zulema talk about how Lori would address that. If Lori did something and she was asked about it, she'd tap her hand, doesn't count for me. It didn't count for her because she was exalted. They taught Alex that same thing. What Alex did in this life didn't count for him because he had been exalted. Around September 1st of 2019, Lori ends up relocating to Rexburg as well. JJ and Tylee come with her, as well as Alex Cox, and they moved to 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho. Lori ended up telling the principal of JJ's school, Josh Wilson, that she moved to Rexburg because her husband had died of a heart attack and she wanted to be moved close to family. Lori had no family in Rexburg. Her connection to Rexburg was Chad Daybell. Shortly before moving to Rexburg, you heard from Detective Considas and forensic accountant Mike Douglas that Lori switched Tylee's Social Security money that she got from her father only with Lori Vallow. That change was made on August 16th of 2019. They then moved to Idaho around September 1st of 2019. Before Lori moved to Rexburg, Chad had already shared with her that Tylee was dark and JJ was dark. And we know what has to happen if someone's dark. If someone's dark and they're an earthly obstacle, the body has to die. Knowing that, Lori still brought her children to Idaho, closer to Chad Daybell. Alex came with her, and remember, Alex believed Chad 100%. In July, 7 days after Charles' death, Chad Daybell texts Lori, "I've been instructed to focus my efforts on Hillary." Who is Hillary? That's Tylee. Lori asks him, "Find out her percentage for me and JJ's." What's the percentage? It's the death percentage. Chad's response, "She is at 0.13. I turned up the pain to 10. Tylee is a 16-year-old girl. He's turning the pain up to 10, and he's saying her death percentage is 0.13. He then tells her that Raphael, another name for Chad, visited him talking about JJ and told him to follow Amy into the light. We all know what it means if someone says, follow someone into the light. July 23rd, again, Lori to Chad, check Tylee. Why does she want Tylee checked? She's being super sweet and helpful. Her daughter is being sweet and helpful, and Lori wants to know, is she dark? What's her death percentage? And who is she asking for that information? Chad Daybell. On September 8th of 2019, Tylee, Alex, JJ, and Lori take a trip to West Yellowstone, a seemingly normal family outing. However, we know that was the last time Tylee Ryan is ever seen alive. And what is Chad Daybell doing on September 8th of 2019? He's looking up south-southwest wind. Why does this matter? Remember how Tylee was found. Remember what happened to her. That young lady was burned. Her remains discovered on Chad Daybell's property. On September 9th, we heard from Agent Balance and Agent Wright that there was something unusual about a device associated with Alex Cox and where it was located. You heard that when Alex first arrived in Rexburg, his device was at apartment 175 from September 1st to September 5th. Pretty much all the time or at normal hours of the day, appeared to be residing there. After that, that device is mainly associated with apartment 107. The device will travel to 175, but generally returns to 107 no later than midnight. The day after, the early morning hours after the last day Tylee is seen alive, that device is at Lori's apartment, apartment 175, the apartment where Tylee Ryan was known to reside, at 2:42 in the morning. The only time in the month of September, with the exception of the first 5 days and the exception of September 30th when that device was left with Lori Vallow, the only time that device is there in those early morning hours. What do we know happens later that morning? The device returns to Alex's apartment, and Chad calls Alex. Where does Alex go after Chad calls him? He heads to Chad's property. And again, you heard from Agent Wright and you heard from Agent Balance that that device is up on the Daybell property those morning hours. And there's some data points there showing 9:21, 10:39, 10:57. And what do we also know happened on the morning of September 9th? Chad Daybell sends a message to his wife around the same time that device is there. Well, I've had an interesting morning. I felt I should burn all of the limb debris by the fire pit before it got too soaked by the coming storms. Limb debris, not tree, limb debris. While I did so, I spotted a big raccoon along the fence. I hurried and got my gun, and he was still walking along. I got close enough that one shot did the trick. He is now in our pet cemetery. Fun times. Where was Tylee Ryan's body found? Where those red data points are. In Chad Daybell's pet cemetery. Some of her remains in the fire pit. Where does Chad go after that? Or excuse me, where does Alex's device go? Back to Lori's. Chad calls Alex. He heads right up there. Alex goes Lori's apartment, Alex's apartment, Chad's property, back to Lori's. And we know where that young lady was found. She was found on Chad Daybell's property. Chad labels someone dark. Chad says if someone's so dark or a zombie, the body has to die. Alex believes Chad 100%. You heard that the burned and charred remains of Tylee Ryan were found on Chad Daybell's property. You heard from Dr. Garth Warren that Tylee's manner of death was homicide with the cause undetermined. Why was the cause undetermined? Well, you heard from Dr. Angie Christensen, and you also heard from Dr. Bartlink how Tylee's body was burned. Dr. Bartlink even indicated, depending on what accelerant was maybe used, Tylee could have been burned within 2 hours. You heard from Dr. Angie Christensen that there were multiple areas of blunt force trauma to the skull, sternum, and ribs. You then heard Dr. Bartlink confirm that. In addition, there were 18 sharp force impacts. Additionally, you heard from Katie Dace how Tylee's DNA was found on a pickaxe and a shovel that were in the defendant's garage. We also heard from Alice and Todd Gilbert, and Alice Gilbert talked about how when Tylee was still missing, before she was found, Alice asked Chad about her. She wanted to know, doesn't Tylee want a life? Doesn't she want things that most young girls get? Chad's response, well, Tylee didn't like people and she didn't like me. What stood out to Alice? Tylee hadn't been found yet, and the comment was in the past tense. Tylee was now gone, but JJ was still alive. We heard from Zulema Pastenis how she visited in September. She stayed at Alex's apartment, but she would visit with Lori. You heard from her that she asked Lori, where's Tylee? Because she didn't see her. Lori's response, don't ask. Zulema talked about how she did see JJ though. JJ was alive and well at that time. On September 18th of 2019, Lori began receiving the Social Security payments for JJ and herself from Charles' death. Back in July, again, shortly after Charles' death, Lori's asking Chad, I need you to check JJ. Why? He was calm and wanted to watch movies. Her kid's calm and wants to watch movies, and her first thought, have Chad check him. Chad's response, JJ is at a 2. On August 10th of 2019, Chad messaged Lori. JJ was getting close. Says, when I was sitting across from him eating bacon, I sensed he was barely attached to his body. On August 10th again, Lori had asked, please check JJ. Chad's response, or then Lori further pushes, is he at 0 yet? Chad's response, yes, he's at 0. If Chad labels someone dark or a zombie, the body has to die. Chad determines the death percentage. When the death percentage hits 0, that person's been marked for death. On September 23rd of 2019, you heard how there was location data associated with Alex Cox looked at. And before that, you'd heard from Melanie Gibb and David Warwick about how they were visiting Lori. They'd come up for an event and they were staying at Lori's house. You heard from them, from Melanie Gibb in particular, that there was an incident where Chad took JJ upstairs. And when Chad came down, he had scratches on his neck, that being Chad had scratches. And when asked what happened, he basically said JJ had freaked out. On September 22nd of 2019, you heard from Melanie Gibb and David Warwick how they saw Alex come in carrying JJ. JJ's head was on Alex's shoulder. They assumed he was asleep. David Warwick thought it was a sweet moment. In the early morning hours of September 23rd, you heard from Melanie Gibb how something had startled David. He'd had a panic attack, a bad dream, something. She called Chad, no answer. She tried to get a hold of Lori, no answer. She tried Lori's door, and it was locked. The next morning, you heard from David Warwick that he asked where JJ was. On the morning of September 23rd, said, I wanted to say goodbye to JJ before I left. They described Lori as appearing somewhat nervous, starting to talk fast, and she explained how JJ was dark. JJ was now a zombie. JJ had gotten on the cabinets. He was knocking over pictures of Christ. And so he wasn't there, and she wasn't going to go get him. Melanie and David never saw JJ again. On September 23rd, later that morning, Chad places a call to Alex. And what does Alex do when Chad calls him? He heads up to Chad's property. And what do we then know? Alex's device is at Chad's property with some data points there showing at 9:56 a.m. and 10:02 a.m.
Oh, thank goodness.
We know where JJ.
On the record on KCR 20, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell, the court's called this hearing due to a jury question the court received. The jurors identified a missing instruction, and I've discussed that with counsel. The court has now drafted a proposed new instruction. A few things I'll note, looking at the case law in the case, I'm citing a case Crawford versus State, and that's 160 Idaho 586 that indicates if a jury with its note indicates that there's any kind of a defect or gap in the instructions, then the trial court has the duty to give such additional instructions on the law as are reasonably necessary to alleviate the jury's doubt or confusion. I'll also note that Idaho Criminal Rule 30C states that the court may further instruct the jury after deliberations have begun, either in writing or explain the instructions in open court, and further instruction or explanation must be made part of the record. So we are going to put that on the record. In addition, Idaho Code 192204 allows for the jury to return after they've retired for deliberation to address a question such as the one that's been posed here by the jury foreperson. So in order to address the question, then I'll note on the record, I've advised counsel and shown them the question the court received. I'm going to have the jurors return an instruction relating to the elements as they relate to count 6 of the amended indictment. So beginning with the state then, has the state had an opportunity to review the instruction number 42?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any objection to the court reading that instruction to the jurors at this time?
No objection.
Has the defense been able to review instruction number 42?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is there any objection from the defense to the court reading the instruction at this time?
There is no objection to the court reading the instruction at this time.
Okay, thank you, counsel. We'll have the jurors return then, and that will include the alternate jurors as well. The court will go through the reading of instruction 42, and one additional original copy of the instruction will be provided to the jurors with their instruction packet, along with courtesy copies they'll have of this new instruction. So, Mr. Bailiff, if you would please have the jurors return to the courtroom at this time.
All right, please. Here's our for your honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The court received a jury question from the presiding juror, and the question states as follows, quote, Judge Boyce, as to count 6, is there an instruction listing the elements? The court went back and reviewed the instructions you were provided, and despite best efforts to give you all the necessary instructions, in fact, you were not provided an instruction as you've requested and should have been. So for that reason, the court now is giving you one additional instruction that you may consider in your deliberations, and that is now instruction number 42. So the court will now read through instruction number 42, and after it's been read through, you'll be able to continue with your deliberations. So jury instruction number 42 reads as follows. In order for the defendant to be guilty of first-degree murder as alleged in count 6 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1, On October 2019, 2, in the state of Idaho. 3, the defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, engaged in conduct or did aid, abet, advise, or procure another to engage in conduct which caused the death of Tammy Daybell. 4, with malice aforethought. And 5, the murder was a willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing. Premeditation means to consider beforehand whether to kill or not to kill, and then to decide to kill. There does not have to be any appreciable period of time during which the decision to kill was considered, as long as it was reflected upon before the decision was made. A mere unconsidered and rash impulse, even though it includes an intent to kill, is not premeditation. Aiding and abetting is defined. Of each defendant in the crime must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements 1 through 4 above, or failed to prove any of the circumstances listed in element 5, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that elements 1 through 4 above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and you unanimously agree that the state has proven any of the above circumstances under element 5 beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that the state has failed to prove any of the above, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that all of the above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. So that concludes reading of jury instruction number 42. The court will have you include that in your deliberations, and that original instruction will go back with you to the jury room for your deliberations. Thank you for your patience in addressing this matter, and thank you for the question to address that as well. All please rise for the jury then. All right, thank you. We're in recess.
Judge, is it still the court's position 30 minutes within notification?
I think so, Mr. Pryor. I think that helps us keep things moving if we have any other questions or a verdict.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, the fact that we have a question on charge number 6, which is conspiracy to commit murder, is a good sign, because to me that says they've already resolved on charges 1 through 5, and so that would be, we are almost there. We've got, the court is in recess, so let me take a quick look back. I thought he was saying jury notice or verdict notice in 30 minutes. Maybe it's a 30-minute break. Let's go listen again to what Pryor asked. Yep.
Of or failed to prove any of the circumstances listed in reading of jury instruction number 42. The court will have you include that in your deliberations, and that original instruction will go back with you to the jury room for your deliberations. Thank you for your patience in addressing this matter, and thank you for the question to address that as well. All please rise for the jury then.
I'll note that Pryor, that color of suit does not do a thing for him. It just makes him look old and washed out.
All right, thank you. We're in recess.
Judges, it's still the court's position 30 minutes within notification.
I think so, Mr. Pryor. I think that helps
Thank you, Your
us
Honor.
keep things moving if we have any other questions or a verdict.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, so 30 minutes notice if there's a question. Wow, I hope there's no more questions if it halts things 30 minutes each time. He didn't say if it's a lunch, but it says court is in recess. Let me take a quick look and see. I think that's put up by the court and not by the content creator, but let me just take a quick look at Court TV and see. Oh, Brian Koberger is currently having a hearing. Maybe we'll switch to that. Let's check really quick. Check another stream to see if we've got a verdict clock going. We don't. Okay, let's go over and take a look at the Koberger hearing. That started about 13 minutes ago, give or take. I can find Koberger. It was Court TV, I believe. Yeah, I'm not finding it. Let's see if it's over on Law and Crime Trials. Nope. Let's look in Law and Crime Network and see if they've got a parallel stream. Yes, here we go. Oops.
Based on your review of that, am I correct in believing that the Red Star surveillance video was collected and given to Moscow Police Department?
It reads that way, yes, ma'am.
Where is it?
I do not know.
Who do I ask where it is?
That would be through the evidence custodian and MPD. That'd be my best direction for you.
So I need to go to the evidence custodian and ask him to bring all of the videos out so I can watch them all to see if that one exists?
Yes, ma'am.
How many hours of videotape do you think have been collected?
A lot.
Thousands?
Yes, easily.
Detective Payne, I want to look at Defendant's Exhibit SS now. put our away. I think we might go back there in just a minute. But SS, if I can draw your attention to paragraph 1. Would I be correct in believing that I should be able to have a videotape from a place called Monday's Machine?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's Monday's Machine?
I don't know where Monday's Machine is, ma'am. Does not sound familiar to me.
Can you see the address that's also listed in paragraph 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that help you know where Monday's Machine might be?
It'd be south of Moscow city limits if memory serves, but that's the best I can recall.
You don't know where this particular numbered address on South Main might be?
No, ma'am.
Well, let's go back to, let me ask you this. Who do I ask where that video is?
Restate what I did before is go through the Evans custodian and Moscow PD.
Let's go back to RR for a minute. And if you can turn with me to page 4. I'll draw your attention to paragraph number 21, particularly subparts B, C, D, and G. Do you see where I'm talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
And there, we're talking about 4 different businesses all within the city of Moscow. Is that right?
That is correct.
And those are on Main Street in Moscow. Is that also right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And if I read the first sentence in that paragraph, am I correct in believing that Moscow Police Department should be in possession of all of those videos?
It reads that way. Yes, ma'am.
Where are they?
I would have to direct you to the video that have been turned into the evidence lab at Moscow PD.
I want to talk a little bit. I'm going to move from videos now, and I want to talk a little bit about affidavits and search warrants that you wrote.
Can I ask a question? You're not asking to admit these exhibits?
You know, Your Honor, I haven't.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I haven't. The court has those in a pre-filing to put the court and counsel on notice of things we talk about. I'm not going to ask that these be admitted this way. Detective Payne didn't write them, but he's familiar with the content. So I think I had your questions answered. Thank you. Let's talk about affidavits and search warrants for a minute. Did you author affidavits in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you use affidavits you authored in support of search warrants to obtain information that you wanted to take a look at?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you author the affidavit that was used for the arrest warrant for Brian Koberger?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you rely on when you wrote these affidavits?
Be more specific.
Yes, let's focus on the affidavit for the AT&T records. There were 2 search warrants on December 23rd, 2022. Are you with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's talk about those search warrants and the affidavit. First, the affidavit. What did you rely on in the affidavit you wrote for the first AT&T search warrant on December 23rd, 2022?
It was a conglomerate of interviews, data received from cell phones, my observations of some surveillance footage that was taking place, various other things. Go down the line. If you could be more specific on specific parts, I'd be happy to tell you what I'd like.
Okay. There was a part of the affidavit where you talked about WSU officers identifying white Elantras.
Yes, ma'am.
And there was a part of the affidavit where you talked about the 2011 to 2013 Elantras and then it expanded to 2016 to include the year of 2016 illegal entrance.
Yes, ma'am.
What I want to know first is what you relied on to expand that search from 2013 to include 14, 15, and 16.
That information was provided to FBI Special Agent Imel, who's a vehicle identification specialist. He used snapshots from the previously mentioned surveillance videos, and that was his determination on the types of vehicles we should be looking for, rather the year range we should look for. It would be in his report, we'd be more specific, but that was what I based the affidavit off of, that portion of it.
I understand as far as when we get to 2013, but when we go beyond that, what did you rely on to get beyond that?
It would have been his input as an expert in vehicle identification. That's what we relied on.
Part of your affidavit talks about WSU officers finding white elontrans. And I believe there was an officer that you had some communication with. Do you recall the date you had that communication?
I do not recall the date.
Did you have some messaging system exchange with this officer to talk about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the only means of communication you had with this officer?
No, ma'am. I believe I spoke to him on the telephone as well.
When you spoke to him on the telephone, how did that relate to the date of the messaging?
It would have likely been, if memory serves, it would likely been that same day.
Okay. Does December 20th, 2022 sound familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And so this conversation, this officer's to when he noticed an Elantra, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
But when he noticed it, you didn't know about that yet. Is that also correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so you don't know about him or talk to him until December 20th, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In your affidavits, did you rely on cell phone information and cell phone location information?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you work with cell phone records yourself?
No, ma'am.
Did you see cell phone records yourself?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
When was the first time you saw cell phone records that were attributed to Brian Koberger?
I do not remember what date that was.
Well, maybe you can give me an estimate. We know on the 20th, you're talking to WSU about an observation from a month before. And we know on December 23rd, you're asking for AT&T warrants for information.
That's a yes. You can, I just want to get the record. Yes?
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
So between those 2 days, does that help you identify the first time you saw cell phone records related to Brian Koberger?
Memory serves, the first time I saw any cell phone records related to Brian Koberger was after we received the return from the first search warrant.
Just to be sure I'm tracking with you, when you say the return from the first search warrant, we're talking about the first AT&T warrant.
Yes,
Is that right?
That's correct.
And in that warrant, you were seeking 48 hours worth of records, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if I call those the 48-hour records, we'll both be on the same page?
Yep.
All right. You wrote your second AT&T warrant for a much longer period of phone records that same day, December 23rd, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
How far ahead of that warrant did you see the records?
It would have been upon the receipt of the 48-hour records that came in from AT&T. Immediately after receiving those, I began writing that second section of the second AT&T warrant for the longer period. That makes sense.
It does. So you get these records and you take a look at them and you start writing your warrant. Is that right?
The records were provided to FBI Special Agent Balance, who began deciphering them. I'm not an expert in cell phone records.
That was the next thing I was going to ask you.
So, no, ma'am, I'm not. So he was the one who was conveying that information to me, so I could understand what it was.
So do you get the records and then get them to him somehow?
Yes, ma'am.
The records do they go directly to Balanced?
I do not recall what the distribution was on the return itself. I do not recall that.
Are you and Balance exchanging emails about these records?
No, ma'am. Not that I remember.
How did you get them to them?
We were co-located. At the time, Detective Balance was at the Moscow Police Department about 30 feet down the hallway.
Are the two of you exchanging text messaging during this time?
I do not remember if you texted during that time.
I may have a record that would refresh your memory. I'm certainly not seeking to have these admitted, but I'd like to hand him some records to see if we can refresh his memory. Do you recognize what's been placed in front of you?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay. Does reading the content of some December 23rd messages refresh your recollection about participating in text messages with Nicholas Balance?
It really does not, ma'am.
Will you look at, there's 3 separate stapled documents. Will you move that one and go to the next one?
Still on December 23rd?
Yeah.
I do vaguely remember that exchange, the one at the top of this second.
Is that the one that starts with you identifying yourself?
No, ma'am, it starts with the message says, group text for this weekend, Maria, Nick, Ed, Brett, and Darren.
You look at that third one.
Seems vaguely familiar.
Okay. So just so I'm clear then, Nick Balance is at Moscow Police Department when you're getting, on December 23rd, when you're getting these 2 warrants. Is that right?
If memory serves, that's correct.
Okay. Well, you told me that you're not the guy who understands how to interpret these records. Do you know anything about cell phone towers?
Very little, ma'am.
Okay. So when you wrote this second AT&T warrant, you have possession of Brian Koberger's call detail records or AT&T records, but you don't know what they mean, so you're relying on somebody else.
Yes, ma'am.
Who all did you rely on?
Mainly it was Special Agent Balance. He was my main point of contact for understanding what was going on.
Okay. In fact, in your affidavit for the second AT&T report, there's a couple of maps in there. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And one of them has some video camera information. That's the first map. Where did that come from?
I do not recall. If you have a copy of it, I can refresh my memory and tell you that.
I bet I do. I have what we've marked defendants B.
Are you referring to there's 2 maps, the WSU focused map you're referring to? It's completely washed out on this copy. I can't even see what it is.
It's hard to see, isn't it? What I want to know is what you relied on to get that first one that talks about WSU and the cameras of WSU. Where'd you get that?
Yes, ma'am. So Special Agent Rob Hilley with the FBI was also co-located with us. He was tasked with analyzing that video from WSU and the surrounding area. So it was a conversation between he and I, pointing out areas of locations where the car was likely seen on surveillance footage. And that's what I relied upon to create that map.
So you created that map how?
through PowerPoint, I believe, ma'am, memory serves.
You saved your work on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go to the next map. That one would appear to be a trail or a path from south of Moscow back towards Lewiston or back towards Paul. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get that map?
Same thing. It was just created using open source satellite imagery, and I think it was PowerPoint.
Did you create that?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get the information to draw that trail?
So that was used from the cell phone records referred to me by Special Agent Balance on his interpretation of possible places where someone could have driven between the location that it starts there and then back to Pullman.
So you did this on some open source mapping, not anything from Nick Balance creating a visual for you?
No, ma'am. I did view a draft report from Special Agent Balance to help me conceptualize this, but it did not look like this map.
Where's that draft report?
It is, best of my knowledge, it's already been provided to the prosecutor's office through the FBI channels.
Is this the lengthy past draft report or is it a different draft report?
Well, it would have to be the draft cast report. That's the only cast report I'm aware of from Special Agent Balance.
So on December 23rd, are you saying you looked at this past draft report to make that map that went into your affidavit to get the second set of records?
Yes, ma'am.
The one that was given to us in July of last year?
I don't know when you got it.
How many versions of that cast draft report have you seen?
I've only seen that one, ma'am. That's the only one I'm aware of.
All right. And from the FBI, we have Agent Balance and Agent Hilly at Moscow Police Department with you. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And all of this work is done with verbal communication, is that right?
The majority of it, yes, ma'am.
And Nick Balance's cast draft report.
Correct.
And I think Special Agent Imel's vehicle identification.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's talk about what you were seeking to get in this. Well, let me ask this before I leave the second search warrant. Is there anything else you relied on to obtain that second search warrant to compose your affidavit?
Like I said earlier, we relied on cell phone records from surviving roommates as well as the victims. We relied on interviews with the two surviving roommates that were present at the time. We relied on the surveillance footage, cell phone data. I'd have to go paragraph by paragraph, but that's what jumps to mind.
Of those things, are you relying on other people's work to put that all together?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now I'm ready to talk about the things that same day as the first one. And was there anything else from AT&T that you saw or relied on to get the second one off the ground?
No, ma'am.
And in the first AT&T search warrant, are you aware that part of the request was for timing advance reports?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, that also appears in your second search warrant request, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And not only do you ask for the timing advance reports from AT&T, you asked for them from several other companies, correct? Verizon's version of it, T-Mobile's version of this kind of timing advance report. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When was the first time you saw AT&T's timing advance report?
I do not recall when I first saw them.
Where is it?
To the best of my knowledge, all of that information from those returns has been provided to the prosecutor's office.
If I tell you I don't have a timing advance report or any from the other phone companies, where do I look for them?
I would direct you back to the prosecutor's office. Everything that Moscow PD received, in that realm, we have turned over to my knowledge.
But you know you've seen this report, is that right?
I do not recall if I've seen the timing advance reports. I'd have to see what it even looked like to know if I'd seen it.
Do you know what it is?
Not particularly. I'm no expert.
Okay, You wrote the search warrant though, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, how did you get the language for that if you don't know what this is?
So there's no secret that I rely heavily on people who are very highly educated in these topic areas to write this search warrant. So that language was likely conveyed to me through people who know much more than myself about cell phone data.
Who are those people?
Like I said, FBI agent Balance and Detective Mowry were probably my two main points of contact for helping me with that language.
During the course of your investigation and work on the case that became the case that we're here for now, did you communicate with Agent Balance by email?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you communicate with other FBI agents by email?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that relate to the investigation of the scene and later the investigation of Brian Koberger?
Certainly, yes, ma'am.
Were those communications that assisted you in preparing affidavits and search warrants to carry out your duties in the case?
I do not recall.
But you recall the emails themselves?
I recall sending emails to FBI agents, yes, but specifics though.
And receiving them?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are those emails now?
All emails that Moscow PD is aware of have been turned over to the prosecutor's office.
Your Honor, if I could have just a minute?
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for now, but I think you have a couple of exhibits on that front end. If you don't need them for us, maybe I'll take them back.
Well, hold on. Do you have any questions?
Yes, I'll.
Yes. Okay, I thought you were just stepping off, so. Jenny?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Morning.
Good morning.
Your knowledge, has all the evidence in Moscow Police Department's possession been turned over to the state for us to discover?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you facilitated the defense visiting MPD to review the physical evidence in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how many times have you done that?
I had to guess, I'd say 6.
Now, let's talk specifically about this video surveillance. Explain to me the process for collecting video surveillance.
So in this investigation, the way that played out was we directed the investigators to go into the community and collect any available surveillance footage there was. Once they had done that, they were tasked with bringing it back to Moscow Police Department, placing it in the digital forensics lab, and then writing a supplemental report on where they collected that information. That was the process.
Do you know how many agencies helped in this video canvassing?
Certainly the FBI and the Idaho State Police. I'm not sure if any other agencies helped. I don't know.
Do you know approximately how many agents were out collecting video?
Easily over a dozen. I don't know the specific number, but
Isn't it true that investigators collected video surveillance from approximately 79 businesses
yes, ma'am.
and approximately 10 residences? So let's talk about the areas that Ms. Taylor mentioned. Isn't it true that there's other surveillance video capturing the Moscow Pullman Highway, specifically on the way to Pullman?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it true we've turned over video for banks
Yes,
on
ma'am.
that highway? Is it true we've turned over surveillance for stores on that highway?
Yes,
Is it true we've turned over video for gas stations?
yes,
Now let's talk about the Troy highway towards Troy. Is it true we've turned over surveillance video for fast food restaurants,
yes,
gas stations?
yes,
And now US 95 towards Coeur d'Alene. Is it true we've turned over surveillance video for hardware stores,
yes,
gas stations?
yes,
Now, what about US 95 towards Lewiston? Is it true we've turned over surveillance video for gas stations,
yes,
as well as apartments?
yes.
Now let's move to your PC affidavit. Can you explain to me what did the investigation look like during the time that you were writing that affidavit?
So as I said, the command center was established at the Moscow Police Department. The command center consisted of myself and numerous partners from the FBI and the Idaho State Police. We were all co-located there at Moscow. We also had individual sections assigned to do various tasks, collect video, conduct interviews, so on and so forth. The majority of those people were also co-located at the Moscow Police Department. So as the process for developing this affidavit began, those people would just come into the command center and relay information that was deemed to be critical or important. The reason for that was to shorten the chain of information to make sure that the folks, myself and my partners in the command post, got the clearest view of what the investigators on the ground were actually retrieving and learning as this went on. As they relay that to me, I input that into the affidavit.
And is that standard to rely on what other investigators tell you when you're applying for warrants?
Absolutely.
And is that what you did?
Yes, ma'am.
And is what you relied upon detailed in your probable cause affidavit?
Yes.
Now, talking about the timing advance records, are you aware that AT&T didn't provide timing advance records in December of 2022?
I do not remember.
Are you aware that they did not start providing those records until May of 2023?
Objection leading.
Cross-examination.
It is overruled. Go ahead.
I'll re-ask. Are you aware that AT&T did not start providing those records until May of 2023?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor?
Thanks. Let's start there. May of 2023. Do you have timing advance records now from May of 2023?
I would have to direct you to Detective Mallory to answer that question. Don't know.
Okay. Did you write a new warrant for them in May of 2023?
I do not recall.
If you included them in two separate warrants in December of 2022, but they didn't provide them, why would you do that?
It was the language that was suggested to me to write the affidavit. So
Language suggested by an FBI agent who's an expert in the field?
yes, ma'am.
Yes. And do you know if he saw the timing advance reports?
I do not know.
All right. Now, those first and second AT&T warrants were how many hours from receiving the return on the first one until the second one was given to Judge Marshall at 4:45?
I do not remember.
Not very many hours, though. Would that be fair?
Likely not.
I want to talk a little bit more about the video and what's been turned over and what hasn't been turned over to us. And I want to focus a little bit on South US 95. Do you recall that south of Moscow on US 95 is the path that you put in your search warrant and affidavit alleging that Brian Koberger left Moscow going south on US 95?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And are you aware that one of the videos that you gave us, the coffee shop there on South 95, that leaving Moscow, you have to pass that covers 5 a.m. to 6 a.m.?
I do not recall the time frame for that.
And so the time frame in these videos would matter, right?
Certainly.
The time frame in the videos to be meaningful would need to cover at the time that surrounds the allegations against Mr. Koberger. Is that fair to say?
You can say that, yes.
Okay. And are you aware that Watson Kari Construction had a video, and that also has a very limited time frame, like 5 a.m., just 1 hour of video also?
Sounds vaguely familiar, yes.
And that's also south on Highway 95, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the one we talked about today, Monday's machine that nobody could find, that clearly was given to Moscow Police Department, that's also south on 95.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I understand that you had a lot of help on canvassing and collecting things. There was a lot to do. But as the lead agent and the lead department, is there some kind of inventory of these videos, like a general inventory that would help me know what you have and why you don't have the relevant timeframes?
The inventory that would be most useful to you is the inventory of evidence that has been booked into the Moscow Police Department. That's the inventory.
And I did come see the evidence. That's fair. I did come see the evidence. We didn't watch videos together though, did we?
No, ma'am.
And would you agree that that evidence is on thumb drives with stickies on papers that tell us different things, but not like an inventory of what's on each thumb drive?
I am not aware of an inventory of each individual thumb drive.
Okay. So for us to do that together would take some days to inventory it all together. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's my best way to try to find this Monday's machine.
Sure.
And Watson Kari Construction.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's it. Thanks.
All right, Ms. Taylor, anything on the Jennings?
Oh, just one second. Thank you. I just want to clarify what's in your probable cause affidavit. Does your probable cause affidavit state that Koberger or White Elantra went on US 95 south of Moscow?
No, it's not.
Okay, what does it state?
Memory serves states that the next time, well, it states that a vehicle was seen leaving the area of the crime scene, on King Road, leaving via Walenta Drive, which heads south from that area, and then terminates on Conestoga and Moose River Drive. That's what the probable cause affidavit states.
And to your knowledge, are there other paths of travel south of Moscow besides US 95?
Yes.
And what's that other route?
I believe the one that was referenced in the affidavit goes from Moose River Drive, which turns into Sand Road at the state line, not the Idaho-Washington state line. That road continues westbound until south of Pullman and eventually leads north into Pullman at Bishop Boulevard, if memory serves.
And does that path of travel go by Watson Kari Construction?
I do not believe it does.
Did you attempt to obtain surveillance on that path of travel that doesn't go through 95?
Yes, we did.
And were you successful?
I don't believe we were.
I don't have anything further.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Are you testifying that Mr. Koberger did not use Highway 95 south of Moscow on November 13th?
I'm testifying that there are various routes that a person could take south of Moscow to include Highway 95. There are also several others.
Which one does your map depict?
I believe the map starts well south of Moscow, more towards Genesee, and there is the line that starts there. However, I'll direct you to the paragraph at the beginning of the map that says this is a possible route to travel between the two locations.
So you're just not sure?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That would include then Highway 95 south of Moscow.
Yes, ma'am.
And that would include other possible routes.
Yes, ma'am.
How many video surveillance attempts did you make to get video from businesses or homes on all of those routes?
I do not recall, but it continued for some time, attempting to find additional video.
What did you find?
Nothing to my recollection,
Not one video depicting the car.
to my memory, though.
Good enough, thanks.
All right. Thank you. Okay, great. Can this, Detective, Payne be this excused at this point?
He can be, thank you.
Okay, any objections? All right. Thank you, sir. Thanks for being here. You can, you're free to stay or leave.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we call Syray.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, sir. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and the penalty of perjury?
I do. Right. Thank you. So you go ahead and have a seat there, and then please state your name and spell your last.
Ray, R-A-Y.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Will you tell us what you do?
I have a handful of different jobs, but primarily for my role here, I do a lot of consulting, analysis, and evaluating geolocation data as it pertains to mobile devices.
Let's talk about how you got to that place where you provide consultation on devices and geolocation.
Okay.
What background led you to this job?
I started with a law enforcement background. I started my law enforcement career in 1995 in Arizona. Started working with the first set of cell phone records in that capacity in 97, late 1997. There wasn't a lot of training. Obviously, cell phone technology and the use of that in criminal investigations was very new and novel at that time. So most of my early training came directly from the carriers. If I was working a case with Verizon or AT&T, I would work directly with Verizon or AT&T engineers to understand the records, what they meant, how to map them, how to interpret it. In 2000, I started a very small police department in Arizona. In 2000, I transferred to a much larger police department in the Phoenix area. When I made that transition, I took more of an investigative role. I was previously a patrol officer. That investigative role, I started with a DEA task force where I worked with drug narcotic interdictions, and the primary role there was working with cell phone records. So I had some more training experience in that capacity. In 2001, late 2001, I left that position and I went into a full-time investigations position. I started with sex crimes and child crimes. Again, using cell phone records and attending what training was available. Again, most of that is from the carriers directly. About 2004, I moved out of sex crimes and child crimes into persons crimes or violent crimes. So any type of a dangerous or violent crime against a person. Continuing to work with cell phone records and attending what training I could. In 2008, I was promoted to sergeant, and I was immediately put into a homicide robbery sergeant's position, where I stayed until 2010. Around 2004, I started doing a lot of work with cell site simulators, and that is a piece of equipment that allows you to physically go out in the field and find a mobile device. In a very brief summary, it's the ability to create a fake cell tower that is mobile, it's in a vehicle. And if I can analyze your phone records and determine a rough area that you're at, I can put this mobile platform in that area. Your phone will register to it, and I can physically track the phones. It's in a courtroom, it's in a bedroom, wherever it may be. In 2007, our agency purchased that equipment. So prior to that, I was working with other agencies looking for devices using it. 2007, we purchased our own equipment. That purchase also prompted more training. There was a company, it's owned by Boeing. They came in and I had 80 hours at that point specific to cellular network engineering, how to go out and actually conduct these surveys to understand how a particular cell phone network works in a particular area, how to replicate how to create a cell site that looks legitimate in that area. I worked with that company for a number of years in doing that, hundreds of hours worth of back and forth working, actually going out in the field and doing this. In 2010, I had an opportunity to go to Afghanistan as an advisor, in charge of an undercover Afghan police team that targeted IED cells. And again, we would look at different types of technology that we could leverage in doing that. I came back in late 2010, early 2011, and went back to the police department. In 2012, our department created a position that this was a full-time position. Now that's all I did was track phones pretty much every day, using cell site simulators, using phone records, whatever technology we could leverage. Because of the lack of training that was available when I was a younger officer, in 2007, I started a training company. At the time, it was called Phoenix Training. And I created a training company to provide law enforcement training, specifically as it relates to cell phone records. I've been providing that training from 2007 up to about 2013 now. I was really frustrated with the lack of software and training available to law enforcement. Very complex and clunky, for lack of a better term. So I began researching and teaching myself how to do some basic computer programming, and I wrote a program that I could take phone records from any carrier in the United States, and I could put it in this program, and it would immediately map hundreds, if not thousands, of connections. It was pretty unique at the time. There just wasn't a lot of options out there that was doing the geolocation. There was a lot of analytics to who's calling who and how often they call that person. But specifically to put it on a map for detailed geolocation data, there was a big gap in the market. It worked. It worked really, really well. And at the time, because we were tracking phones in the field, it gave me this very unique opportunity where I could use a search warrant, get phone records, analyze the phone records, come up with a hypothesis that this phone is most likely Thursday at 2 a.m. going to be in this neighborhood, and then physically go to that location to recover the phone. And then I could evaluate, was I right? Was I wrong? Do I need to tweak something? Mid-2013, our agency was assisting a lot of other agencies because we had, for lack of a better term, we had progressed significantly on our ability to find phones. I had a lot of agencies asking me for a copy of my mapping program, and I was just about at 20 years at that point. I realized maybe it's time to go do something else. So in May of 2014, I retired from the police department and I started a company called ZETX, Z-E-T-X. And we offered a couple different things. So we had the mapping program that I just described. Obviously, when I'm running it on my laptop, it can be a little clunky. It doesn't have to be perfect. When we started business, we actually hired computer engineers to come in and take what I had written and scale it to a national platform. So we offered the mapping services, which was both real-time and historical. We took that original training class that I had built and we scaled it out. So we had a basic 40-hour that would just give you the nuts and bolts of how to look at phone records, what they need, what type of records to obtain. We also started a subject matter expert course. It was one of the first courses in the country where law enforcement could actually come in and become certified as subject matter experts in this field. Did some training courses as well that we created on drive testing. So the ability to go out and scan and monitor some of their networks. Because of those two features, my job duties changed dramatically, where I found myself consulting with law enforcement daily, sometimes multiple times in a day, on cases very similar to this case, where I would have a law enforcement agency that's using our product or has attended our training that would call me for some type of review or analysis. And I've lost count. It's thousands and thousands of cases. To put that in perspective for some just general numbers, I sold this company in 2021. At that time, around 2021, 2022, the system had mapped over 2 billion phone calls in the United States. We were seeing thousands of uploads a week. We had created this program in 2014 that if any law enforcement agency in the country called us because they had some type of crime, we would overnight them a drive test scanner, which gives them the ability to go out and do a forensic examination of cell tower networks. It was no cost. We ate all of the costs. So we paid for the scanners. Initially we paid for the shipping. And the idea there is we wanted to create a national tower database that would have just a collection of drive tests. I want to say we have over 3 million towers in that database today that have been scanned or measured in some capacity. I am unaware of any other database in the world like it. And we use that to feed the mapping platform to increase the accuracy of the mapping. Something that we did that was very unique with our company is we actually provided an estimated coverage area. So instead of just saying this phone connected to this cell site in the antenna points north, we would give the person doing the analysis a general idea of where that phone could possibly be within a radius. We were the only ones doing it when we did this. Since then, since 2014, more recently, since about 2020, pretty much the rest of the industry has adopted, if not the same standard, a very similar standard. So the company we were using to do the drive test data is a company by the name of Rohde, R-O-H-D-E, and Schwarz, S-C-H-W-A-R-Z. They're a German company out of Munich. They've adopted the way that we were doing some of the ranging. The FBI task team has adopted that, has actually brought that tower density is what is the general term for it, and it's now a feature in the CASBIS program. So through the years with training, I've probably been involved in training 30, maybe 35,000 law enforcement officers from around the country. We had about 650 law enforcement agencies within the United States. At some point, all of the federal agencies have used our products in their training, and I've done quite a bit of consulting internationally as well. Towards the end of that period, we started working more with Rohde and Schwarz. Rohde and Schwarz decided that they wanted to look at the ability to implement a cell site simulator in the United States. They had one for Europe. They were considering doing it for the United States. So they sent me their first one for the United States, and I worked with their engineers for about a year, testing it, reviewing it, improving it. So another several hundred. I've tried to figure out how many of these missions, if you will, of going out and finding a phone or looking at phone records, and it is literally thousands and thousands of hours at this point. I can't tell you specifically. That would be the background.
Sounds like your background is mostly in law enforcement, and then you moved into a specialty with cell phones, cell towers, drive testing, radio waves, all of that kind of thing.
That would be correct.
Through that and through the training of other officers to do this work and to use your program, have you testified as an expert in this field?
I have. If it's not 100 times, it's right there near it. Roughly 100 times in both state and federal.
And have you been qualified as an expert in state courts?
Yes.
In federal courts?
Yes.
How about Idaho?
Don't think I have in Idaho. I've consulted on a lot of cases in Idaho, but I don't think I've ever had testimony in Idaho.
That's your first time then?
I believe it is.
Generally, when you work, and I'm talking about when you've done your consulting work or worked with an agency to do what you do to review the records and to analyze the data, do you usually work with the defense?
This is the first time I've ever testified for it.
Fair to say you usually are a prosecution witness?
That is a very fair statement.
Well, here you are, and you're working with us in Mr. Koberger's case. What's your role in this case?
Trying to conduct an analysis of all of the geolocation data. At this point, still focused primarily on Mr. Koberger's device, ultimately all devices, but any geolocation data, which is the ability to look at a specific area, whatever range or size that might be at a specific time, and put some type of accuracy and reliability to a phone's travel. Maybe it's stagnant when it's moving, when it's not moving, when it's off, it's on, those type of things. But specifically as it relates to network, so the cellular network or a Wi-Fi network, I am not a forensic digital guy. I don't get into cell extractions. I'm not looking at the metadata on the phone. I'm looking at it very much as a network.
If I can make a rough distinction, you're not the person that's gonna tell me who they called and which Facebook groups they might be a part of. You're not gonna look at the data from the phone like the photographs, but you're gonna tell me the places this phone went and how it was used while it went somewhere.
Kind of. Let me clean that up a little bit. I will look first at where I believe the phone went, where it traveled, how it got there, how long it took, possible routes. And then to your point, I call it cooperative data. I'm then going to seek out all that data you just talked about to say, okay, well, we have these 3 photographs, we have this piece of surveillance video, we have these 4 receipts. I'm going to overlay it with my analysis so that I can corroborate the analysis accurate, or maybe we see activity associated with that person and the phone's not there. Does that person just not have the phone, or is part of our analysis wrong? Maybe surveillance details wrong. We don't know. So eventually I will get back to that data you're talking about, but I'm not the guy that's going to go out and extract that data.
Would it be fair to say that that's data that you would use in a final analysis as it comes in from other sources, that you're the go-to for me to understand how a phone works with a tower and how it moves between towers if the phone's in motion somewhere?
Yes, 100%.
You talked a little bit about drive test data or drive testing, and that being part of the company that you developed and part of the work that you've done. Is that helpful in understanding the ultimate picture?
Depending on the type of records we're dealing with, it can be very helpful. When we're looking at just basic call detail records, CDRs, a lot of times we're just getting connections to a particular cell site, and we can say a PSI of that cell site. Sometimes the frequencies that are used. Drive testing is really the only way to get a little bit more specific with where that phone may be. But more importantly, we can start to rule out areas we know it's not by drive testing. So just think of drive testing as a forensic evaluation of the actual cellular network in a particular area.
Fair enough. Are you familiar with AT&T records?
I am intimately familiar with AT&T records.
How long do you think you've been working with AT&T records?
28 years.
In our case that we're here on today, have you reviewed any AT&T records that relate to Mr. Koberger?
I have.
What have you reviewed?
What AT&T refers to as their regular CDRs, which is a report AU as an atom union. I have identified the report CT as in Charles Tom, which is the subscriber information. There's a really weird name called Locabor, which is AT&T's attempt to estimate general locations using latitude and longitude. I don't want to say GPS because it is different than GPS. I believe I've looked at some ping data from December. For the most part, that's what I've reviewed so far.
Have you looked at 2 separate AT&T warrant returns from December 23rd, 2022?
I have.
In your experience with working with AT&T records, is it common or uncommon to have 2 warrants, one that relies on the content of the first and the same day?
To see a small time period that produces results that would increase the desire, the need for a bigger time period of records. Seeing that entire process happen twice in the same day is extremely rare.
Well, the first AT&T record, we called it today the 48-hour AT&T record of Brian's call detail record. If you were to take that and do an analysis on a call detail record, how long would that be?
Depends on the analysis. So I'll qualify that answer with looking at what was put into the second warrant that shows us at least parts of that analysis to include a route that was identified. To do it reliably and feel comfortable that I'm accurate, least 3 hours, and that's if you know what you're doing and you have all the tools at your disposal. Arguably, you could spend half a day or more doing that very easily.
To do that, do you just take these records, printed copy, and know what's on there, or do you have to do something with those records?
You would have to use some type of a mapping platform software, and you would take the digital copy, which is typically a text file. You would import it into that program, which would then map everything. But if I'm going to use those results, search warrant affidavit, for example, there's a process that I'm going to go through to confirm the accuracy. Because in theory, if I'm wrong, the entire linchpin of that case is now hinged on this affidavit that I wrote. So before I commit to swearing out to an affidavit, hey, this is what the phone is doing, X, Y, and Z, there's a further process of just mapping it to validate it. In this case, there's a lot of time distance measurements that need to be performed that can be extremely time consuming. There's some ulterior issues that come up with how that phone is interacting with other cell sites that needs to be analyzed. Again, saying that a very qualified, competent investigator spending half a day just coming up with that basic summary is very reasonable.
In that half a day, you would put that record into a computer program and a map would be produced?
Correct.
What other information besides that call detail record would you need to do this analysis?
In this case, I would want the call detail records. I would want the locabor, LOCABR. And I would want the regional cell tower list from AT&T.
Does AT&T generally provide that regional cell tower list inside of its record that it produces pursuant to the search warrant?
No, I would actually say by policy, they do not. It's a very large file that typically direct users of where they can go online and download.
And have you looked at this record, the 48-hour AT&T search warrant record, the return on that?
I have.
Did that include the regional tower list?
It did not.
Okay. So if you are doing this analysis, you put CDR records into a computer program, you put a regional tower list into the computer program, what does it produce?
The CDRs would show me cell sites that the phone connected to. In this case, even within 48 hours, there's hundreds of those cell sites. So it would take a while to really look at that. The regional cell site list would show me the cell towers that the phone's not interacting with, which can be just as important.
Does it spit out product to you, or does it create something that you can reference to write your next warrant?
Depending on which mapping platform you're using, they all create some type of a map that the person doing the analysis on can interact with, and they can change things, they can save things, they can create work product. Depending on that platform, that's saved in different types of maps, but yes, all of them would have some type of a mapping platform.
Okay. Would that be consistent with this tasked draft that we heard about earlier?
It's my opinion that Corporal Payne probably is misusing some terms there. I don't see any possibility of the FBI CAS team producing a CAS draft report on the 23rd. I think he's probably mistaken that he saw some type of CAS work product, which would be this map, before they export all those results into a report. So I believe that he probably saw some mapping through a mapping platform. It would really surprise me if there was a physical report. It would be completely out of character.
In that first AT&T report, did you, or request search warrant and affidavit, did you see the request for advanced timing reports?
I did. It's in both search warrants.
Did you get a copy of that in either return?
I have not seen any timing data in this case.
In December of 2022, did AT&T have this advanced timing report?
They absolutely did.
Was it something that they could produce?
It absolutely was.
And in May of 2023, how's it different to that May of 2023?
Prior to May of 2023, only certain agencies were receiving this timing report, the FBI being one of them. What was referenced earlier about the May 23 date, that is when AT&T started offering the same type of reports. It's a little different, but it's the basic timing report to the state and local law enforcement as well. But prior to that date, state and local law enforcement would have to leverage these reports through federal agencies that had access to them.
Let's talk about the return on the second AT&T warrant. Did that have the tower list, the regional tower list in it?
It did not.
Did it have call detail records?
It did.
What time span?
I believe it's from June 23rd of 2022. The historical was as of the date of December 23rd.
Sweet, salty, crunchy. This flips everything.
Very first of January.
What's a real time pin?
So the second search warrant asked for a current date, which was December 23rd. The second piece that was asked for is real-time data from the network, which is commonly referred to as a pin register or trap and trace. And it's the ability of law enforcement to monitor network connections in real time. So as that phone connects to the network for certain reasons, I can see those connections. It's not a wiretap. I can't hear anything. I can't see content, but I can tell the phone is connected to a particular cell tower. There's also what's referred to as ping data, and that's going to be AT&T's estimation of where the phone is at, and that's provided by latitude and longitude, and that comes in every 15 minutes.
What is the purpose of one of those devices?
I should probably clarify. The third thing was the authorization for a cell site simulator. So it was a combination of all of these. Just as a matter of policy, and I think pretty much every law enforcement agency in the world has adopted this if they can. To use the cell site simulator, you want to see a real-time feed of the phone. Otherwise, you're driving in circles where the phone may not be. So it gives law enforcement the ability to have a general understanding of where a phone is operating or functioning. And then I can use the cell site simulator to do it. There's a number of reasons an agency might do this. This search warrant actually says they were requesting these because they were trying to locate where Mr. Koberger was.
Going to the understanding what's happening right now, is that used so that you don't just know where the phone was 5 minutes ago, but you know where it is right now?
Within a time period, it's not a perfect system. There is a little bit of a delay and the information comes in intermittently. So it's not a real-time feed of giving constant evaluation of where that phone is. But if you know what you're looking at and you've done it long enough, you can get a pretty good idea.
I heard you say that this is to try to find out where Mr. Koberger is. In the information that supported this warrant, didn't they already know where Mr. Koberger was?
I reviewed a lot of documents that clearly state not only did they know where he was, they had a surveillance team with eyes on. So yes, it would be unusual for an agency to request this type of equipment. And I need to qualify that. This truck driving around is about $1 million. It's not something you just park in the garage at night. It's a very expensive resource. It's a very technical resource that requires a lot of training and skill to use properly. So typically when it's used, it is used for, hey, we don't know where this person is at and we need to find them. And to be very honest, I don't have an issue with that part. I've used it 1,000 times. It's a good tool. It's a great tool. However, if I know where a subject is and I'm physically watching him, it's probably disingenuous for me to get a search warrant justifying it that I need to find him.
Makes sense. Thank you. I want to switch gears and talk about the CAST-BIZ program. Okay. Are you familiar with the CAST-BIZ program?
I am.
Why?
I've worked with a lot of agencies that have used it and accessed it. So I've worked on cases where we've used different mapping platforms to do kind of a compare and contrast as a peer review. So they would create a work product, we would create a work product, and we would check each other's work. Because at the end of the day, we're just looking for the accuracy. We want to see if there's any errors in that. I would say I probably have worked with the CASVIZ reports several dozen times, maybe as many as 50. I'm aware of some of the updates they've made. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm aware that they have added a feature that you can now input tower density, so you can create these estimated ranges, if you will. And I'm very familiar with the basic settings that you have. Certain controls you can do, like time zone. What time zone am I going to have it? Am I going to use the coverage density? Am I going to save my work? Am I going to just exit the program? I physically have seen those features a number of times.
As it relates to this particular case, have you had a chance to look at any exhibits prepared by Detective Mallory using the CASVIZ program?
Yes, but I should clarify. One of them I'm pretty familiar with. I believe it's State Exhibit 48 that was used for the grand jury. The others I had never seen until I believe it was last week. So I'm probably gonna have to look at those if you're gonna ask me questions on those. But State's 48, I'm not pretty.
I want to ask you a question about that. I'll ask you some other questions about the records we received last week. I'm going to have you handed what was admitted last week as States R, just my copy of it so that we know what we're talking about here.
Okay.
I'm curious about what was needed to go into CASVIZ to create that.
So when I open the CASVIZ program, I have to input what I'm going to refer to as source data. So let me define source data is any data that is in electronic format, typically a text file, that the CASVIZ program is going to link to this mapping session and use that source data to create the images we're seeing. I can tell you right off the bat, without a doubt, this one is linked to two different source data. One is going to be a set of CDR records, so the regular AT&T CDRs. And then this particular exhibit would require the regional AT&T tower list, which is a text file that contains all of the cell site locations, most likely the Western Washington, Idaho, and Eastern Washington, Idaho, and Western Montana is typically that region. But there's no way this map was created without the AT&T tower list. It's physically impossible.
Is the AT&T tower list, was that contained in the call detail records that were obtained by search warrants relating to Mr. Koberger?
It was not.
All right. And in the CASVIZ program, when you input the CDR call detail records and you input the tower list, does that program create any type of log?
It does, and I want to make the record really clear on what I'm testifying to, because it can get kind of confusing when we start talking about different versions. The CASVIZ program offers two styles of mapping. I can just default to a normal size, what they're going to refer to as a wedge shape, which is representing the sector the device connected to. If I was doing that, all I need is the AT&T records, because the AT&T CDRs actually have the tower information that's required for that mapping. As soon as I change that feature, though, to add coverage areas, the estimated coverage areas, and now these little wedge shapes or these sectors are all different sizes, the CAS program has to be linked to a tower list that has location of all of those towers. That's the only way the program knows how to size the cell sites. So I just want to clarify, if I'm mapping the CDRs without coverage areas, all I need is the CDRs. If I'm mapping the coverage areas in the CASVIZ program, I have to have a tower list. This one, I can see three different sectors. Two of them, if anybody sees this exhibit, just to make the record really clear, they're really hard to see. One of them is just under the N as in Nora, under the word Pullman. The other one is right by the L in Pullman. But they're different sizes. And that tells me right off the bat that the AT&T tower list is used.
And why are they different sizes? Mind me again, please.
Cell tower density, we see a great big sector right in the middle of this map, and I'm not familiar with the area here. It's basically south of Pullman and south of Moscow, kind of out in the middle of nowhere. Not a lot of cell towers out there, so one tower covers a very large area. Then the other two are going to be in Pullman. It's kind of hard to see on this map, but I believe they are going to be ones that are on Washington State University campus. A lot more cell towers, the coverage is much smaller. So it's just a way to look at tower density to kind of estimate how far certain towers may connect to a phone where others may have a very short range.
And is it based on that difference in towers that causes you to know that a certain type of tower report was used?
Yeah, it is a basic algorithm that uses tower density, and the only way to determine tower density is to have a list that has all of the towers, not just the ones that were used by the cell phone.
Okay. Do we have the list of the tower list that was used by Detective Mallory in developing that exhibit?
Detective Mallory stated he did not use a tower list to create this exhibit, so no, but I'm not sure how to answer that other than I haven't seen one.
Should it be there?
It is physically impossible to create this map without it.
If you had the logs from the CASBIZ program, would that give you more information about what was used?
It would. We would need the CASBIZ program as well. The logs are saving certain settings, and it's a JSON format, which is just a software language. We could load that JSON file into the CASBIZ program, and for the most part, we could replicate exactly what was done.
If I understand that, to turn it around, in order to replicate that and to see what was done, you would need a CASBIZ program. Is that right?
Correct, and preferably the same version that was used.
And you need a JSON file that was made by Detective Mallory. Is that right?
Correct, and depending on where this software program is, we would probably need the source data again because it may not be automatically linked. Anybody who did PowerPoint 10 years ago, you make a PowerPoint on one computer, you save it on a thumb drive, you go to a different computer, all the links are broken. It could create a situation like that. So you would probably need the original source data as well, just to be sure.
What's the original source data?
In this case, it would be the AT&T CDRs and the cell tower, the regional cell tower list.
From that,
we would need the exact AT&T tower list that Mallory used but didn't use, which makes it really difficult because AT&T updates these on a fairly regular basis. If he used a November list and I use an April list, the results could be different.
okay. Why would the results be different?
Given the rural area, 2 or 3 months, I don't think you're going to see much of a change, but it's always possible. So if we're talking about recreating this exhibit exactly the way it was, we would need not just the regional tower list, we would need to know which version of the regional tower list to use.
Is that generally why people in your field save their work?
We're talking best practices 101 forensic, not showing the source data that I use to create an exhibit. It happens, but for the most part, it's not perfect, especially somebody who is a subject matter expert in digital forensics. I won't say I haven't seen it, but it is rare.
Thank you. Let's move on and talk about the CAST draft. Let's have you.
I'm sorry, Ms. Taylor. The CAST report.
Draft.
Can I ask how much longer on this? Because we're 90 minutes. I need to give the court order break. But if you're going to finish, in 5 or 10 minutes, that's probably fine.
Your Honor, I would say we probably have 15 or 20 minutes or so if the court wants to do a break, we can, or
Yeah, let's take a recess. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Relax.
Okay, I don't know about you, but this hearing is a major yawner in my opinion. It's like I think I'd rather just have what the ruling is anyway. Let me take a look. Verdict watch is about 5 hours, 25 minutes. We had a numerologist on Twitter saying 5 hours and 55 minutes. So if that's the case, it would be in 30 minutes. We'll see. In the Trump trial, apparently the judge didn't bother giving the jurors written jury instructions, and so they're struggling. Somebody commented that not giving them any instructions could be reversible error. I don't think the judge is really that concerned because this trial is politically motivated. The prosecutor ran for office with the agenda of getting Trump. And so obviously he got elected, and this is purely politically motivated, being that it was the guy's main plank in his platform for running. And, I don't think the judge cares a bit if it's reversed as long as it's after election day. We shall see. Anyway, I've been slow to respond in some cases because I'm constantly trolling over on Twitter to see what the latest is on any developments. And so I'm a huge science fiction nerd, and when I was young, I loved the book Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and anybody who is a fan of that will know that the answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything is 42, and that's how many jury instructions the jury now has in the case. So yeah, if that's the case, we should be getting a verdict because the jury has the answer. So let's go back to look at the the closing arguments.
With some data points there showing at 9:56 a.m.
Profiling Evil zoomed in on Chad so we can see his reactions. He's doing a lot of eye rolls, a lot of shaking his head when he disagrees, mouthing things occasionally. He seems to be a lot more fidgety throughout this. And Pryor, we don't get to see, but Pryor was looking rather deflated is how he looked to me. He just did not look very happy at all. So here we go. Let's listen to the wonderful Lindsay Blake some more.
And 10:02 a.m.
Oh, thank goodness.
We know where JJ was found. JJ was found on Chad Daybell's property, close to where those red data marks are. On June 9th of 2019, investigators searched Chad's property, and they ended up locating JJ. As they dug JJ up, they noticed a round object covered in black. One of the investigators there cut the black plastic to reveal white plastic. They cut the white plastic, and brown human hair came through. They'd finally found JJ. JJ had been buried with his arms duct taped together, the duct tape running around from elbow to elbow. He had duct tape over his mouth. He had a plastic bag over his head, tape over that plastic bag, and then he was placed in black garbage bags and discarded. That's how JJ was found. Chad labeled him dark. Chad said his death percentage was at 0. Chad said the plan was for he and Lori to be together unencumbered by earthly relatives, earthly obstacles. Chad said those things, and Alex believed Chad 100%. Chad knew Lori was receiving Social Security money. She told him, "We saw that message. I'm still going to receive the $4,000. She was actually receiving more because she'd switched Tylee's money to go to her as well. Chad labeled her children dark. Their bodies were buried on his property, hidden from those looking for them. With them gone, he could be with Lori. Her time was completely free for him. And knowing if the bodies weren't discovered, Lori would continue to receive that money. As you heard from Mark Sari with the Social Security Administration, should have been reported. Lori continued to receive those benefits. Had the children been discovered, she wouldn't have. Melanie Pulowski talked about how she visited Lori towards the end of September, and when she visited, neither Tylee or JJ were present. She said she asked Lori about Tylee, and she was told that Tylee was at school or with friends. Well, you heard from Wynn Hill, Tylee was never registered, never applied, never associated with BYU, Idaho. But that was Lori's story for Melanie Pulowski. When Melanie asked where JJ was, Lori told her, "He has a nanny. She's really helpful." Melanie described that she couldn't really get a clear answer from Lori. But what you also heard from both Melanie Pulowski and Ian Pulowski is Melanie trusted Chad and Lori. She looked to them as parental figures. She turned to them for advice and guidance. And particularly with Chad, she talked about that. She turned to Chad to find out if people were light or dark. We know that around October 2nd of 2019, Tylee Ryan's Jeep travels to Arizona. And you heard from Brandon Boudreaux about what happened. Brandon Boudreaux saw the Jeep, saw a gun, and someone took a shot at him. That someone was Alex Cox. Brandon Boudreaux had been determined to be dark by Chad Daybell. That bullet hit the top of Brandon's car. Brandon lived to report it. He lived to tell what happened. Brandon, and you heard from animals October 2nd, Chad and Lori were seen in Rexburg, Idaho, storing a tire. During that trip, we talked about a device being at Lori's apartment, one of Alex's devices on September 30th. It was during that trip. He'd left the device with Lori. And you heard Zulema talk about how Chad and Lori would try to encourage her to move to Rexburg, and particularly Chad. He gave her several blessings where that was part of the blessing. Zulema expressed she didn't know how she was going to make that work. She didn't have ties here. Her job wasn't here. Her kids weren't here. And she expressed to Lori, I don't know how I'd financially do it. Lori said, don't worry. Melanie, referring to Melanie Pulowski, will take care of us. Melanie was still legally married to Brandon when that shot was fired. Melanie had kids with Brandon. Lori knew if dad dies, kids get Social Security. The custodian, the mother, gets Social Security benefits. Just days later, on October 4th of 2019, Tammy Daybell travels down to Utah. Now, you heard testimony that was rare for Tammy to go on a long trip alone. She didn't like to drive alone. But you also heard Chad was supposed to go with her and he backed out. Why did he back out? Well, we saw the messages between Lori and Alex about how she and Chad were going to get to go on a real date. Tammy was gone to Utah. He and Lori were going to get to go on a date. You heard from her sister, Samantha Gwilliam, how because Tammy had been diagnosed with depression at some point, she made it a habit that when she would see her, she would give her a once-over. She would check on her, make sure she looked healthy, make sure she didn't appear to be suffering with the depression. Samantha did that on this trip. And what did she notice? Tammy appeared fine. She noticed no physical problems. Tammy reported no physical problems. She reported no medical issues to Samantha. Samantha saw none. In fact, what did we hear? Tammy put on a clogging routine. She had a nice visit with her family. Both Samantha and Jason Gwilliam talked to you about some changes they'd noticed before that October 4th visit, and particularly with Chad. Chad and Jason had been very good friends. Conversation flowed easily. But that summer of 2019, they talked about Chad and Tammy coming to visit, and Chad was awkward. He didn't really engage with them. They took note of it, but they didn't know what was going on. Then you heard from Samantha how Tammy was down there around her birthday. Samantha didn't even know Tammy was going to be in Utah. Tammy runs up to the door to give her her birthday present, gets to stay just long enough to watch her open it. Chad never left the car. Chad and Jason were friends. And you heard Samantha say they'd had no falling out. Nothing that she could think to explain why Chad wouldn't come into the house. Again, back in July, when Chad and Lori are talking about death percentages, Chad tells Lori he got the inspiration to go back to my, he uses my original death had the death percentages to track Charles. Tammy is very close. Her percentage has fallen steadily since Iplos left. It is encouraging. Charles Vallow was killed on July 11th of 2019. Since he left, Tammy's levels were dropping. Chad then tells Lori, Tammy is at a 3. Chad tells Lori on July 30th of 2019, this afternoon, Tammy said she felt lightheaded, as if her body and spirit weren't connected. Interestingly enough, Coroner Dye made a similar note in a report that Chad told her something along the lines of, Tammy not feeling connected to her body. Chad said that back in July. On October 5th, Chad messages Lori, big news about Tammy. The short version is she has been switched. Tammy is in limbo, and a level 3 demonic entity named Viola is in her body. Tammy's now a zombie, essentially, or she has the dark entity in her. Again, someone's dark, someone's a zombie, the body has to die. And Chad can tell and controls the death percentages. Chad goes on to tell Lori, I have now checked 3 times since I got home and get more affirmative answers each time. Chad then tells her, not fully sure of the timing for removal, but once her actions verify the differences, I don't want to wait. Someone's dark, the body has to die. Chad doesn't want to wait. On October 9th of 2019, you all heard about an attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell. Earlier in the day, a device associated with Alex Cox traveled down to Sportsman's Warehouse, and you heard how Alex purchased several items. They were all dark in color, a face mask, a knit beanie, frog tog pants, and mittens. And you heard the gloves were a flip mitt. You could pull them back to do things that you needed your fingers for, such as shooting a gun. You heard how later on the 9th, after going to Sportsman's, that device drove up by the Daybell residence, didn't stop, but was in the vicinity, and then left back to Rexburg. What you also heard was that Alex Cox had purchased a burner phone on October 8th of 2019, just the day before. That device was activated on October 9th of 2019. Chad Daybell also had a new burner phone that he'd activated on October 8th of 2019. And you heard talk of the 401 number. That particular phone was only in contact with Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. You heard how around October 9th and in the days after, there were multiple searches conducted on the Homer J. Maximus account. Homer J. Maximus was Alex's account. He had searched drop from 100 yards to 300 yards, 6.5 Grendel. How to prep your AR for the cold, how to load your AR, help load your AR in the cold, how to shoot through a Dodge Dakota, how to shoot through a windshield. You heard that the Daybells owned a Dodge Dakota, and you heard mixed testimony on who drove the car the most. But what was unrefuted is that at a minimum, Tammy did drive that car at times. At a minimum. On October 9th of 2019, there were multiple messages exchanged between Alex, Chad, Zulema, and Lori. The attempted shooting occurred at around 9:15 p.m., and then 4 text messages were exchanged between Alex and Chad between 10:28 and 10:29. Remember, Alex's normal phone or his usual device was left at his apartment, but he had just activated a burner phone. You heard from Zulema that on this same day and around the same time, Lori invited her over to Melanie Pulowski's house in Arizona to conduct a casting on Tammy. And Zulema had told her, we finally have it figured out. We really know how to do this. And you heard from the ladies that what they were taught is if a casting was successful, the body would die or it would naturally expire. They weren't taught that anyone was going to take any action on the body. They were just taught that it would naturally happen. Zulema talked about how that night Lori got a phone call, and she said she had never seen Lori so mad, And when Lori got off the phone, she made a comment along the lines of, that idiot can't do anything right or can't do anything by himself. And when we talk about the timeline on October 9th, you can see there were multiple communications between Chad and Lori and Alex and Chad. The other thing that you notice on here is this incident is reported at 9:41, originally by Joe Murray. And you heard from Joe Murray, he's Tammy's son-in-law. You see that the Fremont County Sheriff's Office was dispatched at 9:45 p.m. And then at 9:49, Tammy made a call into the non-emergency line in Fremont County. 9:52 is when the Fremont County deputy arrives on scene. And why does that matter? Tammy had done a search, or someone using Tammy's account had done a search for first an airsoft gun and second a paintball gun. But when you look at the time of the search, 3:29, if you do the calculations for UTC, it ends up at either close to 8:30 p.m. or close to 9:30 p.m. Attempted shooting happens around 9:15. So around 9:30, Tammy is conducting those searches. Well, why does that matter? Deputy Cannon's not on scene. Deputy Cannon doesn't get to the scene until 9:52. He can't be there when Tammy's looking at anything. He can't be there to know who did the Google searches. And Deputy Cannon talked to you about the fact that he was looking for casings. Why was he looking for casings? Because he didn't know. He thought it could be a rifle. Nobody knew if this was a paintball gun or a rifle. What else we know from Deputy Cannon's report is towards the bottom, when he talked to Joe Murray told him he was cutting wood on his property when he heard Tamara scream. Joe Murray heard his mother-in-law scream. He called 911. Later, Tammy called dispatch. We know Tammy sent an email to her son, Mark, and we reviewed that email several times. We know Tammy called into dispatch, and we reviewed that call several times. Tammy at times refers to it as a paintball gun, but remember how she describes it. He was holding it like it was a rifle. He was pointing it at me. He was pulling the trigger. He was shooting at me. This wasn't someone just pointing a gun. This wasn't a prank. The person was pulling the trigger. She says it was dark. She describes the person dressed all in black, and she describes the person wearing a face mask. Remember, Alex Cox had purchased a face mask earlier that day at Sportsman's Warehouse. Alex Cox had purchased black or dark clothing earlier that day at Sportsman's Warehouse. Alex Cox had a 6.5 Grendel. Alex Cox was searching about shooting a 6.5 Grendel in the dark or in the cold. Why? You heard from Detective Kaikamanu that it was 26 degrees on October 9th of 2019. You heard in Tammy's own words, he stood there pulling the trigger, shooting. The gun didn't go off or the gun misfired. Alex is searching about how to shoot an AR in the cold. You heard from both Investigator Edwards and Detective Kaikamanu about their training with paintball guns and their training with ARs. You heard from them how the scope on an AR could be mistaken for a hopper on a paintball gun. You further heard when it's dark, it's even harder to tell. You further heard that if the gun is pointed at you, it's going to be that much harder to tell. You also heard that Tammy wasn't familiar with guns. Her own kids, Emma and Garth, told you. They've never seen Tammy with a paintball gun. They've never seen Tammy with an assault rifle. But what do you know? Tammy was scared. Tammy sent a Facebook message warning people. In her email to Mark, Tammy said, "The scared part came later when I realized what could have happened. I didn't want to go out the next night alone after dark." Tammy had no idea someone wanted her dead, but she was still scared by that incident. And we talked about how Alex had done some additional searches, or that account had, about how to shoot with the AR. And you heard how Alex was going to the shooting range in Fremont County from Detective Kaikamanu, and that was before and after this attempted shooting of Tammy. And you heard from Agent Wright how he was going to the shooting range in Rexburg, and he was practicing to shoot long distances. And you heard from Investigator Edwards, he talked to you about how he looked at that gun. He looked at that Grendel 6.5 and it had a pin that was loose. And he explained to you about how if that pin had come loose, that could cause the gun to misfire. Alex didn't know why the gun misfired. That's why he was looking at shooting an AR in the cold. Instead, we do not know of any other attempted shootings of Tammy Daybell. Instead, what we know is that on October 19th of 2019, just before 6 a.m., Chad Daybell and Garth Daybell made a call to 911 to report Tammy's death. Remember how Garth described her. She's stiff and cold. Remember what Chad said. She's clearly dead.
Okay. Yeah, she's not even, she's gross.
A little over 24 hours from reporting his wife's death, Chad messages Lori, "I know exactly how you feel. I'm feeling sad, but it isn't for the reason everyone thinks." His wife had been reported dead a little over 24 hours before he sent that to Lori. You heard the description of Tammy, stiff and cold, clearly dead. And yet, Garth and Chad say they put her back on the bed. Garth says he hears a thud and his dad calls for him. However, Garth and Chad were consistent. Tammy didn't fall out of bed. Where's the thud? They both describe the top part of Tammy falling out of the bed and her legs being tangled in the sheets. And you heard from the coroner that when she arrived on scene, there was this rag in the bedroom. And she took the rag and she wiped the foam or the sputum that was coming out of Tammy's mouth. But what you also heard from her was it was a rag Chad had already been using. Tammy's clearly dead. The body's been moved. The foam's been wiped. And if we back up to October 18th of 2019, we know Lori was in Hawaii. She was in Hawaii with Melanie Pulowski. You heard how Alex took her down to Las Vegas to drop Lori off at the airport shortly before that. But what's more telling than who was in Hawaii is who wasn't. Melanie Pulowski told you Alex Cox was supposed to go with them on that trip. Alex didn't go because Chad needed help with something. Tammy was possessed. Her death percentage was low. Alex believed Chad 100%. And you heard from several witnesses, Detective Kaikamanu, Investigator Edwards, and Agent Balance, The device associated with Alex Cox was at a church just 2.6 miles from the Daybell residence from 10:07 p.m. to 10:45 p.m. on October 18th of 2019. Chad needed Alex's help with something. You heard testimony. Alex didn't know anyone else in the area. He knew Chad. Alex didn't know Tammy, but he knew Chad. At 11:53 p.m., the phone, again, there was a data point, about a 7-minute drive from the church. Garth would have gotten home between 1 and 1:30 from his employment. 2 lumps in his parents' bed, assumed it was them. He didn't go check on them. He didn't verify anything to see if they were okay. However, you heard from Micaiah Baglin that what Garth told him, it was when Garth got home from work, he was dead in her bed, and his dad was nowhere to be found. And you heard from Deputy Greenalch, and you heard from Deputy Coroner Wilmore and Coroner Brenda Dye. And you heard them talk about what Chad told them when they were on scene. And the statements changed over time. The statements changed as new people all of a sudden, oh yeah, Tammy was having seizure-like activity. Nothing in Tammy's medical records support low blood pressure. Nothing in her medical records support seizures. Nothing in her medical records support any kind of a negative drug interaction between homeopathic medications or any other medications Tammy was on. Those were statements provided by Chad Daybell. Initially, based on the information provided solely by Chad, no autopsy was ordered. However, just weeks later, the Fremont County Sheriff's Office was contacted by the Gilbert Police Department about that attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. They'd linked the Jeep that was used in that to the Fremont County area. And more specifically, they wanted them to check if it was at Chad Daybell's property. Shortly after that, an investigation was launched by Fremont County into Tammy Daybell's death. This included exhuming her body. Her body was exhumed so the Utah Medical Examiner's Office could perform a full autopsy and conduct an investigation into the cause and manner of death. And they in fact did that, and we'll come back to that in a little bit. After Tammy's death, you heard how Chad told multiple people that he couldn't stay at the house anymore. He was going to move in with a friend. This was right after Tammy's passing. You also heard how Tammy died on October 19th of 2019, or that's when she was pronounced dead. That was a Saturday. Funeral was held in Springville, Utah on Tuesday, one working day to get everything ready. You heard Todd Gilbert say how it felt like Chad just wanted to get it over with. And you also heard from Samantha William that she had concerns because Chad indicated he didn't want his name on the headstone. Tammy was going to be buried alone in Springville, Utah. You also heard Patty later talk about she went to the funeral and Chad's talk was disturbing to her. It was disturbing to her because he talked about Tammy's depression and how she was hard to live with. Patty thought that was a little off-putting. Alice Gilbert also thought it was odd, but she thought it was odd that Chad spoke. In her experience, usually it's too difficult for a spouse to give a talk at the funeral. Steve Schultz, who was the mortician from Utah, indicated he thought the timing of the funeral And the fact that there was no autopsy and that Chad didn't want an autopsy was a red flag. So much so that he asked Jason William, Chad's brother-in-law, do you think he killed Tammy? When we talk about the timeline of October 18th to the 19th, you can see the communication. Text between Chad and Lori, Lori and Alex, Chad and Alex, Alex and Lori, and it goes on. They're in constant communication that day between the 18th and the 19th over that time span. Tammy Daybell had an autopsy conducted by the Office of the Utah Medical Examiners. They determined the manner of death to be homicide and the cause to be asphyxiation. Tammy had life insurance. And we talked about a couple different policies. One was Primerica. It was a policy that had been in existence since 2002. Both Chad and Tammy were insured, and they were both each other's beneficiaries. However, Tammy also had insurance through her employment, through the Ballard Insurance, or we also called it Life Map. She had a base of $50,000, and on September 8th, just a little over a month before her passing, she raised her individual amount to the maximum of $80,000. So that policy was now a total of $130,000. Chad submitted claim forms to Primerica and to LifeMap. On both claim forms, he indicated the cause of death was that she died in her sleep. Chad then received and deposited $300,000 from Primerica on October 31st of 2019, and then deposited $130,000 from LifeMap on November 8th of 2019. Again, on both claimant statements, he put the cause of death was she died in her sleep, and maybe more telling on LifeMap, because Chad told people that Tammy was having medical issues. She was having trouble breathing. She was having shaking fits, dizzy spells. He provided information to try to explain her death. However, on the LifeMap claim form, under the question, when did the health of the deceased first become impaired, he wrote October 18th of 2019. When Tammy upped that LifeMap insurance, Chad signed off on it too. Chad knew she had increased that life insurance. You heard how just days after Tammy's death, Chad went and visited with Alice and Todd Gilbert. And he told them about Lori. And shortly after, he brought Lori to meet with them. And Lori and Chad talked about their plans for a future, their plans to be together. What else was telling about that visit? They asked about kids. Chad's response to Alice, Lori had a daughter that died. Tylee hadn't been found yet. They went to dinner with Chad's parents, and you heard from Sheila Daybell. Lori told her, I have a daughter that died. We know on May 6th and 7th, Chad and Lori Googled searches for malachite rings. This was during a time that Tammy and Charles were still alive. We know on August 14th, Lori attempted to purchase a malachite ring. Again, on August 25th of 2019, she again attempted to purchase a ring. Charles was dead, Tammy was alive. On October 2nd, Lori purchased 2 malachite rings. Then she also purchased one more. The other ring was a men's size 11.5. And what's telling is that ring was returned on October 4th for a size 11. Then on October 25th, it was returned for a size 10, and that ring wasn't returned. That ring, however, resembled the ring Chad Daybell was wearing in their wedding photos when he and Lori got married on November 5th of 2019, just 17 days after Tammy's death. Chad filled out a rental application for Hawaii. What did he put in there? Clean couple with no pets or children. No pets.
Okay, breaking news. We have a verdict. So we should have about 30 minutes lead time here. So I'm going to let this roll and post it on the community tab for others to join in. So we'll continue.
No children. Chad and Lori had been messaging in July about a movie. Lori ended up telling him, looks like Kauai a lot. Chad, hopefully we will be there someday soon together. Chad's response again, that is the plan. That is the plan. What is the plan? To be in Hawaii together, to be in Hawaii unencumbered by earthly obstacles, unencumbered by earthly relatives. Chad and Lori got married on the beach in Kauai on November 5th of 2019. Charles was dead. Tammy was dead. Tylee and JJ hadn't been found. No children, no earthly obstacles, married together on the beach. Chad and Lori's bliss didn't last long because Kay Woodcock reported her grandson JJ is missing. And you heard from Detective Hermosillo how in November of 2019, he, along with some other officers, responded to 765 Pioneer Road. You heard how immediately upon arrival, untruths were told. Alex said JJ was with Kay. He said he didn't have a phone number for Lori. Chad said he barely knew Lori and didn't have her phone number. Lori said JJ was with Melanie Gibb and that Chad was her brother's friend. Chad and Lori were married.
Hi, Lori. Sorry to bother you again. Yeah, we're having Melanie get hold of your friend down there, Melanie.
Well, they were going to Frozen 2 today.
This is Detective Stubbs. Hello.
Meet you.
So, we're here,
It's a big mess. I just talked to the guy on the.
and what did he ask you?
He was just saying that he wanted to do a well check on JJ.
So, JJ would be where?
He's in Arizona.
Who's he with in Arizona?
He's with one of my friends in Arizona.
Oh. Oh, you got a notepad? No. Let me get one. No. Come here. You mind if he comes in?
Oh,
So,
all right.
who's the friend he's with?
My friend Melanie. Her son has autism. Stuff that was gone on. If you want to know, it's a lot of stuff. So
Well, that's why we're concerned because it just was kind of weird.
it is very weird. I've had to move around a lot. One of my brothers is trying to kill me. Not the brother that lives here, obviously. He's kind of my protector. But everyone is causing me trouble right now. So
We don't want to cause a lot of trouble. How long have you been here?
we've only been here since September.
Good.
We moved up here in September. My daughter to go to BYUI.
We had two detectives over here trying to,
Looking for you
Oh.
a little while ago.
Oh, because I was at the store.
and they ran into, well, probably one of your brothers in
My
the back
brother
there.
and his friend, probably.
Oh,
He's
who's
in
that?
the movie. Chad.
Chad from around here?
Mhm.
What's his last name? Yeah, okay.
On that same day, Chad called Melanie Gibb and he told her, the police are going to call, don't answer. Melanie talked about how Chad sounded scared. She asked Chad, JJ's not with Kay? Chad's response, no. Chad knew JJ wasn't with Kay. Later, Lori did reach out to Melanie, and she asked Melanie to lie to the police and say JJ was with her, that she'd taken him to the movie Frozen. She even went so far as to ask Melanie to snap a photo of some kids to try to pass it off as JJ. You heard from Melanie Gibb. She trusted Chad. She trusted Lori. They had told her law enforcement was dark. She initially told police JJ had been with her. Pretty quickly after, she corrected her statement with law enforcement and told them she never had JJ. He'd never been with her. She didn't know where he was. On December 8th of 2019, Melanie Gibb decided to place a phone call to Chad and Lori.
Okay, I did have a question that I asked Al at one point, your brother, if I wanted to know, like where he was, and he said I did not want to know, and that he could not be found. So what does that mean?
I don't know why he would say that, but it's the same story. Like I don't even want Al to know. I don't want anybody to know, so that nobody has to be worried about it. I mean, nobody has to be questioned about it, so he can be safe.
Chad knew JJ wasn't with Kay. Alex said Melanie didn't want to know where he was.
Is JJ safe?
He is safe and happy.
Okay, well.
Remember how JJ was found. He was found discarded in Chad Daybell's backyard. Lori said he's safe and he's happy. Chad Daybell is standing there with Lori when she makes those statements. No chime in from Chad. But Chad knew Kay didn't have him.
So is there kids that are not involved, or what are they talking about? So I'll have a clue if they show up at my house.
If they show up, you can just give them the attorney's name and say, we're not talking to you without an attorney.
Okay.
Because
No,
it's my sister-in-law. It's just a bunch of people that are starting trouble for no reason.
It's
You just heard an excerpt of Chad talking to Jason Williams. But before that, on that December 8th call with Melanie Gibb, Chad ends up chiming in, and he's trying to explain the Tammy situation. People are out to get us. People are making stuff up, such as my sister-in-law. Tammy died naturally. Tammy died in her sleep. Tammy was having health issues. Her heart was about to give out. My kids will testify to that.
So is there kids that are not involved, or what are they talking about? So I'll have a clue if they show up at my house.
If they show up, you can just give them the attorney's name and say, we're not talking to you without an attorney.
Okay.
Because
No,
it's my sister-in-law. It's just a bunch of people that are starting trouble for no reason.
It's separate from the Tammy situation.
Again, Chad trying to distance and explain the Tammy situation separate from the kids. But it wasn't separate. Chad determines if people are dark or possessed. Chad rates their death percentage, and we all know what Chad said. Dark people, possessed people, the body has to die. JJ, Tylee, Tammy, all labeled as dark by Chad Daybell.
It's a simple situation, but we just can't tell you because then you'd have to be involved.
Yeah, no, I get it. That's fine. So at that point, they're talking about bringing down like a host of like FBI people involved and stuff. And I'm like, I don't want, I don't need that. It's Christmas. So, that's where I'm just going, all right, that's interesting. So Okay.
Well, you don't know anything, which
Yeah.
is great. You don't know anything.
No, I don't know anything, and so that's good news at that point in time. So, okay.
I don't know how I would have done that other than Heather.
You heard from both Melanie Gibb and Jason Gwilliam. They recorded these calls. They were both hoping to help locate JJ and Tylee. They still hadn't been located. You also heard some recorded calls that were recorded by Ian Pulowski. In those calls, you hear Chad and Lori repeatedly refer to law enforcement as dark. Some of them are even disciples of Cain. They're so dark. Melanie Pulowski at one point asks what she's supposed to do about Detective Hermosillo because he's not going to stop. He's not going to stop until he finds those kids, and she wants advice from Chad. What does she do? Chad's response, get out of his way. He doesn't say, and Lori doesn't say, we'll produce the children, we'll come and help you. Chad actually tells her, well, they are going to continue to bug you because you're the only one they can locate right now. She's the only one they knew where she was. Back in October, Lori had messaged Alex, or had messaged Chad about Alex. She had some concerns. She ends up telling Chad he would be the one they used to get us both. Who is they? Law enforcement. You heard Melanie Gibbs' statement in that recording. Alex said, I don't want to know where JJ is. You know who labels people dark. You know what has to happen to the body. And Alex believed Chad 100%. In November of 2019, Chad gave Alex a patriarchal blessing.
And you progressed and were selected by the Savior himself to be part of the fourth creation. Great warriors were needed in that creation. Powerful goddesses were needed to be protected, and you were selected to help protect your sister. And you helped her in numerous probations as a defender. You have a special bond even from the premortal world. You connected there. And as she grew in power, you were right there beside her. Oh,
Alex was Lori's protector.
I am Chad Daybell. It is November 24th, 2019, a Sunday afternoon, 5:15 p.m. We are going to give Alex Lamar Cox a patriarchal blessing.
Alexander Lamar.
Alexander Lamar Cox. On this special day, I lay my hands upon your head to give you a patriarchal blessing as part of the member of the Church of the Firstborn that you have earned the privilege to be a member of.
Alex is a member of the Church of the Firstborn. You heard testimony about Lori and Chad's mission. Their mission, part of it, to gather the 144,000. Chad was a self-appointed leader or gatherer and the leader of the Church of the Firstborn.
You have already assisted us in ways that can never be repaid. But you will continue to do so as you move forward in this.
Alex had already done things for them that could never be repaid.
I just want you to know that at this time, the Savior is saying unto me, Well done. Thy soul is cleansed. All is well. And now you'll begin into your terrestrial phase of this existence, that you'll be a powerful servant. I bless you with that knowledge that you'll now move forward as a true warrior in ways that can be demonstrated through not only physical action, but through spiritual power that is coming to you and that will be bestowed upon you.
Alex had been cleaned. Whatever acts he'd done, he'd been absolved of them now, according to Chad. Daybell's body was exhumed. Chad and Lori had a conversation with Alex that day, and Zulema talked to Alex after that. She said Alex seemed worried when he got off the phone. She questioned him. Alex ended up telling her he was worried he was going to be their fall guy. When pushed further, Alex said, I am either a man of God or I am not. Alex believed Chad 100%. Melanie Gibb had asked Lori at one point if she believed what Chad told her. Lori had responded that she did, but that if he was a Satan, he sure was a good one. On December 12th of 2019, on December 12th of 2019, Alex Cox ended up dying the day after Tammy's body was exhumed. An autopsy was conducted on Tammy's body, and you heard from both Dr. Eric Christensen and Dr. Lily Marsden. They both unequivocally testified the manner of death was a homicide, the cause asphyxiation. And you heard them talk about the different manners of death. And you heard Dr. Christensen just yesterday talk about no sign the asphyxiation was a suicide, no sign the asphyxiation was natural, no sign the asphyxiation was accidental. That left homicide, death by the hands of another. They talked about the bruises on Tammy. They talked about the fact those could be consistent with being restrained. They talked about the exhaustive toxicology tests that were done to try to ensure they had the correct cause of death. They talked about considering all the other natural possibilities, seizures, cardiac arrhythmia. And they talked about how they went through that process to reach their final conclusion. They talked about they followed their normal protocol. They gathered evidence, they gathered information, and you heard Dr. Christensen talk about that. Normally, you give a medical history. With his patients, they can't. They have to rely on collateral sources and collateral information. They gather the medical records and they gather reports and statements surrounding that person's death, so they ensure they reach the correct conclusion. Again, both of them were consistent in their findings, homicide by asphyxiation. You further heard from multiple of Tammy's coworkers and friends that she didn't have any known health issues. Tammy was very active by all accounts. She participated in fitness classes. She participated in clogging. She never missed work. She was reliable and a hard worker. The only reported health concerns to law enforcement came from Chad Daybell. You heard several officers talk about that, agents, investigators. Chad's kids didn't want to talk to law enforcement. They didn't want to provide information. The information came from Chad. Chad told people different things regarding Tammy's death. Heather Daybell, Jason William, the coroner. Tammy was sick, coughing, found her at 6 a.m. dead. Also to Heather Daybell, no autopsy because the coroner had found matter in her throat. There was no testimony of that. She died of an embolism, also told to Heather Daybell. Chad said Tammy woke up at midnight, throwing up, and died at 2 a.m. consistent that it's an embolism, different time of death to Alice Gilbert. Tammy was sick, coughing, went to bed around 10. Chad went at 1 and found her cold and dead on the floor to Hannah Munoz. Again, remember, Hannah went through the funeral line or the viewing line twice, once with each parent. Second time, Chad said she'd been coughing violently. Both went to bed at 10. He woke up at midnight and her body fell out of bed. While Tammy's autopsy was being conducted, while the kids were still missing, while Alex passed away, Chad and Lori remained in Hawaii. Plan as set forth by Chad Daybell. They had money, power, sex, and no obstacles, and specifically no earthly relatives, no encumbrances. However, they left a wake of destruction and tears for those that had trusted them. Chad and Lori consistently told those around them it was all a misunderstanding. To Jason Williams, it's a simple situation. The kids were safe and it would all be cleared up in time. However, neither Chad or Lori ever came forward to provide any information on the whereabouts of the kids. On June 9th and 10th of 2020, you heard multiple officers, investigators, detectives talk to you about the search of Chad Daybell's property. Agent Daniels described in detail how the search was conducted, and you heard multiple officers talk about the scene, the smell, the process, and the callousness of the way the children were discarded. You heard how the officers present at Tylee's scene were on their hands and knees, sifting through the dirt with their hands, small tools, in an attempt to locate Tylee's bones and her other remains. Tylee had been discarded in a pet cemetery with some of her remains in the fire pit as well. The investigators collect tissue, organs, and what has been described as a burnt mass. That's what was left behind of the young lady. Tylee had a whole life ahead of herself. You heard how JJ was buried by the pond, and you heard how once the soil was removed, there were rocks. Once the rocks were removed, there were boards. And once those boards were removed, you heard how they found JJ. JJ was 7 years old. We'd heard multiple testimony, multiple talk of Lori asking Chad about a plan, of Lori asking Chad for confirmation of the plan. And one of those things that we heard was a call that took place on June 8th of 2020. I think in the slide it was dated as 2019. That call took place on June 8th of 2020, the day before Tylee and JJ were found. Lori wanted confirmation of the plan. The judge is going to give you jury instructions, and we talked clear back in jury selection about those jury instructions. But I just want to remind you, when we're talking about a conspiracy is an agreement between two or more persons to commit a crime. Only one of those persons has to commit one overt act. So one act in furtherance of the conspiracy. And you're going to be given jury instructions, and they'll have the overt acts listed out. And looking at the overt acts, endorse and espouse religious belief for the purpose of encouraging and or justifying murder. You heard testimony from multiple witnesses, Lieutenant Hermosillo, Melanie Gibb, Zulema Pastenis, Ian Pulowski, David Warwick, Alice and Todd Gilbert. There were Temple records, iCloud records, Verizon records. You heard from Detective Considus and forensic accountant Mike Douglas, as well as Mark Sari with the Social Security Administration, that Lori changed Tylee's money to go to her on August 16th of 2019. You heard that Lori, Tylee, JJ, and Alex moved from Chandler to Rexburg. You heard about that through multiple investigators, multiple witnesses. You heard how Chad Daybell Googled south-southwest wind and visited a website. Detective Stubbs talked about that. Analyst Heidemann talked about that. You heard from Agent Balance and Agent Wright, as well as Patrick Eller, how Alex went to apartment 175 in those early morning hours of September 9th. You heard, again, from Detective Considus, forensic accountant Douglas, Mark Sari, and Agent Hart, that Lori did not report to the Social Security Administration. She continued to collect that money. There's evidence of that in the iCloud accounts and bank records. Similarly, same type of evidence to support, she continued to wrongfully collect those Social Security benefits. On or about September 23rd, Alex took possession of JJ. Lori tells Warwick and Gibb, JJ's with Alex, refuses to let David Warwick see him on the 23rd, and the night before, David and Melanie had seen him with Alex. We heard multiple clips from that November 26th interview with Lori Vallow, where she provided false information. JJ wasn't with Gibb. She was married to Chad. She didn't provide truthful information. September 23rd to February 1st, again, similar to Tylee in the Social Security, Lori failed to report that. You heard about that through those financial timelines that were presented and that testimony. September 9th, similarly, she continued to wrongfully collect that money. She didn't report it. She continued to collect it. Again, that Chad and Lori espoused religious beliefs in an attempt to justify their actions. You heard multiple witnesses talk about that. On September 1st, again, we've already talked about that. Multiple witnesses, multiple evidence showing they moved to Idaho. And again, remember, those text messages designating Tylee, JJ, and Tammy as dark happened before that move. Text messages with Chad and Lori regarding death percentages, we just discussed those today. You heard about them through Agent Hart, through those iCloud records. Chad Daybell obtained a burner phone. We heard about him obtaining multiple phones, multiple phone numbers. We talked about Alex Cox obtaining a burner phone on October 9th. Text messages between Chad, Lori, and Lori about Tammy being possessed. Again, we talked about those today. They came in through Investigator Edwards and Agent Hart. September 8th, Chad signed that application to increase Tammy's life insurance. His signature's on that policy. Emma Daybell talked to you about that. Alex Cox attempted to shoot Tammy on October 9th. Talked about that. You heard from multiple witnesses about the firearm, about what was reported. Deputy Cannon, Detective Kaikamanu, Investigator Edwards, Agent Wright, Agent Balance. Alex Cox conducted multiple internet searches. So we talked about that, the Homer J. Maximus account, the searches about how to shoot the AR in the cold, and different things regarding a Grendel 6.5, as well as shooting through a Dodge Dakota. Alex being at the gun ranges. We talked about that again today. Detective Kaikamanu, Investigator Edwards, Agent Wright, all talked to you about that. Alex traveling to Sportsman's Warehouse on October 9th. Agent Balance, Agent Wright, Investigator Edwards, Detective Kaikamanu, all talked to you about that location data and the recovery of the items purchased, or the identification of the items purchased, I should say. Alex being at the church parking lot approximately 2.5 miles from the Daybell residence on October 18th, 2019. You heard about that information from Agent Balance, Agent Wright, Detective Kaikamanu, and Investigator Edwards. One other instruction that's going to be talked about and the court already has is principle to commit first-degree murder. When we're talking about principle, it can include aiding and abetting, so advising or assisting, encouraging, commanding, coercing another. Chad didn't ever have to actually physically cause the death of another person if you believe the state has met our burden with one of those other elements. If Chad advised or assisted, encouraged, commanded, coerced, and if it was premeditated, so planned or intended. Tammy Daybell was a 49-year-old mother of 5, a new grandmother. Chad labeled her as dark or possessed. Her death percentage was low. We know what happens to the body. Tammy had to die. Tylee Ryan, a 16-year-old young lady with her life ahead of her. Labeled as dark or possessed by Chad Daybell, death percentage low. We know what has to happen. Tylee has to die. JJ Vallow, a 7-year-old little boy with most of his childhood and his whole life ahead of him. Labeled as dark or possessed by Chad Daybell, death percentage low. JJ has to die. All 3 victims gone too soon.
Well, there you go. The prosecution has laid out everything they've covered over weeks of testimony. They've reminded the jury of the things that are most important to consider. And really, many of
when it goes back to the jury and you consider the evidence, that's when you make the decision. And that's how that works. Throughout the trial, from the very beginning to the middle to the end to today, the entire burden has been on the state, okay? And the definition of what has to be proven by the state is beyond a reasonable doubt. The state must prove every element beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, you've heard some information previously from the other attorney about what the state has to prove. One of the things the state has to prove in regards to the conspiracy charges is that there was an agreement, okay? And if you recall, when we were going through the voir dire process, that fancy French word that talks about when we were trying to select the jury, I talked to you and asked a number of you what an agreement is. What do you believe an agreement is, okay? But the state has to prove that Chad Daybell, with Lori Vallow, or with Alex Cox, or with other co-conspirators that they haven't named, with one of them entered into some sort of an agreement to kill the children and to kill Tammy Daybell. And then you have to show that Chad's involvement in that. That's the next thing the state has to show. Then they have to show that there was evidence of the murder. Jury instruction number 3 talks about, again, what I just talked about. The defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, has been charged in the amended indictment with certain counts of conspiracy with Lori Vallow and or Alex Cox, who's deceased, and or other conspirators, both known and unknown. And then it goes on, and I'll talk this a little bit about. The crime of conspiracy involves an agreement by 2 or more persons to commit a crime. Okay, it can't be an agreement that we have consistent religious beliefs. It can't be an agreement that we talk about religion unless there's an extra step. And that extra step has to be, we are going to kill these children. We are going to agree to kill Tammy Daybell. You can hear all the testimony in the world about dark spirits. You can hear all the testimony in the world about light and dark. You can hear all the testimony in the world about death percentages. And if you remember when we talked about death percentages with Officer K, who I think is here today, one of the text messages or the messages that he put up that he pulled off when he did his Google search is about Tammy and Chad. Off when he did his Google search is about Tammy and Chad talking about death percentages, talking about light and dark. You heard from Emma Murray how Emma Murray talks to her father. Now, they used a different term, but in Chad's traditional religion, his traditional LDS faith, it was not uncommon to talk about light and dark. It was not uncommon because we showed you the message between Tammy and Mark and Chad where they talked about death percentages, okay? Now, the state brings up, yes, oh, Chad put a death percentage on Tylee and JJ and Tammy, and they're all dead. But you also heard testimony from one of the state's experts that said, we don't know if it was a high number or a low number, and there's confusion as to what that means. And I'd like to go back to the discussion that we had with one of the FBI agents who mentioned that there were thousands and thousands of messages, an enormous amount of evidence here. You heard from my expert, Patrick Eller. He talked about, I think the Library of Congress holds 1 terabyte of evidence if we went paper to paper through the whole building. And we had 6 terabytes, 6 bounds of paper that would fit in 6 libraries of Congress. And what has happened is you've been shown a handful of text messages that talk about a plan, that talk about death percentages, that talk about the light and dark, talk about a variety of subjects. But what you didn't hear is you didn't hear about the thousands and thousands of messages that talked about religious beliefs, talked about a variety of other topics. And if we look at each and every one of ours position, you can always find a text message or a message of some kind that may be slanted or turned in a way to benefit one position or another. And that's not particularly uncommon. How often is it you send out a text message to somebody and it's misconstrued? How often is it that you send an electronic message looked at in a different way? You know, as a society, we've lost our ability to communicate. Doing what I'm doing today is a lost art. Lawyers have to do this, especially in our position. But many of people who are in jobs, what it's done is send me a quick email, send me a text message, tell me what you feel. And sometimes those messages can be construed. The prosecuting attorney talked about, oh, there was a plan, and insinuating to you, suggesting to you that this plan was to kill the children. And at no time did the prosecuting attorney show you a text message that said, let's kill the kids, let's kill Tammy, okay? Instead, they talked about a plan. This is what we're looking to do in the future, okay? That's what they said to you, and they're trying to insinuate or suggest to you that in some way that means, well, that means that we're gonna kill the kids. No, the plan was, and whether you believe with Chad's religious beliefs or not, whether you accept his religious beliefs, the 144,000, that's his beliefs. He was a gatherer. He was a gatherer of the 144,000, and he said, I want to gather people, the sick, the elderly, the children, the impoverished, those that can't handle for themselves, and those that may be able to go on and become a part and parcel as this gatherer that he suggests would put together the 144,000 in Rexburg. Now, whether you think that's crazy or not, it doesn't matter. Whether you agree with light and dark, it doesn't matter. Whether you agree with death percentages, it doesn't matter. He's entitled to his beliefs. Every one of us has beliefs. Every one of us has a certain core set of beliefs that we believe in. And think about, are they all rational? Maybe not. Maybe not. Everybody has pursuits that they want to pursue and things they want to do in their future. To be a professional fisherman. Not really good at fishing. Wasn't going to work out. Wasn't going to make a lot of money. But it can still be a dream. I always wanted a 30-inch waist. That's not happening, folks. It's just not going to happen. I'm too old and maybe not as motivated as I should be. But we all have dreams. Now, how do we know these are dreams that Chad talks about? Because for 15 years, he was writing books. He was writing books about things that he was passionate about. And if you know anything about authors, when they're passionate about something, anybody comes up to them and brings up a subject and says, let's talk about religion. You've opened the floodgates. And it's very easy for you to go out there and say, I want to talk about my religion. I want to tell you all about all of these things. And at some point, when you start writing books and you go to these preparing the people conferences, and you meet all of these people, and you feel like, well, maybe I've become a little bit of a celebrity, okay? In this case, I don't want to become a celebrity. I've had enough now at this point. It's books. And he goes to these conferences and he talks about all of these religious beliefs. He talks about his premonitions. He talks about things that he thinks he can predict. Do you believe him? You don't have to. You don't have to believe anything he stands for. Nobody does. but he has a right to talk about it. And he has a right to say what he wants to say. And that's one of the distinctions, folks. Involves an agreement. It requires an agreement. You don't get to the overt acts. You don't get to all of the things the prosecutor has said about all of the things these people have done until you establish that Chad Daybell, by evidence and testimony in the last 2 months, has shown that there's been an agreement between him and Lori, him and Alex, or anyone else. There's no agreement. Show me the text message that says there's an agreement. Show me the text message that says this is what we're going to do. You were showing some things that talk about plans. Yeah, the plans of the 144,000. The plans of putting together this village of people to help all of these people out and do all of this. Traditional Mormon faith beliefs. Traditional Mormon faith beliefs. Those traditional Mormon faith beliefs that also included things like celestial marriages, being able to marry someone in the celestial realm and do that. Going to a temple and saying, up there, I'm allowed to get married in the celestial because that's what we were taught. That's traditional. I'm allowed to do all of these things. Now, whether you agree with that or not, it doesn't matter. But if you have a core set of beliefs, and those are things you believe in, that's not a crime. The crime only comes into play. The crime of conspiracy involves an agreement to commit a crime. You should only consider the evidence against the defendant Chad Guy Daybell in this case and should not speculate as to any other case or legal proceedings involving alleged co-conspirators. When I first started with you folks with the voir dire process, again, that fancy French word that I always mispronounce, I talked to you a little bit about speculation. I talked to you about hunch. I talked to you about conjecture. I talked to you about guess. They all mean the same thing. The judge's instruction and what this judge has told us we have to do. And I put it up there for a reason. You must only consider it says it in the third in this case. The evidence that you have heard, they have not established an agreement. They have not given you any proof that there's any kind of an agreement. Read the overt acts. They espoused religious beliefs. That's what it says in the conspiracy charges. We espoused religious beliefs. Chad espoused his religious beliefs. Unless there's agreement, it doesn't matter whether he espoused his religious beliefs or not, because everybody's allowed to espouse their religious beliefs. I can tell you all about my religious beliefs. I can tell anybody, you can all talk all day long about our religious beliefs. But unless there's an agreement to commit a crime, you can talk all day long about your religious beliefs. You could say anything you want. I can say there's a little green man in my backyard and I get to dance around with him and talk about religion all day long. And whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter, but I'm entitled to my opinion to say that. And unless I can get into an agreement to commit a conspiracy, all the overt acts in the world don't matter. So there are two overt acts in the conspiracy that they talked about with JJ and Tylee. They killed these kids because of Chad's religious beliefs. That's what they're saying. His religious beliefs and all of this talk about dark and light was the reason Chad, Lori, and Alex killed these kids. Okay. And then, oh, by the way, the other overt act, Chad Googled south-southwest wind. And yet we heard from Emma Murray. She said, I Googled south-southwest wind. I had an event like Joe Murray's 5K race to see what the weather was going to be like, or another event that Joe was involved in. And she Googled it a short time before that event. You have to have an agreement. Again, do not speculate as to any other case or legal proceedings involving the alleged co-conspirator. What that's telling you is this: judge's instruction. You heard testimony about Charles Vallow. We've heard about that. We've heard a lot about it. Counsel brought it up again today. And I believe, if I remember right, I don't see him. Officer Duncan's here today. And Officer Duncan got on the stand, and when I pressed him, and remember, folks, I brought the paper out, brought the sheet of paper out, and I said, Officer Duncan, read this to the jury. Read what this prosecuting attorney in Arizona stated about the status of the case. And what did he say? Chad Daybell, with this in regards to Charles Vallow, no reasonable likelihood of conviction. What that means, they don't have any evidence. They don't have any reason. So, you don't get to say, well, he's guilty because he must have been involved. Charles Vallow, except the prosecutor said no reasonable likelihood of conviction. Lori Vallow's involved with Charles Vallow. Alex Cox, if he was not deceased, involved with Charles Vallow. Then we go to Brandon Boudreaux. Chad Daybell, not implicated in regards to Brandon Boudreaux. You know what Chad did? You know why he's not implicated? He carried a tire from a storage unit from a Jeep. And the prosecutor down there recognized you don't have an agreement there because you carried a tire. You don't have an agreement because Chad Daybell has religious beliefs that we don't believe in. What they have is they have Alex Cox shooting at Brandon Boudreaux and Lori Vallow down there involved. And that's what you have down there. Do not speculate as to any other case or legal proceeding involving the alleged co-conspirator. It's in black and white. Facts, evidence. Again, that fancy French word, voir dire. I talked to you about folks about that. I talked about facts and evidence. Fact. Chad Daybell was not involved with Charles Vallow. Fact. Chad Daybell is not implicated with Brandon Boudreaux. Fact. Chad Daybell espoused religious beliefs. And if you want to believe the prosecutor, well, maybe Chad Daybell did a South-Southwest search. Where's the agreement? Where is the agreement? It's not there. You must remember, the defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, has the presumption of innocence, and you must consider his innocence based solely on the evidence provided in this case. It's the judge's instruction. It's not their instruction. It's not the four of them over there. It's the guy that matters here, who sets the instruction and tells us the rules we have to follow. And the rule is, you must remember the defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, has the presumption of innocence, and you must consider his innocence based solely on the evidence, the facts and evidence that you have been presented. That's what you have to consider. We don't speculate. We do not guess. We do not engage in conjecture. We don't do any of those things. Facts and evidence. Facts and evidence. Reasonable doubt. Under our law and system, again, this isn't me speculating or saying, maybe making guesses, maybe giving you facts that maybe aren't consistent with what you remember in your notes. You all took notes. You all have a memory. I know it's been a couple of months, but you all have notes and you all have a memory. And the judge's other instruction would be rely on your memory. Rely on your notes about what you remembered, not what the lawyers say. That includes me. If I say something that's different than what you remember in your notes, you rely on your notes. They said something different than what you remember, you rely on your notes. You rely on your memory. That's the way this works. That's why we all have memories. That's why we all take notes. That's why we all document what has been said for the last 2 months. I watched all of you take very careful notes. I watched all of you document what was being said. Rely on your notes. Rely on your memories. Under our law and system of justice, the defendant is presumed to be innocent. The presumption of innocent means two things. The state has the burden proving the defendant guilty. The state has the burden throughout the trial. The defendant is never required to prove his innocence, nor does the defendant ever have to produce any evidence at all. Chad doesn't have to do anything. He could sit back there and just let the state do their thing. And if he did that and they never proved that there was an agreement, you can't say they put on more evidence than the defense did. That's not the way this works. They have the burden to prove that there was an agreement. They have a burden of proving that Chad in some way was involved in the murder. Now, the insurance cases go back to, well, if Chad was planning a murder, that way he lied and he took advantage of the insurance. And that's how that works. Because if you folks find that he wasn't involved in the conspiracy or the murder of anybody, there's no insurance fraud case. Doesn't have to provide any evidence at all. Now, you know 4 experts. Dr. Bartling, and we're going to get to that in a little bit. Dr. Hampinkian, Dr. Ray, Patrick Eller. He didn't have to do that. Chad didn't, it's not his job to prove innocence. It's their job and it's their burden to prove guilt. They have the obligation to prove guilt. Second, the state must prove the alleged crime beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is based on reason and common sense. So when you think about reasonable doubt, what you're doing is you're saying, okay, do I have a reason to believe or doubt whether Mr. Daybell is guilty, whether Chad did this? Do I have and using my common sense and reason, is it possible Chad's not guilty of this? That's reasonable doubt. If you're saying to yourself, I don't know what happened, I don't know the truth, I have no idea, really, maybe we will never know what happened here. If that's going through your head, folks, and you don't know which way this is supposed to go, or you have some doubt in your mind whether the state proved their case, the verdict is not guilty. And under our system of justice, it has to be not guilty. Because you can't just bring a bunch of people in from a school who suddenly espouse that Tammy was perfectly fine, and one after another, and bringing the principal in, and bringing anybody who ever even spoke to Tammy once, or once a week, or anybody else, and saying, oh, she was healthy. And yet they didn't show there was significant discussion about her health. And we're not supposed to believe her family. We're not supposed to believe her son. And state would like to do is, well, believe all of these 9, 10, 12, 15 teachers and principals and everybody else who was dragged in and said, oh yeah, healthy as a horse. Okay. It may arise from careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from the lack of evidence. If after considering all the evidence, you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. If you have a doubt and you don't know what happened, you must find Chad not guilty. That's not from me. It's not from them. It's from the one that matters, the one who sets the rules and tells you what the instruction is. And read it for yourself. You're going to get a copy of the instruction. It's jury.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, I apologize. It'll take me a moment here to get logged on and then we'll get started. Okay, we're on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The court's been advised that the jury has reached a verdict. The court will note the parties are present, the state's present with Mr. Wood, Mr. Wixom, and Ms. Beatty. Mr. Pryor's here representing the defendant, Mr. Daybell, and the court at this time is going to instruct the jurors to please be brought into the courtroom. That will include our alternate jurors as well to be seated. And then I will have the marshal get the verdict form from the jury once they return to the courtroom. So if they can come, we'll have them brought in.
All right, please. Here's our president counter for you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, the court's going to next just make a reference that there is a courtroom conduct order in effect in this proceeding to remain in effect. So I appreciate everyone complying with that order, as most of you have done throughout the proceedings in this case. At this time, then, the first matter I'd like to take up is to do a roll call of the jury for the record. So, Madam Clerk, if you could please conduct a roll call of our jury to make sure they're all present and properly seated at this time.
Juror number 1, red card number 27. Juror number 2, red card number 219. Juror number 4, red card number 631. Juror number 5, red card number 653. Juror number 7, red card number 752. Juror number 8, red card 1680. Juror number 9, red card number 823. Juror number 10, red card 1358. Juror number 11, red card 1365. Juror number 12, red card 716. Juror number 14, red card 997. And juror number 15, red card 1078.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for conducting the roll call. All right, at this time, the verdict. All right, thank you. Mr. Bailiff, if you would please retrieve the verdict from the jury foreperson. Thank you. All right, the court has reviewed the verdict form. I'll note that all counts have been properly marked, as well as the verdict form's been properly dated and signed by the foreperson. The next step then is Mr. Daybell, if you and counsel would please rise. I'm going to have the clerk read the verdict.
In the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho and in for the County of Fremont. State of Idaho plaintiff versus Chad Guy Daybell defendant. Case number CR 22211623. Verdict. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn to try the above entitled action for our verdict, unanimously answer the questions submitted to us as follows. Question number 1. In regards to count 1 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception? Guilty. Question number 2. In regards to count 2 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan? Guilty. Question number 3, in regards to count 3 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception? Guilty. Question number 4, in regards to count 4 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow? Guilty. Question number 5, in regards to count 5 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell? Guilty. Question number 6, in regards to count 6 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell? Guilty. Question number 7, in regards to count 7 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance? Question number 8, in regards to count 8 of the amended indictment, in regards to count 9 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Guilty. Dated this 30th day of May, 2024, and signed by the presiding juror.
All right, Madam Clerk, thank you for reading the verdict. At this time, I'm just going to collectively ask the jurors, all of you, is this in fact your unanimous verdict on each of those counts? Very well. At this time, I'm going to inquire if the parties wish to have the jury polled. Does the state wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Does the defense, Mr. Pryor, wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well, then. I'm going to direct the clerk to record the verdict. At this time, then, this does conclude the guilt phase of this trial. Because the defendant has been convicted on counts of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, the state has filed a notice of intent to seek the death penalty, and so a second phase of this trial, called the sentencing phase, will be taking place next. We're going to take a recess at this time for approximately an hour. We will come back on the record and begin with the start of that sentencing phase of the trial. I would like to remind everyone that this courtroom conduct order is still in application throughout these proceedings. Thank you all for complying with that. We are going to take that recess at this time. Mr. Daybell is to remain in custody at this time for the commencement of the sentencing phase. And with that, thank you all, and we will be in recess.
All right, please.
Pryor slips up occasionally and does the right thing, but it's purely accidental, I assure you. I found an article, let's see, courtroom etiquette from findlaw.com. Says nothing is more upsetting to many practiced litigators or judges than hearing someone address the bench with judge. The person in the black robe and gavel ready is probably by all means a judge, but anyone who doesn't want to be considered a rank amateur should consider the following. Address seated judge as your honor or the court. It is really like nails on a chalkboard to hear opposing counsel say, "Judge, I object." And although it may be small to some, it's rather important to develop good courtroom habits with your legal career. So, since Emily Post didn't write a chapter on attending your first trial, make sure to follow the following rules. Never call a judge judge. Whenever you speak in open court, especially when it's on the record, refer to the robed man or woman seated slightly higher than everyone else as Your Honor or the court. Emily Florick violated this rule often on The Good Wife, and that's why it's such a compelling drama. Don't speak over a judge. Not only is speaking over others insanely frustrating for the court reporter, judges don't like it either. Even if a judge has just issued a wildly idiotic ruling, hold your tongue until you can be heard clearly on the record. Always ask to approach. Though you shouldn't abuse this privilege, it's best to politely ask a judge to approach the bench if you have any matter that needs not to be aired in open court. Running up toward the bench will get you yelled at by a bailiff. Be as pleasant as punch in panels. When it becomes slightly trickier when you are faced with speaking before a judicial panel, but just remember to give appropriate eye contact. Don't stare at the head of the judge or justice who just asked you a question. Try to give them eye love to the whole panel. Use a measured oratory style. As the Supreme Court of Ohio reminds practitioner, the Supreme Court is not a jury, so it's best to avoid any Perry Mason or Mr. Smith goes to Washington style rhetoric. Let the panel members interrupt you and each other. This part is jarring, but you must let the judicial panel bring you to a screeching halt, even in mid-sentence, to ask questions, interrupt each other, or make comments. Don't get rattled by it. Take a deep breath and try to answer the one issue at a time. Use proper titles. Your Honor never goes out of style, but when addressing specific members of a panel, be sure to use the proper title. Example, Chief Justice Roberts. If any judge or justice reprimands you, even if it's for improperly wearing a tie, apologize saying, I apologize, Your Honor, or I beg the court's apology. I don't think you want to beg the court's apology. You want to beg their forgiveness. Then you collect your heart from your stomach and carry on. So let's go look at some news commentary. The jury reached the decision in 6 hours and 40 minutes in Lori's case and 6:04, 6:05 in Chad, so a little bit quicker. Let's see. Nate Eaton is outside, so at least I think he's outside. I would think, Nate Eaton might have popped outside since it's a half-hour break. Take a bit of a break, which I'm sure is much needed. I've got the spinning wheel of doom on East Idaho News while I'm waiting to see if we've got commentary. I hate the spinning wheel of doom.
Courthouse. Just kind of pan around, you can see cameras from news stations locally and national news networks. And then behind Jordan, I don't know if you can swing all the way around to a 360. There are people who are out here see what was happening. And this trial has been over 8 weeks long. If you include jury selection, it was 9 weeks. Jury selection started April 1st, and then witnesses started the following week with opening statements and witnesses and evidence. And then just yesterday, closing arguments. The prosecution took about 2 hours. The defense took about an hour and a half, back for a rebuttal closing that was nearly an hour too. And the jury began deliberating around 4 o'clock yesterday. They wrapped things up around 6. They are in sequestration. They cannot go home. So they went to their hotel, which is somewhere in the county, where they spent the night. They were back early this morning, 8 o'clock. And hey, Janice, can I interview you? Okay. There's somebody that's been here every day from Rexburg that I thought I might get her thoughts. Julie, you want to grab her, Jordan, see if she'll talk? Lady in the denim shirt. A lady from Texas who knew Lori Vallow was also here. And Jordan's just going to run and grab her, see if she'll do a quick interview with me. We can get her thoughts about this whole thing. I don't know if she wants to do it, but she was in the courtroom when the verdict was read. can I just ask you a quick question? You'll be great. I interviewed you last year.
Yes, you did.
Remind everybody of your name.
Shelley Vester.
And Shelley, you're from Texas.
Yes, Austin.
And you were in the courtroom just now.
Yes, I was.
And describe the feeling.
Amazing. Tense, but relief.
Yeah.
It's a journey that's ending.
And did you predict that verdict?
Yes.
You did.
Of course. Yes.
Not surprised at all.
Not surprised. No.
What did you think looking at Chad Daybell as that verdict was read?
I was wondering if he was breathing. He was no expression at all.
Kind of like what we've seen the whole trial in a way, but was this different?
No, I think well, he did look a little pale. Did you think he looked a little pale?
I was sitting actually behind him, so I couldn't quite see his face, and there was a deputy in the way, but there was no movement as far as I could see.
Like you didn't even know if he was breathing, no blink, of course, which he never does, right? So, yeah.
You've been here several days, and you were here earlier in the trial.
I have.
Yes. What's your overall takeaway? I mean, why the draw? Why come out from Texas to spend time here?
Well, I was associated with Lori many years ago.
She did Lori's hair. Can I announce that?
Lori did my hair.
Lori did her hair. I think we said that last year.
Yes,
Yeah,
for 10 years. So
10 years.
So I played with Tylee when she was young, and I'm just here to support Tylee and Joe, and of course the other victims as well.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
And you happened to be here on verdict day.
No, and nobody was sitting in front of us.
Yeah,
so that was nice.
Were you here for Lori's verdict?
No, not
Okay.
for the verdict.
That
no.
Courthouse was packed that day. There were more media it seemed that day, although it's kind of picked up out here.
It has.
And this is the result you wanted. Are you going back in for the penalty phase?
Oh yes, I'll be here till Saturday.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I know you did a
welcome.
great interview.
Thank you
You
very
did good.
much. Thank
She's
you.
been here early every day with the group.
And thanks for the donuts.
Yes, brought donuts this morning. I guess that my theory on bringing donuts helped.
You're right. Yes, you're a repeat.
Right.
Because you brought them for Lori's trial for
brought
the
'em-
verdict day, right?
Verdict day, brought donuts. We got the verdict
Yes.
in, and then did it again this year.
So that means you need to go to Arizona and bring donuts
I
as
will
well.
do it.
Okay.
I will do it. Let's not talk about Arizona yet, though. Although that she does bring up a good point. We do have another trial for Lori Vallow, who is in Arizona at the Maricopa County Jail on these charges in relation to the deaths of Charles Vallow, her fourth husband, and the conspiracy of the death of Brandon Boudreaux. So she faces conspiracy charges on both of those people, Charles and Brandon. That trial is scheduled to begin in August, but I don't think it will be happening in August. I think it will be happening early next year. Many of you are just tuning in. Chad Daybell found guilty this afternoon on all counts, 3 first-degree murder counts, including J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and Tammy Daybell. 3 conspiracy to commit first-degree murder counts, Tylee Ryan, J.J. Vallow, Tammy Daybell. 2 counts of insurance fraud for the insurance money that he used after Tammy Daybell died. He used those funds. And Chad Daybell killed his wife. He killed J.J. Vallow. He killed Tylee Ryan. And he conspired with Lori Vallow to commit their murders. That is what a jury decided on this afternoon when they handed down this verdict less than 20 minutes ago. And now we wait to see what his punishment. Will he face the death penalty? Will he face life in prison? Idaho has not sentenced somebody to death since 2017. This would be the first. Death penalty case in eastern Idaho in I don't know how many years. Several years, possibly over a decade or more. But that jury could very well come back after this penalty phase and say Chad Daybell deserves to die for the crimes he committed against his wife and the children of his new wife. Inside the courtroom, we have Tammy Daybell's father. For the first time, he came to a court hearing. I spoke with him briefly after. It was very emotional. He said, I hugged Larry Woodcock and we cried. Larry Woodcock and Kay Woodcock were in there, tears running down their cheeks. I was sitting on a row in front of several law enforcement officers with their spouses. I could hear sniffles. I could hear, I didn't, not sobbing, but you could tell that people were crying. It was an emotional moment in there. And as we led up to the verdict, I mean, it actually happened so quick. I think we were in there less than 10 minutes. We've been in there 9 weeks. But when it came down to the verdict, the jurors were brought in. The jury, four person said, we have a verdict. It was given to the judge. The judge opened it. The judge gave it to the clerk. The judge had the clerk read the verdict. Guilty, 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 guilty. Chad Daybell stood. The judge asked the prosecution if he wanted to do a roll call to poll each juror. The prosecution said no. The defense also said no, which is different than Lori Vallow's trial, where her defense attorneys said, yes, we want you to poll the jurors, and they did. And then the judge said, okay, now that this is a first-degree murder case, and the prosecution filed an intent for the death penalty afternoon, and we will carry that for you live as it happens. And then, if Chad Daybell is sentenced to death by the jurors, they will decide if he's sentenced to death. We don't know when that execution would happen. That could happen. It will likely be several years because there are so many appeals that happen in death. If they decide that route, if he is sentenced to serve life in prison, he will serve it at an Idaho Department of Correction facility, and he has not been assigned one, but I would imagine it would be somewhere in the Boise area. Got a cough here. So that's what we're looking at today. You can see we have a media podium set up here. Until after the penalty phase starts, you got to think that they've been preparing these statements. They've been waiting for this day for 4 years, over 4 years, to look Chad Daybell in the eye and try to get some sort of a closure or answers or something like that. It's here. And the verdict was just read, and now they will sit down at the stand, at the podium and the witness stand, and they will read their victim impact statements. So that's what we have going on here. Let's show people one more time, if you want to pan around here, Jordan. We can see the people that are here, lots of cameras from Idaho and national media as well. And then we also have gathered on the courthouse steps just to see what's going on and to get a look at the coverage that, or get a look at this historic day here at the Ada County Courthouse. I do want to say, if you missed the verdict, you can go back and watch it. All of the trial we have archived on our YouTube channel. 67 witnesses called by the prosecution. Several of them were called multiple times. They testified 2 or 3 times. The defense then called 11 witnesses, and then there were rebuttal witnesses that the prosecution called 6 of those witnesses. So all in all, we heard from over 80 people on the witness stand during this trial. Some of those witnesses talked for only 2 or 3 minutes. Some spoke for an entire day. I believe Lieutenant Ray Hermosillo was on the stand an entire day. And it appears that this jury weighed all the evidence. They weighed all the exhibits. They weighed all the witness testimony and came up with this verdict. Chad Daybell guilty on all counts. Love to know your thoughts in the comments below, what you think about this verdict. Were you surprised? It took 6 hours, a little under 6 hours. My count was about 5 hours, 54 minutes. Lori Vallow's jury took about 7 hours. And, you know, very similar pattern to hers, whereas hers broke, her trial, the jury started deliberating late in the afternoon, went home, came back the next day, had a verdict around lunchtime. As for this trial, happened, they broke late in the afternoon yesterday, came back in the morning, and began deliberating too. In case you missed it earlier today, just about an hour before this trial, I interviewed her just here outside the courthouse, and she told me that she kind of some insight as to what happens inside that jury room while they're deliberating. For her, she was equally as nervous this year. She was waiting for that verdict to come down, not knowing what it would be. And now that the jury has this off their minds, they can focus on the next stage, which is the penalty phase. So I think I'm going to run upstairs. I'm going to run back upstairs, get back inside the courtroom right now. As I mentioned, we will have that penalty phase here when it starts at 3:15. We're just going to stay live. You can stay live here. We'll probably keep the camera here in position in case anybody comes back out. And then once that penalty phase starts, you can just stay with us. Just keep watching. Got to take a little personal note here and thank you all so much for sticking with us throughout this trial, watching every day, for following us on our feeds, for commenting, for sending in your questions. There will be no courtroom insider tonight. Of course, it's a big day, but I'll actually be flying to CrimeCon, where I'm going to be interviewing Lori Vallow's sister, Summer Shiflett, on Saturday, and we'll talk about that next week on Courtroom Insider. But we'll definitely be back tomorrow night for Courtroom Insider, and through the weekend too. We'll try to do some. I'm getting a buzz here. I hope they're not buzzing me to get upstairs. We have a verdict on the Chad Daybell murder case. It's taken a little over 8 weeks, and the verdict has been reached, and it is guilty on all counts. You can go back, you can watch that verdict if you want. You can watch the closing arguments that led to today, the other witness testimony. There's a lot to digest after this entire trial, and of course we've got it all covered for you. So Jordan, why don't you want to come out for a minute? I'm going to bring Jordan out here. He can I'm going to talk with him about what the scene has been like. I told you what was happening inside the courtroom. Why don't we get Jordan here to tell you what things were like out here? How did you know that there was a verdict?
I have I've had my earbud in the whole time, just listening in, just with that anticipation everybody else had, but as each thing was read off, you'd hear people like
Oops, what happened to the image here? That's bizarre. Kitty, it must be your fault. Let me check and see how we're coming on the length of the break here. Kitty is weighing in on the subject. You've never heard feline court commentary like this before. Okay. Should be, and we're at least 32 minutes here. Oh, maybe it's not 32. Okay, at least 30 minutes and 19 seconds of breaks. So let me get this ready to go. Found a little video tribute on Twitter. Let me go over to that and see. Oops. Oh, that's not the video I thought it was. Let's see what happened to the video. Let me look, because I think I shared it a minute ago. Okay. Just a sec. Oh dear. Okay, just a sec. Yeah, StreamYard keeps giving me grief. The audio keeps going. Oh, okay. Let me restart the video here. Okay.
Okay. My friend Gordon texted me that verdict has been reached in the Trump trial. And according to news headlines on Google, that was at least 8 minutes ago, maybe 10 minutes ago. I expect we'll be listening to what Judge Boyce has to say by the time the Trump verdict is announced. But if we haven't, maybe we'll pull that up and see what it is on that case. I kind of not very pleased. Let's watch that video again. Now, I think somebody told me that Lori's trial for Charles is coming up in July. I need to double check on that. Let's go over here and look at this while I look for see if we can find anything on Trump and the verdict. So let's see, just looking through videos. Okay. just looking, AP has a live feed. They are just showing the outside of the court building. I assume there have been we just have some videos of the street and a bunch of deputies in front of the doors to the courthouse. Let's see, Gordon's tweeting more video shots of let's see. Let me take a look and see how long till they're supposed to read Trump verdict. Let's see, 16, 17 minutes ago. Says Donald Trump told to flee New York ahead of verdict. Yeah, I believe that. Okay, 19 minutes ago. I'm looking for the earliest reports of thing. Headline says Trump hush money verdict unlikely to sway most viewers. Yeah, I can agree with that because most pro-Trump people are still going to support him, and most anti-Trump people are still going to vote against him. So it doesn't really make much difference there. Miami Herald reports that a national poll said 67% of respondents said their vote in November would not be affected by a verdict today. So that seems reasonable. Okay, Sky News is covering it, and Sky News is from out of country, so I like to watch them. Crazy lady, or not, like crazy lady. I'm not sure if they do those today or um. Yeah, that's a good question on a death penalty case because they have the penalty phase and they will be addressing the jury during the penalty phase. So they might not do that. Refresh the tab here.
Legal expenses, and that was the crime. The crime, a bookkeeping crime essentially, but the falsification of business records to commit election fraud, to silence that story that might have upended his presidential campaign. That's what's brought us here to this court building in Lower Manhattan. And right now, on the 15th floor in courtroom number 1530, a jury is on the verge of delivering its verdict. Around 40 minutes ago, Gillian, they sent a note after 2 days of deliberation, sent a note to the judge, Juan Marchand, to say that they had a verdict. Could you give us 30 minutes, they said, to fill out the form? And that was 40 minutes ago. So right now, inside that courtroom, and I'm looking at the live text feed, we have the judge on the bench. We have the defense in their seats. We have the prosecution, and we have the accused awaiting his fate. I'm looking at the text feed. Juan Marchand, the judge, are we ready to bring back the jury?
Still?
Both parties say yes. Seated in the courtroom, we're told, behind Trump are Stephen Chung,
Let me
Caroline
try
Levitt,
refreshing one more
his
time.
campaign press aides,
Give me a thumbs up at least if you can hear my voice while I try to find the right tab. I like to do political news from Australia or the United Kingdom because they're more objective than US media. Okay, here we go.
That all parties are present and properly
I'll check on my phone
seated.
and see if I
Yes,
can hear.
comes the answer. Mashan, addressing the jurors. Jurors, we received, and I can tell you, the verdicts are in. And Donald Trump,
Okay,
the
we're good.
45th President of the United States, has been found guilty on 15 counts so far. He has been found guilty of the falsification of business records to commit
guilty.
election fraud, a historic decision made inside a New York courtroom within the past few minutes. A jury has returned and is delivering, it has 34 verdicts to deliver.
And
we're at
it's a very
22 and counting, and I can tell you that everyone is guilty.
location,
34
so it was pretty much
that feed in
expected.
to the single crime of election fraud.
I
A prosecution
think that,
case
well,
that
it's
said
certainly
this
going
was
to
a
get
man
appealed.
who tried to hoodwink,
And
indeed
in many
successfully
ways,
hoodwinked
getting
the American
convicted
electorate
will only make
into allowing him
some
to become the
certain factions
45th
even
president.
more
Concealed a story
militant
about an affair with
than
a
they
porn
already
star,
are in their
kept it
support.
quiet,
And
silenced
so
her, and that enabled him to enter
it's going to
high
be interesting
office.
to see
The
what
counts
happens
now at
next.
34, and everyone
I'm
has a
going to
G
check
against it.
what's
a G
going on.
for guilty. Donald Trump
We're
in
still
this
on break.
historic trial has been found guilty. There is a park opposite the court building with Trump supporters and Trump opponents, and clearly there is a degree of joy amongst those who oppose Donald Trump, who have queued on a daily basis to get inside court, gathered outside court, and a man who has divided this country down the middle divides them once again. You can see it here in New York. Joy on one side of a New York park, despair, anger on the other side. Guilty on all counts. Julie Randleman, he's guilty. He was the 45th president of the United States. He wants to be president again. What do you make of it?
So, look, I think this is a very quick decision. But also, I think if you look at the notes, the jury did hone in on the areas that would provide for them the opportunity to find him guilty. And it does seem to me that they thought that he had falsified the records all along, because they really didn't ask for any details about that at all. It was all about that meeting. And the meeting is kind of the start of the conspiracy, and the jury determined that, in fact, that was. And so, we will not necessarily know which of the bad acts or the secondary crime each juror held on to, because I think, look, this is
process through.
everybody's and going to this many years to come. And I think see which is the most have on the election.
Talk to me about the sentencing and the process from that.
Sure. So the next step is I can't believe I'm saying this, that Donald Trump would be interviewed by probation. Probation puts together a sentencing report for the court to make an ultimate decision as to what that sentencing will be. It's usually put out several weeks out. Could it be further out? It could be. And the judge is going to have to make a determination as to whether or not this is a jail appropriate offense or no jail.
And, there will be an appeal process. Probably appeal.
I would expect, yes.
Yeah, and we wouldn't expect Donald Trump to be jailed. Is that correct?
So I do not foresee a scenario that Donald Trump would be jailed for these. Again, these are nonviolent felonies. They're the lowest felonies. He has no criminal record throughout his life. I just can't foresee that happening. Again, I've been wrong, but I would be shocked. And I'm not sure that would be the right decision in regards to Rashawn's position.
One thing I will say is Mitt Romney, who absolutely detests Donald Trump and has no love for Trump, says if he were president, he would pardon Trump. But I don't think we'll see that happening from Joe Biden. Yeah, hardly likely. It says Trump guilty on 34 counts. First they said a single count, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. I prefer the commentary from outside of the United States because it's not their political campaign up for grabs, so it doesn't really matter. So I find them to be a little more balanced in their view. So let's listen. I'm shocked at I guess I'm not so shocked. Such a long break. Maybe the break turned into a unannounced lunch. So let's listen to some more commentary here.
Gillian, some more coming from the live text in court, talking about the jury foreperson, speaking in a firm voice throughout their delivery of that verdict, guilty on all 34 counts. Trump has not really changed his demeanor, we're told, other than looking down. He's upset. Eric Trump, his son, looks angry. Alina Habba, his lawyer, looks down, appears to be texting. Trump looks over at the jurors as they confirm their individual verdict. Juan Marchand, the judge, thanks the jurors, acknowledges that they've spent a long time away from their family throughout this 5-6 week trial. He asked them, say you all, is this the verdict, the formality at the end of a court case? Would either party like the jurors polled? Yes, please, says Todd Blanche, the lawyer for Donald Trump. He asked for the jury to be polled, essentially asking individual members what their finding was. We can't hear the jury's responses. The clerk of the court says, Your Honor, the jury has been polled. Juan Marchand says, jurors, I want to thank you very much for your service. I want you to know, he says, that I really admire your dedication, your hard work. You gave this matter the attention it deserved, and I want to thank you for that. I want you to know, he says, the admonitions I gave you throughout the case no longer apply. You are free to talk about this case. The choice is yours. And the judge says to them, I would like to meet with you personally in the jury room to thank you. I'm not permitted to discuss your deliberations. He says the jury has been excused. Every member of the jury, we're told, had to argues for a motion of acquittal. He says there's no way that this jury could have reached a verdict without the testimony of Michael Cohen, the lawyer for Donald Trump. There's no reason that the court should allow a verdict, he said, referring to the fact that
Here's our President counter for you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We are back on the record on case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The court notes that earlier this afternoon, the jury returned a verdict of guilty on several counts that are subject to this capital sentencing phase, including in the verdict form counts 1, count 2, count 3, count 4, count 5, and count 6 of the amended indictment. The court at this time then is going to commence with the capital sentencing phase. I'll note that in this case, the jurors have returned, including the juror alternates that are here as well, and the 12 jurors who returned the verdict under Idaho Code 192515, subsection 5B. The court is using the same jury to conduct this phase of sentencing also, and that statute reads that if the defendant's guilt was determined by a jury verdict, the same jury shall hear the special sentencing proceeding. So we are in that special sentencing proceeding. As I mentioned, the jurors are here and present. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for continuing your jury service. You've again been seated for your continued service in this case, and that's the matter we're taking up at this time. To give you an idea of just the schedule, the court has some preliminary instructions that are going to be read to you this afternoon. We're going to commence then with further evidence on the sentencing phase starting tomorrow morning after I read these preliminary instructions. And the court's proposal on our typical scheduled plan would be to start at 8:30. Is the state going to be ready to proceed at 8:30 with any impact statements that may be offered?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. That's how we'll run the scheduling at this point then, and I'll inquire as to the jurors going forward. Also, the scheduling we'll have during this phase of the proceedings. They don't need to be limited to the timeframes we've had throughout the trial, including, depending on how long this takes, weekends. So I am essentially leaving up to the jurors their proposed schedule within reason of when we'll work through this proceeding. So the court is going to read some preliminary instructions then to the jurors. And again, you'll receive additional jurors when you retire to deliberate on this part of the case. But for now, the court will just read these and those will be included with you later. So in this case, the defendant in this case has been convicted now of the crimes of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. We will now have a sentencing phase of the trial regarding those offenses. Additional evidence may be presented during the sentencing phase. You should also consider the evidence presented during the trial. Before the death penalty can be considered, the state must prove at least one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. If you unanimously decide that the state has so proven one or more statutory aggravating circumstances, then you must decide whether the imposition of the death penalty would be unjust by weighing all mitigating circumstances against each proven statutory aggravating circumstance. At a separate proceeding, the court will sentence the defendant for other offenses of which you have found the defendant guilty. Instruction number 2. Your duties are to determine the facts, to apply the law set forth in my instruction to those facts, and in this way to decide the case. In so doing, you must follow my instructions regardless of your own opinion of what the law is or should be, or what either side may state the law to be. You must consider them as a whole, not picking out one and disregarding others. The order in which the instructions are given has no significance as to their relative importance. The law requires that your decision be made solely upon the evidence before you. Faithful performance by you of these duties is vital to the administration of justice. In determining the facts, you may consider only the evidence admitted during this trial and during the sentencing phase. The production of evidence in court is governed by rules of law. At times during the sentencing phase, an objection may be made to questions asked a witness or to a witness's answer or to an exhibit. This simply means I'm being asked to decide a particular rule of law. Arguments on the admissibility of evidence are designed to aid the court and not to be considered by you nor affect your deliberations. If I sustain an objection to a question or to an exhibit, the witness may not answer the question or the exhibit may not be considered. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been or what the exhibit might have shown. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement or exhibit, you should put it out of your mind and not refer to it or rely on it in your later deliberations. During the sentencing phase, I may have to talk with the parties about the rules of law, which should apply in the case. Sometimes that will occur at the bench. Other times you may be excused from the courtroom so that we can discuss those matters. You are not to speculate about any such discussions. They are necessary from time to time and help the sentencing phase run more smoothly. Some of you have probably heard the terms circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, and hearsay evidence. Do not be concerned with those terms. You are to consider all the evidence submitted during the trial and during the sentencing phase. However, the law does not require you to believe all the evidence. As the sole judges of the facts, you must determine what evidence you believe and what weight you attach to it. If any evidence is admitted for a limited purpose, you are not to consider it for any other purpose. There is no magical formula by which one may evaluate testimony. You bring with you to this courtroom all the experience and background of your lives. In your everyday affairs, you determine for yourselves whom you believe, what you believe, and how much weight you attach to what you are told. The same considerations that you use in your everyday dealings in making these decisions are the considerations which you should apply in your deliberations. In deciding what you believe, do not make your decision simply because more witnesses may have testified one way than the other. Your role is to think about the testimony of each witness you hear and decide how much you believe of what the witness had to say. A witness who has special knowledge in a particular matter may give an opinion on that matter. In determining the weight to give such opinion, you should consider the qualifications and credibility of the witnesses and the reasons given for the opinion. You are not bound by such opinion. Give it the weight, if any, to which you deem it entitled. Instruction number 3. It is presumed that no statutory aggravating circumstance exists in this case. This presumption remains throughout the sentencing phase and during your deliberations. The state has the burden of proving the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, and that burden remains on the state throughout the sentencing phase. The defendant is not required to prove the absence of any aggravating circumstance, nor is the defendant required to produce any evidence at all. The state must prove the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from lack of evidence. If after considering all the evidence you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. That in this time then concludes the initial preliminary instructions for the sentencing phase. And the court is going to be in recess then until 8:30 in the morning, when we'll commence with evidence on that phase of the trial. Before we break for the day, does the state have anything further?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further from the defense?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll note that the jurors will remain sequestered during these proceedings, and we'll begin again tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you again for your continued service, and that will conclude our matter for today. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, well, we should probably be getting some interesting commentary by the talking heads of the mass media here pretty soon. Let me see. Ickadmel has a live saying Trump speaks, reacts to guilty charges. I'm not sure if I want to go there, as just want to kind of steer clear of the political hot potato. Let's take a look and see if Court TV has somebody. They're still inside the courtroom.
Ms. Jennings, Mr. Nye, and Ms. Allen? No. Okay.
Oh, just as I go to the court stream, and so let me take a quick look, see if there's any more commentary. Maybe Nate Eaton is scrambling outside of the courthouse. It's looking like everybody has decided to take a break regarding Chad, so I guess news organizations are probably getting ready for the evening newscast, which will be coming up, depending on your jurisdiction, in your market, in a half an hour or 90 minutes or 2.5 hours. So let me do a quick look. Court TV says they're still on live. Let's see. KSL says court is in recess. I think it's more than recess because they've stopped for the day. East Idaho News is, no, that's Court TV. That looks like it's it for today. Okay, well, maybe not. He said, Your Honor, again. Maybe he thinks that he better do that in hopes of getting Chad some life in prison and showing some respect. Yeah, it's pretty crazy how things are.
Pryor must be possessed by an evil spirit. Maybe Chad better do a casting, get Emma Mail, get Lori via Emma Mail, and they can work on doing a casting on Pryor. These high profile cases, the defendants always seem to get treated with undue deference. I mean, look at O.J. Simpson. It's ridiculous. I mean, Judge Ito was so starstruck and enamored with his newfound celebrity that he just bent over backwards for the defense. And there's not much the prosecution can do about it, because double jeopardy applies. They can't appeal the decision, unlike the defense. So we've been on for it's going to be very ugly. The same thing for Donald Trump and the election cycle. I think of the quote from Obi-Wan Kenobi in the original Star Wars movie: "If you strike me down, I will become more powerful than you can possibly imagine." And it could cause a big backlash against the left. It may not. It may diminish Trump's support. So we'll see what happens. Idaho has two options available on the death penalty. Lethal injection is the primary means of execution, but a lot of drug manufacturers don't want to be involved in the death penalty, and so they don't want to supply the drugs to prisons to carry out executions. So it's become increasingly hard. So Utah brought back the death penalty, which was the standard means of execution up until about 20 years ago. And everybody's going, "Eeks, Utah does the death penalty still. How barbaric." And it really isn't. It's quick and it's over almost instantly, and there's no suffering. Unlike lethal injection, and you gear up for the crazy, no kidding. Back in, I think it was March, we were doing I can't remember what case, and they had an execution happening that day, a serial killer with at least 5 murders under his belt. Was to be executed in Idaho, and the guy deliberately dehydrated himself so that it would be difficult for the medical staff to establish an IV line, and so they had to put off the execution. And they were saying, "Oh, it's so barbaric, it's cruel and unusual punishment." Well, guy, you are the one who deliberately tried to make it difficult for them. And apparently they aren't equipped to handle a firing squad in Idaho yet, because they only recently made that an option if they couldn't get the chemicals for the death penalty available. So they really need to build a new death chamber in Idaho, because they're going to need it for Chad. They're going to need it for Brian Koberger, and they're going to need it for that guy. I think his last name was West, who killed his pregnant wife and unborn, and the unborn child and his 10-month-old son. After Lori was convicted, Jim Archibald was appointed as the lawyer for his case, and the special prosecutor who left about 2 months prior to Chad's trial commencing was appointed the special prosecutor in that other case. And so we're having a rematch here. And so that's 3 pending cases which have the death penalty on the table. And then you've got that serial killer who's still on death row. So to me, that sounds to me like building a bulletproof death house for the firing squad is really warranted. The last execution by firing squad in Utah, I watched the press conference afterward, and it really seemed like it was a simple and efficient and quick means of execution, unlike the lethal injection. As a major needle phobe, yeah, I think I would rather have the firing squad because you're blindfolded, you don't actually see the firing squad, ready, aim, fire, and it's over. So, okay, well, let's leave this, and we can start tomorrow with the penalty phase and see how that goes. I think they'll give it to them. They of course think that, well, Lori didn't get the death penalty, so Chad shouldn't get it either. Well, Chad chose to go for to do away with his speedy trial, and that's the only reason Lori got off. So, considering how cavalier they were, how he's laughing, how callous they were about killing all these people just so that they could have, so he could have a hot wife who would swing from the chandeliers for him. It's just reprehensible, and he deserves to die, but it's not really up to me. And chances are he'd be close to dying of old age by the time he'd get through the appeals process, so it may not really matter. And maybe he can eat himself to death. Go for all the fats and carbs he can get at meals in prison. And we'll see what happens starting in the morning. So until then, have a great rest of your afternoon and evening. See you in the morning. Bye-bye.